We get back to the upside here this morning, shaking off some early uncertainty, early weakness came actually when futures at on yesterday. DOJ with a subpoena on possible allegations of lying under oath when it comes to when he was talking about this renovation that happened to the Federal Reserve building. We'll get into all of that coming up. This is how the market looks right now. A huge gap to the downside, as I said. We are trying to claw our way back to the upside right on that, but a lot of ahead of employment coming up. We get inflation data coming up tomorrow morning. The latest reading on core inflation, CPI at 30 tomorrow. We'll bring that to you live. PI then comes the day after. More employment data to come this week, and oh yeah, earnings season kicking off tomorrow before the bell as well, with banks getting things going traditionally as we've had over the past couple of years. It should be very, very interesting. A lot of different narratives going on, a lot of different ways to look at the overall market to start things off every week. Back in the desk behind, or with me at the desk here beside me. How was your trip? First,
fantastic. Too short, always.
You look a little bit sun-kissed.
My color a little.
It's that time of year around here where people are starting to look a little bit winterized. I think so. Yeah,
exactly.
Have you back.
Figured I'd stick out like a sore thumb.
I mean, what a day to come back to it.
Trying to get prepared for last night. All of a sudden, Fed Chair Powell's under investigation. Here we go. Starting off the week with a nice two over here, especially if news talk about this morning, guys. Gold, silver, all back in focus, of course, as President Trump and Fed Chair, well, the Department of Justice, I should say, starts to look criminally at Fed Chair Powell. Walmart, Google also tying up the nod. There's going to be more Walmart selections within Gemini as that to pick up. Apple as well with some good firm. President Trump posed the idea of capping credit card rates at 10% for some banks.
Banks across the board, downside here. Anything, as you said, interest rate adjacent really will be under a little bit of pressure on the borrowing side. Anyways, under pressure. Going into what is going to be a really interesting earnings week, we were talking a little bit last week about how Apple, for example, has been relatively weak. This morning, the market's down, tech for the most part downside. Yep. Here's Apple back higher on better than expected iPhone sales. So we start to see a little bit of a shift once again. We've been talking about rotation for the past since the beginning of the new year, really.
Right.
So maybe we get a little bit of a rotation back towards some of the traditional names. Alibaba with a headline this morning. The market still clawing its way back to the upside. And let's be honest, this whole Fed Chair Powell storyline has absolutely nothing to do with this renovation.
No.
That a lot of people are saying there's been this conversation in the background about the Fed and its ability to operate away from the government. This just adding more questions to that. Just
speculating, but I figured if we gotten a couple of more cuts, we wouldn't have seen this investigation. But just speculating. Also, a couple of strong.
Which, to be fair, he alluded to in that video that he put out last night, saying that this is just a pressuring tactic.
Oh, he came right out and said it. There was no bones about it. He didn't really try to mince words at all about that. But a couple of more names I just want to bring your attention to. Allegiant picking up, looking at the tie up here with Sun Country Airline Holdings, so that's up 13%, and Tempest Brendo also up almost 14% here to start the morning. So a couple of strong names to keep the eye.
Banks downside a little bit as well. Again, here, if you go through any of these, they're all going to look the same. I mean, JP Morgan sitting here at 320 could be worse overall. I saw it was BAC that was the worst off. It looks like that one also trying to bounce a little bit, but. Again, if you missed it, President Trump coming out saying that he's going to cap credit card interest rates at 10% for a year, which, let's be honest, these companies print money on the back of 28, 29, 30%
exactly.
Credit cards.
And a lot of people are making industry analysts are saying, look, yeah, maybe we can get that 10% cap, but it's going to affect you and I through our points because that's the way that they distribute this. The people who carry balances pay higher rates, and the people who pay them off and kind of take the spending on there for the points may not see as many points because they're not going to have as much margin to spare. So we'll have to see how that all works out. But some discontent within this. industry.
Is this just another traditional Trump bargaining tactic, or is it actually something that will gain some steam here? We'll see. Week, lots to look forward to. Sean back with us this morning. Good to have him. Good morning, guys.
We're back.
Good morning, everybody.
We're back, Jack. So what a busy Monday it's been here already.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff happening. Like a busy weekend, obviously.
Earnings starts.
Well, it's like earnings start for the banks, and then you have the president taking shots at the banks. Well, I mean, it's part of their business. You just say it's like a shot at the bank. So you're going to have some movement in space, and you've got to look at the other end of this too, like this threat at capping costs or capping interest rates on those credit cards. Well, that's going to be good for the firms and the Klarnas, right? Like if and when something like this were to happen, you've got Klarna up 6.5%. What is a firm right now? A firm's up as well, 4%. And certainly, thankfully, they're not capping our supply of bananas as Randy has come through this morning. So, yeah, there's going to be a lot to watch. I'm in a good mood because somehow we managed to let it again. Always got to be drama. It was a lot of drama this weekend, man.
That's what NFL's about. I mean, there's no drama in the Packers game, of course. Like 98% chance of winning with 4 minutes left. 98% chance. I don't know. It's like our coach is going to keep his job and everything, so I don't even know. When you lose by 4 and your kicker misses 7.
He's a good coach. You can't.
Well, historically, he's one of the best.
That's not on the coach. What do you like?
I don't know, man. He gave up. They lost a lot of games that they were winning this year. Anyways, your kicker missed.
What can you do with the kicker?
It's like a 40, a 50, and an extra point. Anyways, all right. I know. See your good luck to the Bills in Denver. I was saying
that's going to be a tough
one. But Brian Chan is located in Denver as well. All right, Alibaba up 4%. That's nice. So we'll see if they can take out 160 here on news with them as well. They're surpassing 700 million downloads. So that's a good little opportunity for Alibaba to get going there today. So we see that Chinese name. And then how about this again? Welcome everybody back here on a Monday. We're live at 8 a.m. now, as you must realize. We have Joe a couple more days, and then he's out of here. Goes for his surgery, so we'll have Obi back in very soon. I want to thank Obi for covering a little bit as well over the last couple weeks. He's been here a lot. There's silver breaking through $74. We do have today at 3 p.m. We'll be having our picks of the year. Thank you, Andre. That'll be happening today as well. So that should be joining us at 3 p.m. today, where all of us should be here to enjoy giving some picks. I left on Friday or on Thursday. It was 90,600, I think, for Bitcoin, and that's where we are here today. So silver and gold leads the way, and then as you mentioned earlier, some of that stories with the banks, and then the Fed, and I don't know. I think Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac might be in play a little bit here. Bill Pulte's been talking on Bloomberg and making rounds here. So we'll see if Fannie and Freddie, if the president has anything to say. Apparently at Davos, he's going to talk more about the housing market. So we'll have to wait to see if that. And last week, of course, we were all here last week. He mentioned no more buying corporate houses. He was upset that some of the corporations were what was dominating the home ownership. So get that back into the hands of the people. So we'll see what that means for Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. They're near this 1150 mark, which could be a breakout. We'll probably have Jeff Mendel on later on, and we can talk a little bit about some OTC markets. But so that's what I'm looking at today, a little bit of everything, I guess. And we didn't even really cover. I know they covered the bank stocks behind us a little bit. There's
a lot of stuff from last week, too, that we're going to probably have to take a quick look at, because there were some big-time reversals. Like on Friday morning, the story of Friday morning, one of the biggest stories Friday morning was Meta and Oklo and Meta and Vistra, and it was all about the nuclear names. And then that ended up, SMR, outside of like one bounce early, which if you got that one, fantastic. There was like one chance at a bounce on SMR. It was a great one, but everything else just trended down in that nuclear space after gapping up. I think these might still be in a little bit of play today, especially given all the eyes might be looking elsewhere a little bit. And then to your point on the housing names, Open Door did something very similar to the nuclear names. The difference here is instead of gapping up, this was running all morning long and then did that whole complete reversal thing. It's still over $7 though. And that was sort of that big thing. Like, could it get over $7? Which it did, and it closed over the 50. So again, things from last week that were movers are also going to be in play. Tesla had an unbelievable run on Friday. Can it hold on as well? It doesn't look like much on the daily chart, but it wasn't just that it broke out. It was the fact that it almost dipped $10 off, like literally at the open. Yeah. It just was flushing and looked like it was going to be another disaster day for Tesla. And then it put back-to-back days positive for Tesla. It's like 3 out of 11 days it's been green, and it just put it back-to-back. So we'll see if Tesla can keep the streak alive, maybe take out that 450 level. Going to be a lot to watch. Oh, and the other crazy mover, can't believe I forgot the one that moved the most. Intel went ham on Friday, essentially going like $3 clean, pretty much off the open. It's gapping down 3%, but some of that's probably due to how far it went. Yep, lot to watch. We get earnings with the bank starting this week. We got the Fed back in tow, which we have to watch out for a little bit here. We'll have Michael Moss coming through. We got Sharif back. We're making our picks. We got some surprises for you with. Well, you'll see what's up when we go to our options today.
There's lots of surprises. There's so much to talk about. What about Micron and SanDisk? Still moving around as well. Hey, what's up, Satyajinder? We were just going to talk about some of these plays right there. Yeah, Micron. We were saying how the mighty must fall, but maybe not. I mean, Micron's still hanging out here as well as SNDK, another name here that a lot of people like to talk about. SanDisk. They had a move down, then a move right back up. And there was one day you're like, you caught the bottom or you top, and you didn't. Back up to 392. And then the other one, of course, there, boys, behind us, Western Digital. Another name to always look at these days. And yeah, I was just about to cover Intel, but you did. And then the other name that can't get out of its own way apparently is NVIDIA. The thing about this Apple versus NVIDIA versus all these names, I'm just thinking, well, first of all, how bad is the NASDAQ today? 0.7. Okay, so these have been such winners that I think in order to buy some new names, you got to sell some old names. So right here, NVIDIA and Apple, part of the largest holdings in many people's portfolios, or at least maybe not the largest, but definitely part of their holdings, I would say, continues to get hit here until they don't. And that's when the tides are going to start to turn. So I'm thinking even today, maybe with the market down 0.8 and Apple only down 0.2, maybe you do get a little bit of a bump up in Apple today. So we'll see if that's at a key 260 area, and we'll see if that can hold this area. But yeah, you're going to have to find out what's up. Hyper stagflation. That's what we're doing, man. Here we go. Here, let's put this up right here so everyone can see. All right, what are your guys' picks? Well, hey, you do have the right day. You just have the wrong time. It's going to be at
6.5 hours.
3 p.m. We're going to base out, have a good time here in the afternoon, and talk about which picks we are going to be throwing down. I was thinking about it like. We were thinking between like 3, 5. Like we could do 4. We'll discuss the format. It'll be 4 picks, 3, 4, 5 picks.
Are any of them on the board behind us right now? Like who knows?
Yes, mine is CRML for sure. But I mean, someone might use NVIDIA. What's over there? SoFi, Pfizer. What's behind your head there? DXY and no, the other way.
Oh, this way.
Oh, ONDS.
ONDS, okay. ANPA. Okay. See, that's funny. Like, there's only one stock up there. I have no. What is ANPA? Rich
or Czech Robotics?
Sparkle
ANPA.
Holdings. Oh. It's actually called Rich Sparkle Holdings. Believe it or not.
Okay. Obi
is making his picks too.
Yes, don't worry about that.
Coming too.
Okay, excited to see what the boys behind us have got going there. Maybe Bitcoin will be on people's minds, but. 3 p.m., Brendo. You got your picks ready to go or what?
I think, I don't know about you, but mine at least have a bit of a theme. Theme behind them. A certain area of the market, if you will.
Yes.
I don't know. So we'll see what everyone has to say about that. Also, if anyone has not done so yet, we're under 500, I think, about 450. Subs away from 550,000. So anyone who is joining for the first time, make sure you take a sec, hit that subscribe button, guys. It really helps the channel more than you know. If you haven't done so, just double check. I know a lot of people tend to just do it in passing and forget about that. So under 500 to go to 550, which is great. Let's go to silver here for a second. You guys mentioned that briefly. That is a daily chart. We're up and away once again on silver all-time all-time highs, and then some. Gold following suit here. Silver has just been absolutely
Unreal.
crazy. Continues here this morning. There was a brief pause, a little bit of a pullback,
Yeah.
consolidation, if you will, and then here we are, right back to highs on this these headlines.
I felt like people were taking profits on that, Brendo, because that was an uninterrupted move up. I mean, the reason it's moving up is the same reason gold is moving up. It's uncertainty, right? Especially macro uncertainty. Last night, we have the Department of Justice investigation into the Fed chair, Venezuela. There was, so overtures of possibly a second strike there, not to mention Iran, obviously. So a lot of central banks, they've been basically, they stopped buying the U.S. dollar. And they've really been net buyers of gold, net buyers of silver. And that was going to be one of my picks as well. Definitely going into this year, I think a lot of defense names are going to continue to do well, whether, they're the more traditional defense names or some of the newer ones that we've been talking about, the drone operators, the eVTOLs, et cetera. But that is definitely something in focus for me as a theme this year.
I mean, macro theme in general going to be talked about, looks like going forward. As you said, here is the DXY today on a daily chart. Huge, ugly red candle here, getting rid of 2 straight days, essentially, of upside movement. And again, this goes back to just the uncertainty aspect of if this administration is going directly after Fed Chair Powell, the precedent that sets on control over interest rates in the U.S., and I mean, we can get into the whole, global currency conversation, but there's a lot of arguments against that.
You know what it does, Brando? I feel like we've all kind of known that the Fed is a political institution, but it was always soft power in the background, not overtly operating in this way.
In that place.
Exactly. And now what we're seeing is just in the daylight, very, very clear sort of interference by the federal government into the Fed. Now, whether you agree that there may be some issues with the $2.5 billion spent, given that it was in Washington when we saw JP Morgan build that whole huge scraping tower for, I think, equal to or not less than that price. So there is an argument to be made there. But what I fear is the way that the market takes it. The market takes this as blatant interference, not the exercising of soft power behind the scenes that we've seen previous administrations do.
Yeah. So, I mean, his term's up in May. We already have a list of, potentials waiting in the wing to take over. How that's going to affect policy remains to be seen going forward. But dollars week, guys, yields downside this morning as well. I mean, they've been, I was reading an article on the weekend, actually, that it was all 4 quarters of last year. The 10-year specifically ended each quarter of 2025 within 0.1 of a basis point of the prior quarter.
Really?
And that was like the first time in a long, long time that had happened. So the stability of the 10-year specifically, really, really sticky above that 4% in 2025. And we touched on that a little.
Yeah, I want to add something to that. Bill Ackman took to X to kind of voice some concerns that he has about Trump basically trying to make home ownership a bit more affordable. Ackman's saying, look, Fannie and Freddie allow you to pay off your mortgage whenever. They're open-ended mortgage. You want to pay them, you maybe an inheritance, you can pay them off in 5 years, 10 years. Apparently, people who buy mortgage-backed securities have to factor in that risk, because the risk is you may pay it early and they don't see the full interest that they would have been entitled to under the loan. So what Ackman was trying to argue was, hey, offer 2 different products. Offer the open-ended loan, but the closed-ended one where you'd have to pay a fee if you were to pay it earlier. That way, it'll tighten the spreads on these mortgage-backed securities, and it'll make ownership a bit more affordable. Whether that operates in principle or in theory as well as it is in reality, well, we'll have to wait and see, but that's another thing that I just want to touch upon.
JP Morgan coming up tomorrow, going to kick things off for us as far as bank earnings, and then we'll get into the rest of them throughout the remainder of this week and into next week. But let's see, maybe we hear a little bit about that, a little bit about the mortgage side of things, the interest rate side of things, guys. But dollar downside, interest rates downside a little bit here this morning.
Yeah, and there's one big move that almost nobody, well, actually haven't heard anybody talk about it yet, but everyone knows Powell's term is up in May. It was almost a lock that he was also going to leave as a governor, because remember, he's still a Fed governor if he's not the chair. It was sitting up at like 80, in the mid-80s, like 84% chance that he would just simply step down as governor and that would be it. That absolutely cratered. So now you're looking at a coin flip that he actually even stays on as a governor. And I mean, it's obvious the implication there is that he would be doing that because he feels that independence is threatened, and he's like sticking around to make sure that he has some influence on the ship staying right. And so, yeah, I think all of this, and we were just talking about first in talking about metals and whatnot and gold and silver. I think that certainly makes silver 7% up and more all-time highs. It just makes it even stronger a look at some of these critical metals. I think the flight to safety is still going to be there. This turmoil's not going anywhere whatsoever. But we're about to see where the turmoil might be in options land with our good friend Joe.
Good morning, everyone, and happy Monday. It's a lot of activity in the options world on Friday, so let's get right into things. We're going to start things off with some SMR. Strike prices are slightly, they call me Dr. Evil, that's crazy. All right, SMR, guys, these strike prices are slightly mixed up, but that's okay, we'll figure it out. SMR, once again, new scale going to be at that $20 strike price, expiring this Friday, showing a lot of open interest in that zone with 11,100 and 1,700 contracts open and closed. Now, as for OKLO, starting some deals with META, so as well as VST. Now, that's going to be that $100 strike price. Open interest sitting around 8,680 with volume around 1,600. Now, as for CoreWeave, that's going to be at that $80 strike price, guys. Open interest sitting around 12,000 and volume 4,960. Once again, that is going to be expiring this Friday. Now, as for Amazon continuing its climb higher, guys, at that $250 level, throughout this expiration cycle, there's a lot of activity. So keep your eyes out on Amazon. I think there's still some room for this to grow and climb a little bit higher. We have at that zone, $250 to be exact, 64,000 contracts still currently open, that expire this Friday. Volume at 21,800. And you can see that the bid and ask is relatively wide, a $7 spread there. Considering it's an out-the-money contract, you're sitting at 3.393 for your delta, and then your gamma at 0.047. The at-the-money IV at 24.1%. And that's not too bad for a $250 name. We'll be back momentarily with some upgrades and downgrades.
Sure.
I mean, I think we've talked a little bit about Amazon did absolutely nothing in 2025. Like, I think it was either up 1 or 2%. So this is a name that I think, Joe, with those options there might be on to something. I mean, breaking out would be what everybody wants. So I think above that 255 right there for Amazon. I think it's a little overextended over the last to start the year. I mean, we were at 225 up to 246. I don't know if I would buy it up here right now, but if it's going to remain strong, which today, who knows about the NASDAQ, but I could see a little bit of a pullback, and I just think this is another one of those names where I don't know if you want to buy the rip right now, but I'm pretty sure you want to think about buying the dip. I know I had said that Amazon's not like something I'm super excited for 2026. I'm not that excited about it, but I still own it and still would like to buy some more of it. It's just, I don't know. I wait to see what AWS, I think their first quarter is going to be somewhat decisive. Can they continue to grow AWS and what that looks like and what some of their other segments look like this year as well? They're still involved with space and everything. So there's going to be some good thematic plays this year for Amazon, I believe, as well. So I actually think Amazon does have a good opportunity to get going this year. So we'll see if it dips down. It could be a good one to buy in any dips and weakness, if there is any anyways.
That's true, and you said space is going to be a theme this year for them, and one of the other themes this year has been, last year I should say, has been power, nuclear power specifically. I saw SMR and Oklo on that list. We showed how all that exuberance and the gap up on Friday because Meta was making big deals, spent most of the day falling down. Like the only one that actually made a move was like very early. There was this trend break just kind of randomly happened here in SMR, and it was able to kind of break and go $1 and then immediately gave back. But it's not all bad because it did hold on to or has held on to that $20 level, which has been, it's kind of a big one. It did reject the 50-period moving average, but We slide on over. This had consolidated, just chilling with resistance at 20. So for it to not break down yet, I think you kind of give it a couple more days to bounce off this 20 and maybe regain some of that. We see it a lot where there'll be like a big gap up, and then everyone's all exuberant about a stock. It fits in the gap, and then the day after, it's like, oh, but look at the stuff they did to sell it off on the good news. And you come back a couple of days later, and it's stabilized, and it's going again. So I think that could be the place that we're at with SLR. We're going to be watching that 20 level for sure this week. If we bounce off a couple times, and you want to start going, trying that long again, just to fill in this gap. And, we always have a caveat with them or Oklo. It's not as if they're making money. That being said, you are starting to see some of the ramp up, and I guess it's really just about the momentum. The momentum come back into the name. So you got a nice move, a little bit of continuation. I think we're just on the precipice of having a shot to break out again here at tomorrow. Watch that 20 level closely this week. Yep, lot to watch for sure. And I see in the chat, Darius is asking when Palantir earnings are. After the second. This was another one. There's a
Feb 2nd?
This was another one. If you look at, I was just talking about with XR, you have like a big, massive volatility day, and then you're just like, okay, well, what happens next? Does it consolidate off of that? Who would have thought? I certainly thought on Friday that you were going to get more action out of Palantir, and Palantir ends up doing pretty much just sat there inside of a relatively tight range compared to the prior 2 days. Sometimes what you're looking for, it comes down a little bit, and then you get that ramp up again. Consolidation can be a good thing. So this is another one to watch without a particular catalyst outside of the fact that defense names have been strong. But yeah, it was oddly quiet. I mean, the stock went from dropping $2 to sitting inside at a 1.5% range. I think that it's not going to do this like the quiet day most days. Usually on Palantir lately, you're getting the bigger move. So don't sleep on some of the ones that might have lulled you into the false sense of complacency or whatever it might be. But yeah, lots of colors to the deck. We're all in like light colors today. Like I can't remember the last time nobody wore blue around here. Like
I'm
somebody
still
had
in green.
weird.
Trying to live
Like
trying to live in the past.
There it is. Got to.
Be back at some point. Okay, youngest team in the NFL.
Yeah,
Okay, maybe that's 9 years, but we still get it all the time. Okay, it's going to be an interesting day. I was thinking about what I'm trying to work on this sticky note here. There's just so many opportunities, whether or not it's in the financials. You just talked about nuclear names. We haven't even talked about Capital One and like how it's going to affect credit. You up to Amazon, Affirm. We talked a little bit about Apple here today, and then we're in earnings season starting tomorrow again. With these Intel moving around today as well. We covered Google. We haven't mentioned many of these big names. You did mention Meta earlier, the power story from Friday there, and there should be ASTS. Like there's a lot of people excited about some of these thematic plays heading into the new year. So I think that's going to be something that we're going to talk about a lot at 3 p.m. VAV is a good one. Palantir. So there's just so many names that continue to move around. And Tesla, you mentioned what they had there. APLD is moving. Everything is moving. Applied Digital. So it's going to be a very, very busy week. And we're excited for it. I'm excited for earnings season because right now you get Fed. Oh, I was looking at this. The Fed interest rate 2.0 is still the same, right? I mean, despite everything that's been happening here for Fed Chair Powell, as you get closer and closer, he's a sitting president, sitting chair. So it just means that he's going to be a sitting duck. So it means lame duck. He's going to be out there May. So that's not anything sort of is not affecting this sort of an outcome right here. This has always been pretty aggressive, but it was 88%, I believe, last week, and bump up to 95% that we're not going to cut in January. So there was some talk about that. JP Morgan on Friday came out and said no rate cuts for the rest of the year. So that was a little aggressive of a target there. So we'll see how much that affects. We do have Michael coming through here this morning, so we'll hear what he has to say about any of this heading into earnings season. It should be an exciting one. I don't know, boys. I'm more excited for this earnings season just because of the backdrop we have and the new year. Should be a good one starting this week. Make sure you guys do hit the like and the subscribe. We'll be covering it all for you. And especially it's cool that we start early now because the banks are in the pre.
Exactly. So we have more time to go over some of the, especially the morning earnings when they're that critical. That's hilarious. That's so weird. You guys wouldn't know this, but like we said so critical just as a dude in our area was talking about critical metals.
Oh, really? I muted all.
That's another name that we have to talk about today that's capped up again as well. The more Greenland talk. There's so much to cover. I know Michael Noss is waiting. We're going to get to him right now. See what's on his mind on a busy morning.
I want to mention this real quick. VIX has been absolutely sleeping since the beginning of the year. I never got the memo that the holidays were over, but we did get a little bit of a gap up this morning. Really starting to fade off, sadly. So if you're looking for a little bit more volatility this morning on the back of some of these macro headlines, I mean, the VIX already going back to sleep as it was. But let's bring in Michael Noss here and talk about an area of the market that has had a lot of discussion over the past couple of weeks here with what has happened in Venezuela and what's happened with the energy market in general on the back of that, and how things have actually fundamentally shifted and changed, I think, anyways, because of what has happened specifically. And we talked with Raheem Alani last week a little bit about the Canadian side of this story and how it's really not good for our energy sector, Michael Noss. But from a technical standpoint, let's jump into what we need to know here as far as oil and energy is concerned.
Yeah, absolutely. And this has probably been the most frustrating trade, I think, in the market in 5-10 years now, where oil and energy hasn't really gone anywhere. If we can actually go one chart up there, up to the top, and perfect. And this is kind of what got me started on this, is that oil's been very frustrating. Right? It hasn't moved in many, many years. There's been little dips. Now that we're getting it in the news a little bit more, it might be time to start looking a little bit harder at the sector and stocks in play. And I came across this chart on the weekend from my buddy Jason Pers, who's a fund manager who trades commodities exclusively. So this is a real good guy to follow for these type of things. He published this chart right here, and it takes a little bit to go through, so I'll try to explain it quickly. So the top chart is gold. We all know what's been happening with gold, and then below that is copper. And generally, if you're looking through time, this chart goes back, many years, 30 years or something crazy time frame. And you notice quite often gold starts to get people interested in the commodity sector and starts to get maybe more fund managers putting heavier weights in the commodity sector in general, because generally speaking, commodities don't move, and that's a good thing, right? We don't want wild moves in copper and oil and all these things all the time, because that's hard for economies and for individuals to deal with if the price of energy is moving that much. But historically, you get this move in gold that starts an interest in commodities. Then you get the middle area, which is generally followed by a move in copper, right? These things aren't one-to-one, but sometime later, if you have a big move in gold, you generally get a move in copper. And then you get a move in oil. And you can see with the green line at the bottom, that's the oil chart. For most of the time, when you have these big push-ups in gold, these big push-ups in copper, you get good moves following in oil. But not this time, at least not yet, right? So that's kind of got me to kind of dive in under the hood and take a look at if I think we could potentially look for a breakout and what could potentially get played on. So this next chart came from Bar Chart, and this is the commitment of trader data. You guys have not heard me talk about the commitment of trader data for a very long time, and it's because when the government shut down, you think that when it reopened, they would just give you all the old data and go from there. But it took until about now for us to get caught up. So quick summary of the commitment of trader data, as you have to report if you are a futures trader, even if you guys are as retail traders, your broker reports your positioning, and that gets reported every week, and then they sum up all the positioning, and we have this chart here. So we're really focused on this green line, and this green line is how long speculators are. In some markets, you see this kind of oscillate between long and short, and speculators we want to look at because they're normally wrong. Just on average, they're normally wrong. The red line is the opposite of that. That's the commercial hedgers. Those are the guys who kind of know a little bit more. And you'll notice they never get short. And that's because they never get short oil because the commercial hedgers are always short oil. And that's just the base of a commodity. Think if you're an airline, you're always kind of short oil because what you're doing is you're locking in future prices so that your airline company can budget what they need for fuel. But they're almost short, and they're as less long as they've ever been in like the last 5 years. And these are the guys that are normally wrong. So think about this as the potential of kind of a short squeeze in oil that could be happening. And then you combine that with last week's candle, which was pretty bullish in nature. So we have this kind of, I guess, seasonality aspect in which copper generally leads oil. And now we have nobody really positioned long oil, not from small speculators, not from the short speculators or the long speculators or the big guys or the small guys. Nobody is really long oil. That makes it interesting to me. They're as, off to the other side as they've been in a long time. And then we just take a look here at XLE. So the next chart here is just a weekly chart of XLE. Now, XLE is not just oil. This is energy. So it's going to include all the different energy factors. And this is why the trade has been so frustrating. This small base that we have at the top of the range, this goes all the way back to 2021. So, when I say this has been a very frustrating trade, it has been, but not always. You can see kind of pretty wild gyrations that happen in XLE. We just haven't gotten those recently. So as we're kind of butting up against this high, there's some signs that I want to look at for a breakout. And the first one I always like is a compression in volatility. So this next chart is a monthly chart of the XLE. So we're zooming out a little bit longer, but this bottom indicator is essentially the width of your Bollinger Bands. And, I know a lot of people in this audience probably know what Bollinger Bands are, but they're a volatility metric. And if you're looking at, if their Bollinger Bands are very wide, that means the volatility is very high, and volatility is normally mean reverting, which means that if we get squeezed enough like a spring, then eventually there's a move one way or another that expands that volatility outwards. So you can kind of see that in that chart. 2018, 2019, very low volatility. Then we had 2021 to 2022, very high volatility. And now we're back to that low volatility. So if we're betting that volatility is going to expand in the XLE and in oil, and that all of these people who are not positioned in oil are going to have to catch up at some point, there is a potential here for a breakout that becomes very, very compelling. And you could take the oil side, you could take XLE, there's some leveraged ETFs. But one place that I noticed a lot of relative strength that I think it's kind of worthwhile to look into is if we go down to the last chart, this is another ETF, just OIH. And this is oil, this is the VanEck Oil Services ETF. So you're not even talking about the commodity anymore, you're talking about the people who service the commodity. So think refiners and think, shippers and all the way down. So they're not the guys who pull it out of the ground and do all that. They're the guys to refine it. And without getting, really into the whole Venezuela thing, from everything that I've heard talking to friends of mine who are energy traders, is this is a type of oil that needs a lot of refinement. It doesn't come out of the ground as good as in the Middle East or anything like that. And, Brendan talked about that. It's kind of like the oil up here in Canada. It's not a really easy oil to just take and put to use. So these refiners that have had an amazing uptrend when nothing else is moving, well, if we start to get that breakout in XLE and we start to get that breakout in oil, this could be a trend that could continue. And under the hood here, you have your CVXs and your Exxons and all of these different companies. And I think you can just kind of pick and choose whichever one you like the best for whatever reason. Or again, if you want to stick to the ETF, you look at that. So that's my kind of case for oil. What I need to see happen is just that breakout. I think that's the easiest way to play that. If we start to get the breakout in the XLE and, we start to get this push up in oil, that I think kind of confirms, right there. So we start to get a break over like 50, 52 there, then that's interesting. And until then, I think you just ride out because I'm not worried about XLE falling apart, but I am worried about just more of a chop up. So for me, if I'm going to take this, I think it's got to be a long-term trade. I'm not looking to come in and buy this and hold it for a couple of days and take it out. I want to get a fairly large position if we get a little bit of a breakout here. It's why I'm kind of floating towards the ETFs and that type of thing, and just make it like a part of my net worth for a period of time. If you want to get more, into it and go from there, there might be some more opportunity, but hey, maybe finally time for some energy moving.
A lot of the narrative, a lot of the talk, and I know you're looking specifically at the technical side of things, a lot of the narrative, though, going into this year was lowering the costs and lowering, the prices that people are paying at the pumps. If there's a concerted effort towards the economic side of things and the consumer side of things in that way? Does this even happen?
I could see, and again, it's like the whole world wants to keep the price of oil stable. And again, that's good for us, right? You've got OPEC and all these guys on one side, and you've got everyone on the other side. And everyone wants just the price of energy to be stable, because then they know how much it costs to fly their planes and, do their shipping and build stuff and all of that. So everyone wants it to be stable, which is kind of one big knock against, what I'm looking to do. That's why I think the actual producers could actually be a place, or the refiners and things like that, where they might just be able to get more and refine it out, and then the end product price might be lower, but they get a little bit of a cut from the refiner. So think of them as kind of like the middleman. They're buying at X price and then they're just selling at Y price. They don't really care if those two prices are really high or really low, as long as their spread is okay. And then the more they produce, the more money they'll end up making. So that's why I'm kind of gravitating towards that. But yeah, I think you're right. It's like everyone in the world wants these prices to be fairly low and stable. And that might be why it's been such a frustrating trade for so long.
Exactly. And the interesting part of this is that continues to be the narrative and will be for the foreseeable future. But as you said, from a technical standpoint, you look at some of these charts, it's kind of saying something different. It's not necessarily saying, okay, prices are coming in, demand might be declining, but overall, a lot of these charts still look really strong.
Yeah, and this is my bias as a technician, but I always think price drives narrative. We have just a funny saying in technical analysis that there's no better way to change sentiment than price. If price is tanking, then sentiment's going to be awful. If price is ripping, then sentiment's going to be awesome. So I'm kind of one of those where I think the narrative can catch up at some point. And it might just be that there are pockets inside the energy sector that end up doing very well. And so we're not looking at oil as a whole moving higher. We're not really looking at natural gas as a whole moving higher, but it might just be these companies that just get to produce more over time. And then their margins don't really increase, but just the top line increases because they're able to refine more oil because they're getting it from Venezuela and they're getting it from other places that they weren't before. So that's, kind of beyond me. That's a little more high level thinking. That's more CFA stuff, but just, pulling back the narrative the best I can and looking at the charts, it seems like nobody is positioned for this breakout higher. So if we get this breakout higher, then at some point they got to catch up.
A 2.5-year consolidation, possibly coming to an end here. So great stuff. Worth keeping an eye on. Michael Noss, good to see you.
Good to see you. Have a good week.
All right, fantastic stuff as always by Mr. Michael Noss. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst activity here this morning. We're going to start things off with the downgrades. At the top of the list, we have CrowdStrike going from an overweight to a sector weight here by KeyCorp. You're down 2% in the pre-market sessions. Now, as for CoreWeave, going from a neutral to a sell by Goldman Sachs, you're down 1.4% here in the pre-market. Now, GitLab also getting the downgrade as well, too, guys. Equal weight to overweight with a price target aimed of around $34 by Barclays. And then we have Rivian by Wolfe Research getting the downgrade down 2.7% here this morning, going from a peer perform to an underperform. That is going to be your downgrade side of things. Now, as for some of the analyst actions on the upgrade side, you can see that Applied Materials continuing its climb higher, guys. Take a look at that daily. It's some nice price action. We're going from a neutral weight to positive, and you're down here in the pre-market, only 0.4% roughly. And then Datadog as well, too, guys. Equal weight to overweight, you're down 0.39% with a price target of around $180 by Morgan Stanley. Now, Palantir, here's to find out if Sean is going to be rolling over this pick this year. But Citigroup giving it the nod. You're up 0.6%, closer to 7, and you're going from a neutral to a buy with a price target of around $235. The trade desk also getting the nod, guys, by MoffettNathanson. Price target of around $39. You're up 0.7%. And you are also going from a sell to a neutral weight, and that is going to be your analyst actions this morning, guys.
Yeah, Joe just gave a bit of a notion. Palantir on that list. One thing we can also do when you talk about our picks this afternoon for 2026 is maybe go over 2025 picks and what would you do with it? Would you hold it? Would you trim it? Would you sell it all? Would you add to it? I think that would be pretty interesting. I can end up looking at, hey, a downgrade today on Rivian, actually moving it, and we're down 3% on Rivian. The other thing to consider is, well, guess where we're back to? We're pretty much back to that breakout on the daily and almost the 50 period moving average. I don't know why I say 15. The 50 period moving average, which is the teal line in here. So I think Rivian's like a day or two away from the bounce spot. At least technically speaking, it's going to be that prior high, I think somewhere before we get to $17.50. That's a 50 period. And you're only $1 away from that. I don't necessarily know that there's any particular reason it would be weak enough to make that move there today, but it is certainly within shot. So I'm going to throw that somewhere on the old iPad to look for the dip buy this week on Rivian off that 50 period moving average. So we're at 18.5-ish now. 17.5 is that mark. So we'll look for some kind of a pullback. And if I zoom in further, that 17.5, that's also that mid-December when we had those two big rally days, which really did the entire move. We've slid back in and we've almost given up that entire move. So I think that's the spot to look for the next bounce from Rivian, and the downgrade could give us a chance to see that this week.
Yeah, so you mentioned Palantir there. I mean, I like it to be just because today, obviously, you catch the upgrade from Citigroup there. Defense spending, they're talking about it being a super cycle. So this will be on the note for myself today, looking for dip buys into 177 or something on PLT. I'm not sure if it's going to be a play this year. You're going to have to wait till 3 o'clock to find out all about that. But yeah, we're breaking through this 190, I think, is a nice area to think about a breakout now for PLTR. So it's looking juicy in that respect. And then even on the daily here, 180 to take out sort of where we battled with last midweek and then pop through it. And then so we've spent a day or two above 180. We'll see if we can do that today on an upgrade, but would much rather prefer something in this little area here, 177 or change. So yeah, thanks, Joe. Do like the Palantir call. We'll wait to see if we have to make a play on this later on or not, but Palantir right here today is going to make the list, which I'm going to publish in just a matter of seconds. So I do like Palantir there today on an upgrade, and you know, it's up 0.64% here in what's been a pretty flat-ish morning to choppy, just back and forth, back and forth. We'll have to wait to the bell to see what exactly happens with some of these financials. And then a name like a Palantir, does it continue to hold up, or do we swing a little lower there as well? And then people mentioning Tesla a little bit here today as well. Do we get back up to that 450 level from Friday? That could be an interesting spot to look short if that does get going back there for TSLA after 3 or 4, actually I guess just 2 up days. Count today. We'll see where that winds up there as well. But yeah, so for me, Palantir on my mind with all of those upgrades and downgrades. But
before we go back,
yeah, go.
I don't hear anything, but AMD spiking a little bit here. Just went up like a couple of bucks, almost green. AMD was gapped down and red this morning. Looking over to see if, like, this is NVIDIA. NVIDIA's not moving. So there might be something specific to AMD happening right now. Maybe let's see if Intel's going to be moving. Again, nothing in my ear. No, Intel's literally barcoding as well. So this could be a little something. If you had AMD on your list, certainly a little bit of a spike. Maybe someone just fat fingered a little bit early. No idea, but we haven't heard any news. Like, nothing's come in the ear, but that was a pretty decent volume spike. It's a 1% move to the upside, but if there isn't any continuation, I wouldn't read too much into it, but it just tried to fill in the gap. Like, this stock was threatening to break 200 even until a couple of moments ago when we just caught that little bit of a bid. We closed at 03, which is a double bottom, so that'll be a very critical level here at 203. Yeah, so a bit of a volume spike on AMD. Still haven't heard anything with regards to news. Maybe somebody just getting in a little bit early. There's a lot to watch. Like, we don't even have a specific catalyst for the semis, and yet here we are with them moving around a little bit here, boys.
Yeah, just through some comments here. Not much on the news side of things yet. We'll keep an eye out for AMD. Somebody just put it. Silver's up 20% in 2026.
Oh my goodness.
Just this year, 20% for silver. It's absolutely ripping here this morning as well. And not everything's good. Downside, they cut their holiday guidance. That just passed, obviously. Not a lot of volume either behind this morning, but downside in a pretty big way here for AEO. 2 weeks, 3 weeks, we'll call it, until we get into some of the retailers on the earnings side of things. So we'll have to wait and see how that actually comes through. But typically when they straight up come out and say things weren't good before they actually report, tends to follow through. So down to $24 here for American Eagle.
Yeah, dropping here aggressive 10%, Brendo, to start the trading day. So here's what is going on. They raised their fourth quarter operating income. However, they now expect operating income to be within the range of about 167, 170 million from a prior range of 155 to 160. It also does assume about $50 million of tariff headwinds. The CEO said momentum continued in the fourth quarter with a record December sales fueled by the power of our brand, especially with strong growth at area and offline. But as we've talked about before, a lot of the gains, so to speak, on the top line number for AEO were actually driven by the American Eagle brand. It was some of their auxiliary brands like Aerie. So we'll have to see how this works out here, Brendo, but a big drop to start the morning.
Just seeing Goldman Sachs coming up here. Not really moving around here this morning. Wow, this thing's up to 950. Goldman Sachs saying they expect the Fed to cut rates just 1/4 of percentage point in June and September, back from its previous forecast of 3 for the entire year. So people reining in their forecast this morning. That's probably the second or third one I've seen as far as 2026 goes. I mean, who knows now with what's going to happen with Fed Chair Powell, and if there is actually an indictment. This is now the third attempt, I want to say, from the Trump administration to actually go after individuals on the Fed. Now they're just going right to the top.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch. I mean, we want to see, he's claiming he doesn't have anything to do with it, but obviously, you know, my spidey sense says there's something other going on. The Department of Justice obviously leading the investigation. We'll have to wait and see. But it's basically testimony that he gave back in June to the Senate. That's what's being called into question. He's alleged to have perjured himself during that testimony because it was given under oath. So all that will come to light. But you feel that this is just more tactical pressure by the administration to get rates lower, as this is, let's call a spade, an election year. And for these rates to have an effect, there is obviously a lag time, 6 months, 8 months, whatever it is, Brendo, which may not allow him as president or as Fed Chair Powell is expected to leave in May and be replaced. That may not be enough time from May into the November elections for any rate cuts to have a meaningful effect.
And what's the play here? You know, get them out of the way before May, or just maybe tie them up, you know, so you get anything until there's a switch in May? You know, it's a little confusing from that side.
And Fed Chair Powell said he's not going to give in to the pressure if this is it's being done for the pressure. So if, you know, it was like the other option that you were saying, hey, put a little bit of a pressure on him so that he could get the rate cuts, or instead of replacing him, he says he's not going to do it.
It almost seems confusing, but let's see what happens. Goldman trying to get back above 932. Goldman Thursday this week. JP Morgan tomorrow morning, guys. As you said, I mean, typically the banks come out super early, like 7:30 in the morning, but we'll definitely be able to cover them for you. Again, start time 8 o'clock if you're just joining. We've bumped it back 30 minutes. So again, banks Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, guys.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're coming in hot, and they're all doing so on strength. And obviously, there's a little bit. I mean, this morning, of course, with the credit card interest rate cap headline from Friday, because actually the news was on Friday, the market gets to react to it this morning. You're going to see a little bit of weakness, but you look at the trend on Goldman Sachs, you look at the trend on JPM. Ooh, Monday charts. There we go. We'll get there. You look at the trend on JPM. They've been pretty solid. I think it'd be an overreaction to kind of dump these on this credit card headline. Absolutely. But I think this is going to be an opportunity for some of the banks. And when you're looking specifically at ETF, like the XLF, which I'll throw up last year, this was my pick, or one of the 3 picks for last year. This was the one that was disappointing. To be honest with you, like it was. I remember the year being like, oh my goodness, like it's just not going anywhere. But you know what? It's been very steady since it broke out. Like we broke out back here in the middle of early mid-December. It's been putting in some higher lows. That's getting threatened a little bit. If this loses 54, it'll be a pretty big deal. But I still think you buy the dip going back into the prior highs, like last year's almost all year high, by that dip, and then go back into the trend. It's just going to require a little bit of patience. Not rocket ships. They've been very, very steady. I expect to see strong quarters. We feel like we always get the same thing, which is like, oh my goodness, look how much money they make, and they disappoint in terms of price action. And then you look back at about 12 o'clock on the day of the major bank earnings, and you're like, oh, well, I guess when they made all that boatloads of money and we're down 2%, that was a good buy after all. Like, I feel like we say that all the time. So once the conference calls are done and it's like 10:30, sometimes it's a really good buying opportunities on those. We'll see. Starting on Tuesday and all the week we get the bank earnings, but I think this is still a buy the dip theme for this year.
Yeah, so I agree for this year, but I, should have we talked about it on Thursday when I was here, and I was not here on Friday, that I think getting out of the banks ahead of earnings is the right thing to do. I don't see Jamie Dimon coming and talking, all, red roses and all that kind of stuff. I think that there is a lot of risk right now associated. This is what happened, last earnings call. They had fallen back down pretty good there. I don't think we didn't get to 290, but we fall back into this area where there was some support, where it got bought up at 300. I think we could retest $300 again here for JP Morgan. So if you can withstand 5 or 6, 7% to the downside, I think for all the banks, and you're probably in the proper spot. So I would wait for it to dip down. I just don't see, and it's had dramatic moves, right? Most of these come-ups here are on earnings. So, this was February, bang, to the downside. This is their early, last year at this time. So now you're starting to see potentially, I don't think there's any chinks in the armor or anything like that. The whole credit card business will get all figured out and not too worried about it. But I do look at, it was 330, almost 340. Now you're down to 320. So you're already down 6 or 7% there. And I do feel like there is a potential flush out coming tomorrow, actually, for JP Morgan on earnings. So I'll have to hear what Jamie Dimon says. He's just very practical, and I think he's going to be pretty conservative in looking forward. And I'm a little worried, to be honest with you, about the highs in the banks right now. So I would not be buying anything today, tomorrow, or even this week. Let it settle down and see what those reports are. There's going to be banks that win and banks that lose. And if there's going to be one that wins, I would say most likely Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, the ones that are talking about mergers and acquisitions, and that can take advantage
and IPOs.
Of the investment bank scenario. So, that's what I'm thinking. So, you can see here Goldman's holding up similarly to JP Morgan, a little stronger in the Goldman Sachs side of things. So I really like bank stocks for the year, but they're not too exciting for me heading into this earnings report. So we'll wait to see what's going on there. And, SoFi is a bank that obviously I like as well. That's going to be a name that probably gets talked about tonight at some point. So
I'd imagine so.
Yeah, so we'll see. Gold and silver, I see you have gold up.
I'm sure we'll talk. That's the thing. I know we're going to go back to the desk in a quick little second, but I just I saw someone I think it was actually even Kalshi that tweeted out, "Hey, silver at an all-time high." I'm like, really? You needed to tweet that? Every time these things gap up, you're at an all-time. You're at a price that you never reached before. But just looking at what's happening right now, we just tagged a new fresh top on GLD, maybe slowing a little bit here, but it was just a secondary push. So we're already gapped up. We'd already broken once. Now you're breaking out again in both gold and silver, more or less the same chart, 7% here for SLV, and they just literally minutes ago took some fresh highs. So the strength in the metals continues. I don't think the fill the gap by the dip thing is going to come into play. When we come in in the morning and it's we're sitting here 75 half to 76 is the range. The whole dip and rip, some of these prices seem more realistic, into the whole 75 area. Now all of a sudden that seems a little bit less likely. We have to kind of alter the plan, look at things like VWAP, pre-market lows for sure. But it's about 9 o'clock. We'll have a look at the futures, see what they're doing, get into the run or the watch list, the free watch list that is, which is pretty busy for a Monday morning.
I have not seen any additional news on this yet, but Banks with a bit of a downtick there once again. But yeah, let's have a look at the market and then we'll get right into things.
That's where we closed up on the spot on Friday. We're down 0.5% here. We hit all-time highs on Friday, so a good look, but gapping down on some negative news here with the Fed chair. So we're trying to hold 690 here on the 4-hour chart. So we're going to say, look, our first area of support is going to be the 690, high 689s. If we really get going, we had a lot of trouble taking out 692.5. In fact, we used that 692.5 as a period of resistance for a few days. We'll say that is our first area of resistance, Brendo.
Big week to come. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you jump down to the description of this video. Top link there will get you to the sign-up page for the watch list. Very, very simple. All you need is an email address, and then you get everything you need to know sent right to your inbox every single morning. And then you come join us at 8 o'clock. Again, we'll bring you these Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday this week, but let's talk about banks here. Downside this morning, not on earnings, but banks downside this morning on this credit card headline. I think it's important to say or preface this by saying that there's no timeline here. There's no real detail behind this. It's just Trump himself coming out saying that they want to look at capping interest rates on credit cards at 10% for 1 year in an effort to make things a little bit more affordable, which is, let's be honest, very much needed and a great thought and a great idea. But this is not good for some of these banks.
Absolutely not, because this is where they make their money, and it's one of the most higher risk unsecured types of lending there is out there. So let's talk about U.S. financial stocks sold off after, as Brendo mentioned, President Trump called for a 10% cap on credit card interest rates that would start January 20th. It raised immediate concerns around the profitability, the credit availability, and the regulatory overreach that something like that would have. You had names react immediately. American Express dropped 4.5%. Visa and MasterCard each dropped 2% each, but you saw some real blood there with Capital One dropping over 10%. But it wasn't all bad. These buy now, pay later names, they showed relative resistance. We're talking about the Affirms, the Squares, the Upstarts. They outperformed, the firm actually rising about 5% overnight. Strategists think here, look, a rate cap could benefit these BNPL providers if banks tighten credit access, as people will look for other forms of credit. But several analysts from a legal perspective, Breno, they're saying, look, these national interest kind of rate caps have been tried before under previous administrations. A lot of people are saying he's going to need to go to Congress for this.
We'll see what happens. Citigroup looks like the worst off here this morning, 116.50, trying to hold right now, but huge gap downside. I mean, BAC is pretty ugly at this point as well, but again, earnings coming up tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday for this group as well.
Yeah, as you said, no timeline for this specifically, but I kind of feel like when we ignore, or the market ignores what the president is saying, sometimes it feels right early, and then it just ends up being like, why did we ignore that? When you look back later in the session. So I'm looking specifically at like a firm, and when you look at the banks, it's like, okay, well, we got earnings coming this week, and they were already a lot of them were already pulling back. So I don't wonder if it's like, okay, well, stay away from them until at least after earnings. But a firm was consolidating on a breakout anyways before this headline. And then you factor in that I think obviously, this is the kind of thing that can bode well for them for sure. Like I don't see it as being, it's hard to encapsulate it as a negative for the alternatives. And it's just a consolidation breakout anyway. So, well, the prior high at 83. So like from that standpoint, like if there was like any catalyst that was causing this move, consolidation, and then break higher, I'd probably be telling you, the whole pullback into prior high deal and see if we can hold on. Like that's going to be 83 pretty clearly. Thursday and Friday, same high. And then you go to Wednesday's close. So I'm going to have this one on radar. We're pretty much, we're almost there at the open. So I want to go for a bounce play specifically on a firm. And ultimately it just came down to, this was already strong. This was already making a bit of a technical break through this level anyways. So look for it to hold and just kind of continue on the path that it already had, as opposed to trying to guess, something new here, like a Citi. Because I see like this massive gap down on Citi 2 days before their earnings. And realistically, it's like, okay, well, do I want to overreact to this, saying this is a trend break, it's going to absolutely fall? I don't know that that's the way I want to go. So I'd just rather play over in Affirm. That's the stock in fintech that I'll be on for sure. And we'll see how it goes. I think certainly the banks are going to be in play. And if we start to see, like if I start to see this falling all over itself, joining a trend is certainly always a possibility, but Affirm for me.
All right, just saw Uber downside here, just made a new low on the session. There's a lawsuit they're going to be fighting here this week in Arizona. This thing got absolutely cracked on Friday, just straight downside. Actually ended the session a little bit off the lows, but pretty ugly day on Friday. Here we are down to 84.54. Uber that had a pretty quick start to the year on the upside. As we've been mentioning, both gold and silver with all-time highs this morning. Back to the upside in a pretty big way. I mean, silver hit 8% at one point here. Today, it's up 20% so far in 2026.
Unreal. I can't believe. Wow.
It's crazy.
You leave for a week and this is what happens?
Yeah.
By the way, guys, the Uber story is on my morning note. So if you want a bit more of a deep dive into what's going on with Uber, make sure to subscribe if you don't already have a premium membership. All right, let's talk about this. Gold surged to fresh all-time highs above $4,600 an ounce, extending that powerful risk-off rally that we've been talking about. Brendo mentioning the strength of silver already year-to-date. Gold's already up 6% year-to-date after a 65% gain in 2025. You know, momentum's really been driven by a rare alignment of policy uncertainty, geopolitical risk, macro tailwinds, and of course, as we've been talking about, the institutional buying specifically by world central banks as they accumulate gold and silver rather than hoarding the US dollar as they typically have, Brendo. And as we talked about, Iran coming into focus, Venezuela into focus, people are now talking about instability in Cuba, whether or not that's accurate or not. These geopolitical tensions typically have a way of buoying gold.
And dollar weakness as well, helping this to the upside today also. That being said, big ugly reversal candle underway here right now for, if you just bring up SLV, huge gap higher. But downside, we're giving a little bit back right now, guys.
But if you look at the other gap up days recently in silver, like gap up, like there's been healthy pullbacks in go, gap up, that ended green. There's this one gap day, I think is like, that's gonna be the cautionary tale, because most of the gaps have been pretty good, but this gap day here, you'll see like at the open, like you gapped up, but you hadn't broken the pre-market high. And then you actually immediately were failing lower. So this is different from that. But what needs to happen is you need to hold that pre-market range on these gaps up. Like sometimes you can have a fake break of the low and then go, but that's what I'm looking for now, because ultimately, if you close underneath the pre-market low on these gap up days, it's just, I'm gonna say like a 15-minute candle, it's not been good. And then you're starting to look for that failed breakout going the other direction. VWAP just got lost, so that makes it a little bit weaker in here today, but you haven't done the fail of the pre-market low yet. So I think that's going to be the key for me. It's 75 on SLV is what I'll be watching here at the open. And if we can't hold that, then I jump away from this. And the other thing about silver is most of the good days to the long side, like you've been able to just sort of grab VWAP, play off of that, grab VWAP multiple times on Friday. When it's trending to the upside, it's not the kind of thing that you need to have been in at 9:30. That's just not how it's been with silver. Like that need to make sure you catch the low in the first 5 or 10 minutes, simply not true in this rally. If anything, like trying to force that is exactly what can get you into trouble. So I'll be a little bit patient because it's distinctly different from obviously what we were seeing 15 minutes ago. That little trend up has been broken, but we still have the pre-market low to be able to hold on to.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are like, you know, they're thinking typical silver, but it's not your typical silver. I mean, this thing was up 150%, and as Brendan said, surprisingly up that 20 plus points already this year. So I just think that this is going to be a play that needs to not be ignored. Not that it's been ignored, but it's now breaking out, and this could be, again, another great call for 2026 as we have, you know, use case for silver. It's an industrial metal there. We'll have to figure out if it holds this 74 level, but yeah, I think any dips into there is worth a try 100 times over as silver just continues, you know, to be a mover. As far as Agnico and some of these different mining companies that you can take advantage of. This is, pretty much been best of breed for a while. So I would say AEM continues to outshine the rest. I mean, we had Raheem on, which was it Wednesday, Brendan, or Thursday? Wednesday of last week, if you want to go back and check that out. Talks about the mining, the energy cycles as well happening both here in Canada, and gave us some good ideas about South America with Venezuela and whatnot kicking through. But look at AEM. I mean, again, like a name that was a monster for the year, and then just now you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 straight up days, and add another 3.2% to this name here today as well. So a couple mining plays to look out for, AEM, and then FCX, which starts going with copper as well, as that has made another move today, and CopX, and there goes Freeport. So there's so many plays that can get you outside of what we just talked about, the banks, and then outside of what's about to come here. While retail is actually another good spot, and then after that we start to talk about some of the tech names. But if you're trying to diversify here, I think metals and mining probably a little bit of a spot that you want to start to add to your portfolio. If you haven't already. And no, I don't think it's too late. I think with all this cycles about monetary policy and, the devaluation of the dollar and what that means to the overall stock market, if you're worried about that and where your dollar's going, I mean, gold's up another 2% here today, and that just broke out to all-time highs today again as well. So it's just a story of people a little worried about what the Fed independence. We talked about that being questioned. Obviously, we saw what happened overnight there with the president. He's probably not going to, I think he'll pull back a little bit on some of this, but it's not just about the fact that he's mad about, all the money that they spent building this and that. I think it's just questioning sort of the role there and what it means for the tariffs and what it means for the president to have control over that space. And we're going to see with a new Fed-elect chairman coming, and elected, of course, and positioned there by President Trump. So we're going to have to figure out who he puts in. I bet you it's going to be someone that's going to be somewhat dovish, and we'll see if there's going to be some rate cuts coming in the new year. But we just saw in January that there are no rate cuts here, so that should help spurn more. President Trump just truth posted something. New president of Meta, apparently. New president. President of Meta. Wait a minute. What does that mean? Okay, well, there's a nice move up there. If it was this Meta, I don't know. Yeah, META. Yeah. Congratulations, Dina Powell McCormick, new president of Meta. All right, so shares spiking there. President Trump agrees on a new Meta.
Serves with the administration.
What a surprise. Good move by Mark Zuckerberg there, getting in. If there's any administration, boys, that you want to get on the right side of, I would say it's this one, Sharif.
100% agree, Sean. Yeah. 100% agree.
Might have had a little bit to do with that, but never mind. Walmart here. Back to the upside this morning. We had a pretty good day on Friday. I remember there was so much weakness across the entire board, really, on Friday going into the weekend here, depending on where you were looking. I was just double checking. I mean, we're more than a month away from Walmart earnings and some of the retail companies starting to report. So long way to go. And it's interesting. I on the weekend went through this earnings season. Right. And it's very spread out. We get the banks this week, and then it's 2 weeks until we get into some of the bigger tech names. So, a little bit more spread out than I think we're typically used to seeing. But yeah, Walmart, Google going to integrate Gemini right into shopping online.
It's not the first time we've heard of this from Walmart. They're already tying it up with chat, Brendo. But hey, more LLMs, the better. As we know, not everybody is using chat, including myself. Chat's cut. Walmart and Google announced a partnership that will let shoppers use Google's Gemini AI assistant to discover and buy products directly from Walmart, as well as Sam's Club. The feature will launch in the US first, and then we're going to get international expansion. And we don't know the financial terms, nor do we know the timeline here. It's responding, though, to changing consumer behavior, where shoppers are increasingly starting their search in AI chatbots rather than going directly to the company website. This complements their earlier partnership, as I mentioned, with ChatGPT Instant Checkout. Walmart's deliberately working with multiple platforms, Brendo. They don't want to rely on one LLM, and they're also continuing to develop their own internal AI called, lovingly, Sparky, that you can go on to the Walmart website, have a conversation with Sparky, and then Sparky will let you know, what products should be using there. Incoming CEO John Furner framed AI as the next major AI revolution. He emphasized, the speed and convenience that you're going to be able to get, and that does make sense. If I want to pair certain things together and I want the best price for all of them, it does take me some time to actually go site by site, figure this out.
100%.
Right? So it's nice to see these agentic modalities.
As a archaic human being, I think, a lot of this technology it's a no-brainer at this point. It makes life so much easier. Google, however, downside here this morning, it's actually trying to roll over as we speak. So both sides of this, Walmart might not be terribly exciting, guys, but both sides of this going opposite directions.
Well, it's a feather in the cap of Google again, so they just keep on collecting those, although at some point you just have too many feathers and it gets out of hand. But Walmart, I think it might not be super exciting always as a day trade, but there's been plenty of days that we've looked back and said, well, Walmart ended up being really good. Why not have a look over there? So on the daily chart, just as these prior highs are like $115. Remember, they just went to the NASDAQ, so I'll use the e-signal chart because ours won't reflect the rollover. It's not doing much in here today, but I think any attempt when you're in an upward trend to close in the gap is generally, there we go, a good opportunity to buy the dip. Now, what's interesting about Walmart in particular is that's Wednesday, heavy dip, doesn't get all the way back. Thursday, heavy dip at the open, does get all the way back, and then another relatively heavy dip on Friday, and it gets all the way back. So this stock has, like 3 sessions in a row, it has been selling at the open and doing a pretty significant bounce. So the notion that you could just pull back into some prior highs, let me go to the 15 here, that you could pull back into some prior highs is actually not insane because it's been doing some pretty heavy dips at that open. This is exactly the kind of stock where the second it starts trending back to the upside, you want to get involved. Trending back to the upside, you're able to get involved. So while not making my list outright, certainly this is exactly the kind of name when it's been on a gentle uptrend that you want to come back. After the opening range is set, if it's setting up a long trend, then sometimes you want to join it. I love this pick. I love these guys again this year. No questions asked. We were a little bit expensive, but that hasn't really mattered for a while. And you know what's even crazy? Here, forget about the daily chart. Pull up like a weekly or a monthly on Walmart. Like the weekly chart on Walmart has been spectacular. And then I'm going to show you the monthly chart because this was one of these stocks where if you look at the back half, like when everything was recovering huge off this 2022 bottom, right? And this didn't break out and it was sort of in this range. It's like, oh man, Walmart's not doing anything. Everything's breaking out. But it was in an upward trend. Everything about it was solid. The theme was good. And it gave you all kinds of opportunity to be a buyer until it went absolutely ham. And then when it was pulling back into the 80s, it's like, oh no, look how bad this is for Walmart. It's like, whoa, you need to buy the dip into a crazy upward trend here. So I don't know that I would necessarily buy it at these prices, but the dips, I do like the dip buy still on Walmart. Yeah, it's getting expensive, but man, they win. And then they win big.
Yeah, Walmart at a 40 PE, I don't think is a buy right now. 40 PE, if you take the other side of that trade here and you look at Google right here on a PE, price to earnings ratio, is 32. So it's significantly, it's 20% cheaper than Walmart. So I just based on what its expected earnings are, and I think Google can even beat and exceed whatever earnings expectations they have. I'm not sure the same for Walmart heading into a tariff-infested year. And so I would say just go one or the other. I took Target because I thought it was beat up too much. That's been a 20 or 30% win on that one. And I would say that I'd prefer, out of these two names, that I would prefer Google. And just to talk about Target, our Target was, we actually got out of some Target there on Thursday when we were last in, and we talked about that. Not just because it was up, that's lucky, but we had that big move up, which got us right into this area. That was our first and pardon the talk here again, but our first target area for target was right into here, 105. So that got hit already. So now we just kind of wait to see if we can continue its expansion here for TGT. So I do like that one. And there's a story today also about Lululemon, and that's starting, well, actually that's pulled back a little bit, but that was starting to get going into the 220 area, where that one gets interesting as well. But Lululemon, bad day there on Friday. We'll see if we can hold the bid there today. But yeah, for me, Walmart or Target, I would choose Walmart as an investment. But Target was a good play off the bottom, and Walmart was too. I think the bigger story for Walmart today is the NASDAQ 100. So that inclusion into the NASDAQ 100 is part of the reason why you have a .NQ behind it right now and not a .NY. So that's a real nice bump, man, and you sort of could smell that one brewing when it was announced that they had switched over to the NASDAQ. So NASDAQ 100 incoming for Walmart. So you'll get some index buyers that now are forced to own the name. So another move coming for Walmart on the positive catalyst side, the NASDAQ 100 inclusion. That's always a fade kind of moment for me, but I don't love Walmart at these prices, but I also wouldn't short it. So for me, it's a hold. If I was an analyst, I would be rating this name like a market perform and still hold on your long positions for Walmart.
Planet Labs landing a multi-year deal with the Swedish Armed Forces valued in the low 9 figures. Doesn't have an actual number on that, but in the low 9 figures. So Planet Lab popped there for I guess $22.50, $2 up to about $24.50 for PL. One to watch maybe coming up today. Apple has been relatively weak over the past couple of weeks here to the downside. It was one of the first to not only get back to break even, but green this morning. We're coming back in a little bit here, but decent numbers on iPhone.
Yeah, it's negative again, Brendo, trying to go back into positive territory. It was really more a comment about global smartphone sales where Apple has taken the lead. So global smartphone shipments rose a meager 2% year over year in 25, according to Counterpoint Research. The growth in that was driven primarily by emerging markets, where Apple maintained its leadership with 20% of the global market share, the largest among the top 5 smartphone brands. Demand for Apple was especially strong in emerging and mid-sized markets. Sales of the iPhone 17 lineup were a key contributor, according to analysts. Samsung is second with 19% market share, and then the Chinese brand Xiaomi is up in third with 13% market share. But Brendo, it's not all sunshine and rainbows for these cell phone makers. In fact, Counterpoint expects global smartphone market to soften in 2026. They're saying it likely will be as a result they can't get enough semiconductors, microchips, as the companies that produce them, Taiwan Semi specifically and Samsung, are going to focus more on AI than on handphone or smartphone handsets. So we'll have to see if that materializes, but some weakness expected for this year.
Just reading a whole bunch of, there's probably 5 or 6 different headlines coming through here from Paramount on the Warner Brothers deal once again, talking about some potential moves that they can still do to wrestle this away from Netflix. But I just checked, nothing's actually moving on any of these, but just be aware there are discussions, guys. Apple here to start the week.
There was like that one Green Day, I shouldn't say good Green Day, but one Green Day last week. And what has been a bit of a fall, it's not a falling knife, but it's been a slide since the 50 period. You consolidated for a bit here, and we had a bad week for Apple. And it seems like maybe you're just in another consolidative phase after making that bit of a drop. We talk about consolidations when things are making up moves, and it seems like you're in one right now. And I think what's happening is you've had this like passing the baton or shifting, and one Mag 7 name gets a little bit of strength, and a couple of them, relatively speaking, Google to a large extent, and Amazon to a lesser extent, and then Apple gets a little bit of a rotation. Like, it's just getting sold, so money goes into some other places. If we don't get back above, like this week, if we don't get back above 260 and maybe break out the 260 half, then you're just playing for an inside week at best for Apple, which sets your support at 256 in here. I think that could be solid. It's done it before, but the last time it consolidated, the move was not up. So your only long play was really just sitting in there, catching scalp bids. And I feel like that's the kind of boring trade Apple could be in for a little bit. And then if it gets anywhere near the 200 period, I think that's where you buy for sure. I'm kind of looking more at 245 or so, we said last week. So I think you could see that this week for potential area where you could base out a little bit better than what we're seeing already yet. I don't know if we're ready for the bounce just yet. I'd still play it for the inside range instead.
We have Apple 20% market share. We have Samsung 19 right there, and then Xiaomi 13. I assume Google Pixel is probably in the single digits there. So there's competition for Apple. I mean, I don't think that that's any news, right? I mean, there's been competition for them and at them forever, and you know, they do have a good history of, you know, copycat sort of some of the technologies that are out there, but at the same time, they come up with things like the AirPods and the iPad and things like that that no one's been able to really replicate to the same extent. Or, I mean, obviously there's still AirPods and there's other iPads out there, but people keep on flocking back to the Apple product. So I said this an hour and a half ago when we went on air, and I just said that this is just simply has been such a nice winner for Apple, and it's really just, I think it's sell the winners to get into some new names for this year. So Apple just continues to be almost like an ETF, to be honest with you. I mean, it can go up 17, 18% a year, follow the NASDAQ, follow the S&P 500, but there's traders out there that have really taken this to the high side right now, seen some weakness coming through in the Mag 7, and then just want to dump this to get into some more exciting names, especially near the beginning of the year. I feel like after this earnings season and some of the winners, you know, shine or don't, I feel like more money will flood back into Apple as people will be a little risk off after earnings. So there's risk on right now, and I think it's just people looking to get some profit, you know, bank a little bit of their Apple trade, and that already had happened. So I do actually think that Apple can make its way back to the north side here today. So we have Palantir. Let's go back over to the desk. We just got imbalances. They're not really affecting the market too much. We will cover some of those, but let's hear the Palantir story. Then we have 4 minutes to lift off.
Zoomed out a little bit here. This is January 2nd, first day of the year, going back to beginning of the year here for Palantir. Chopping around, going absolutely sideways. Nice upgrade today, though, from Citigroup here for PLTR.
They are, and this is what they said. We're upgrading Palantir to buy high risk from neutral and raising the estimate of our target to $235, excuse me. Tyler Radke wrote in a note, he says, shares have minted spectacular returns over the last few years as a vicious growth acceleration and equally impressive margin expansion has broken the traditional rule of 40 and the valuation framework. So he likes this one continuing in 2026 for a good move.
Nothing significant on the economic calendar. I'm just going to zoom out here. That was Friday. There's Monday. So nothing significant. There is a couple of debt auctions coming up at 11:30. Bostic going to speak around lunchtime today. The big one tomorrow, though, we'll get CPI, guys, tomorrow at 8:30 as we head to the open here.
And there's like a 10-year bond auction at 1 o'clock as well. So that can move the markets. As Sean said, the imbalances are nothing burgers. Outside of, I mean, Alibaba's a buy of 400,000. Their gap to the upside, we went over that a bit. SLV and PSLV here, both small buy imbalances of 300K as well. Novo's going to be in there for 250. So the imbalances aren't going to be much of the story. I'll let you talk Palantir because in terms of, I'm looking at critical metals a little bit more than I am Palantir today after it was disappointing. I'd say the volatility on Friday in Palantir. I don't wonder if we're not due for more of an inside type of range for it. It was 174 that it double bottomed off. I think that's an interesting place to watch for PLTR.
All right, on my sticky note here today, I do have Palantir. I have Palantir listed as basically the number one equity play, either a 180 long or dips into one. Oops, that's still Apple on the screen. I have Palantir up on another one, or dips into 177. So we're kind of doing that right now. So we've got to be careful. Like when we wrote the note, we're up at 180 basically, and now you're dipping down with only 2 minutes left. So let's see if we do get that bounce. I think 177 might be a little light right now. Like we could easily make a move down. Hey there, how are you doing? Make a move down into 176.50 or so. That might be a little bit of a better low now that we're all the way back in. And right here, you'll find the sticky note. It's on. I'll put it in the chat here, actually, so you guys don't have to do too much work. Go find it. As I see a lot of people asking about it. But someone over here that responded, what's up, Greg with 5Gs? If you give me a shout out on the channel, you'd be so happy. All right, 9:28 a.m., my guy. You got it. So there it is right there. Oops, you get it. You get it. You got it. So right there. So shout out to Greg. You got that right there on Trader TV Live. So go give that guy a follow or not. I have no idea. Did not vet. But here comes Palantir with only 1 minute to go. Right now, I do have it written down at 177. So it's on my mind, but I'm not sitting there with a bid right now. No. Let the market open up. We just had a nice dramatic move down and then just cleared up the last 5 minutes with another move higher there. So I'm looking for Palantir. I'm looking for TQQs. Hopefully a bump up on these guys. We can get into $55 and look for a short up here somewhere for TQQs. Intel, I'm written down a short. Oops. Intel, we still have 35 seconds. Intel looking for a short as well. But everything's come down sort of here. All my plays were short-based plays for today other than that Palantir play. And then we do have Fannie Mae. I'm watching that as I just feel like more housing talk, this week. And we'll have to wait to see there. And I think that there's a lot to do with the interest rates and Powell and all that. So we'll watch out for Fannie Mae. And its brother, I guess, Freddie Mac.
Fannie and Freddie.
Yeah, let's go.
As we got, it did not go. So usually the countdown is automatic.
Yes, we missed it.
Oh, and it's not working either. I just hit the button. So in 3, 2, and 1, the market is now open.
All right,
Trust me, it is.
Yep.
Looks like we just didn't have that little graphic that we usually do. Immediately, just want a quick note. We didn't talk too much about critical metals. That's gapped up again. Want to see it try to hold on to 16 and then the previous close at literally exactly $15. AMD, oh my goodness. Okay, forget about AMD because AMD is already down at $200. Again, this thing just absolutely flushes at the open. Doesn't want to give you any chance at that little pop and drop. And then SLV, silver, all-time high got made because that's what it usually does, but it's holding right now under the pre-market low. So that's the key price. If we can't hold that pre-market low on the first 3-minute candle, then I do not want the long at all in that particular name. Tempest did add, I saw some people asking about Tempest AI. They did add news this morning, and I believe it was double digits on Tempest. Didn't make my list. 20-cent spread even after we open up, but up to actually 13%, so double digits for Tempest, having a very, very strong day. NVIDIA is already starting to bounce. Market's slightly to the upside here, but I'm not really, outside of NVIDIA, I don't see what's really driving it.
No, I'm a little hesitant. I mean, I am sitting here watching Palantir. We did make a move in, and it's giving me those feels again because we wrote down 177, and I don't want to miss this little bit of a garbage dump there off the open on Palantir. We've seen this many times before, but look at the market, man. The market is just shot upside here pretty aggressively. So I'm going to let this just calm down a little bit. It's doing what I want it to do, but we need to let it settle down because the market is really holding this bid on many names. And I think Palantir and Tesla are two that are starting to head, well, now Palantir is going back up, but Tesla down to 438 could be at an interesting spot as well, especially if this market does continue to break a little higher. But I don't really have a bottom look there for Tesla. I mean, if anything, you are coming into something, though, right here at 438 and change. Okay, so we are our little plan of action to wait a couple minutes here today seems to have bounced off of Palantir 176.50. So that could be a good little low. Let's see if we can get tested back into there. We are getting close, and I'm not, neither one of us in position yet, unless you've already been in one. But okay, so here's Intel then, starting to make a move higher. So I actually like this short. Just a little nervous about what the market's doing, but I don't mind an Intel short as it was really blowing up there on Friday, and just wondered if it did really want to get back to these highs again here. And we don't have a story on Intel today, so I was interested in potentially shorting INTC.
There's nothing too crazy about it in the 20.
Yeah, I might short it against that most recent high there just to see.
Yeah, Intel was an absolute rocket ship on Friday, just completely unabated. So silver did break trend. Still haven't had a second. We're going to get a second bar here in the 3-minute, which obviously is about to confirm that we've held on to the pre-market low, which is about 70, just underneath 76. So the opening bar is going to be under 76 or above 76. Going to look for the long back there. We might end up having to grab VWAP to be able to play this, but that's likely to be the first look at this point to try to grab that dip. We just had a double tap at AMD at that 203 level. So for now, you have confirmed 203 resistance. So this is sort of the patient thing. Instead of just trying to stand in front of a moving freight train, actually see it make some lower highs off that 203 level before jumping in. So silver, trying to buy that dip. I don't want to chase the move too much here just yet. And the other name we're looking at is, remember the banks with this credit card interest rate story. Affirm doesn't hold that 83 yet. It bounced off it 3 times for $1 right before the open, and then right off the open loses that 83. So it filled in the gap. I wasn't looking for the bounce play before the open. Generally speaking, I like these plays. If I'm buying the dip, I want to hold it after that 930 play, and it looks like it's still headed to the downside. So I'm going to have to be patient with this as well. So I'm sitting on the bid of silver if it wants to pick me up. Outside of that, this market is threatening to go green early.
Yeah, I talking to myself here already. It's not good. Like we just talked about Tesla, at the lows of the day at 38. It goes to 43. All right, we talked about Palantir down there at 177, which is actually on our list. That goes to 179. So yeah, not overly happy with the way well, it's not. I didn't trade it at all, but yeah, that's not happy. Anyways, with the performance there, I was waiting, so I'm still trying to get short Intel. So this could be the one that goes eventually into the blotter, but I don't know if even that's going to happen anymore. But wow, there goes Tesla, man. Oh, so stupid. 438. We'll have to wait to see if that comes in again. And we're not going to cry over spilled milk. We're going to look for something better. I did got to figure out Fannie Mae's not on the board yet, but I am long on that right there. There's nothing really going on here. Just want to see if it does continue to go back up to the upside. So we'll get that going in a minute. But Tesla, there it goes, man. Huge move to the upside. And watch out now.
Is 450 going to break?
It's Google right now, really starting to rip. There goes Google, man. Back up to 330. What stock were you asking me about there?
Oh, no, it was Tesla.
Oh, Tesla. Okay, yeah. Not sure, Neil, about what Tesla wants to do, but it is just upside, and we should have done something about that. Bitcoin right now with IBIT, we can see that Bitcoin is creating a move higher there today as well into 5140. Intel's still doing its own thing. There goes Palantir. Here it comes, man. I mean, we should have been long earlier. Talked about that one. But oh well, there goes 180 right now coming in from Palantir. That's a market that we want to look at too, 180 on PLTR. Man, this market, like where the hell did this come from, man? I was pretty bearish this morning on some of that
look
talk.
At Broadcom right now.
Do we want to?
Broadcom's up $10 off the open. It just went from down 1.5% to up 1.5%. That is a hefty reversal. So this is getting insane in the chips. There was no catalyst for any of these chips this morning.
Oh, Nvidia's up huge.
Nvidia's now green. AMD is now green. You already said Intel is green.
Intel's
we
fine.
haven't checked on the. Sorry, it is.
And well, Intel just made a move down, but now I'm short now. But
Micron is trying to break Friday's highs as well. So there, I just want to be able to see Friday's highs. Is the data names starting?
All right, we got short.
As well, I'm going to fighting a sneeze. So what? All right, go to Sean.
My Stream Deck is also not working here today, even though I loaded it up, so that's kind of strange. But yeah, we do have a new short position there on Here, let me hit it now. No, still not. So Stream Deck not working either, Fabian or Ramin. But here we go, man. Intel also making a move. That's a new position. What's up, Adara?
UNH here, we do have a report, a couple of different reports here. First, Wall Street Journal reporting that the company used aggressive tactics to boost Medicare payments. That's again citing a Senate report. So Senate report finding here that UNH used aggressive tactics, this then being, I guess, widespread here through a report from the Wall Street Journal. Then Reuters actually reported UNH saying they disagree with the Senate committee's characterization of their practices. Does not seem to really help the stock. We're almost at pre-market lows here for United Health, UNH, as we go back to Sean and Neil. I do want to remind you guys, please like and subscribe. We also have no economic data throughout the day, that we do actually have some Fed speak throughout the morning. Back to you.
Yeah, we just got Micron price target upgrade.
Yeah, price target upgrade on Micron. I didn't hear what analyst it might have been, but potentially
Sharif Capital
news there on Micron. Sharif Capital with the upgrade. Oh, Sharif's the Micron guy?
Real. No, I have no idea.
Oh,
just making that up.
Yeah, so Micron might be on the move because of that, but I mean, ultimately, yeah, it is on the move. Micron breaking out through Friday's highs as we speak. So, strong move in the market. Now Micron catching a bit of an upgrade. I did just move up. I don't like chasing, but is what it is. So I'm playing off of VWAP right now on silver, as we did not get the dip nearly as far as we would have liked in SLV to maybe challenge that pre-market low. So I'm just going to get in off of VWAP for now and see if we can't get back to the all-time high, which on SLV, not silver, is 77.7. Next offer is out in front of that $50 for sure. Still have crazy price action in AMD up at $205, as that's gone at this point in AMD. So Micron, AMD strong, NASDAQ is strong. Melendez Films asking about SanDisk. Well, my guess is with the chip strong and with that upgrade on Micron, it's probably just, yep, exactly. It's doing what all the rest are. 4.5%. The stock's going to get to $400 in a couple of minutes. So when I thought it was too frothy, apparently it was absolutely not. These memory names are going to have the biggest target on their back for earnings because they cannot disappoint. That's like literally not an option, disappointing this earnings season. It's going to be a massive earnings season. Like you have some crazy movers. Expectations are so high in Micron and SanDisk. Western Digital, I don't know why I always struggle for Western Digital as third in that trio, but yeah, SanDisk, $400. I think it's crazy, but hey, I've been wrong about that for a while. Just thank goodness I haven't actually shorted. That's the thing.
Yeah.
You can think the turn is coming, but you don't have to get involved till it looks like it is.
No, that's what I was saying. Like the shorts might be right, but have been wrong, and I think that's something that's interesting to take advantage of. If you are swing trading, just wait for that eventual capitulated move to the downside. You'll be too late, but hopefully there's more follow through with it. We're a little bit late on shorting Intel, but we do got a good price here, and I do reshort it, so we do get. Okay, Stream Deck's still not working, which is fine. We did get reloaded, though, on the short rate there as well. So let's wait to see if that works. And there goes my guy, man.
Yep,
I mean, the number, well, we have two trades on here that we could have been in so far. Palantir long, we should have been at 177. But it is the Intel short that's really making it rain right now. We do have a big boy position on board right now because we're able to reload it. And there it goes right back into the downside. So I'm just going to try to get some out. There it is. Yes, sir. Give me those 77s. Okay. This could be an absolutely monster trade for me right now. We're up 2 times our daily goal right now just on this trade. And, I'm trying to use a little more shares this year and trying to be very, very specific with the individual calls, which is why I'm a little bit upset that we did miss that Tesla and we did miss that Palantir, but we stay focused. We stay with our short sort of theme there, and we hit Intel to the downside. Let's see where this one goes. A couple good reloads up there, just using the day's high. And I think this is important too. Like my stop is 25s. So now that we're in the money 50 cents, it's worth starting to start to piece some out. So I'm actually already out of half as we come right back into VWAP. So let's see. This is a good spot to start to clear it out. I don't need to make all these home run and hero trades. Make the trades that are hitting the levels. If you properly share size in the first place, it will pay off for you in the long run. So that's what it's about. Get in the right positions, adjust your share size after that. So right now we're in it on Intel. I'm short, and it's going to be hopefully, it already is a great trade, but hopefully we can continue even lower on Intel here. I mean, imagine if this market gives it up. I mean, some of the shorts should continue to work. So we'll take a 62 fill there, a 64 fill as our best one. And then here we come back in 50 period moving average 50s as we look to go lower here on Intel. So far, so good on that short.
Yeah, so far, so good on the longs. I mean, in pretty much anything that's been a long. Did miss out on silver at the absolute low in that pre-market, but what can you do? The other play is always going to be VWAP in that regard. Now, gotta respect the fact that we've got a couple points here on a trend, and missed through that, but we'll break that trend line, the early trend. And if we lose it before we get into the high, I'll take my third out somewhere in this even range. I'm not going to let it break VWAP. We're risking about 12 cents. In here, actually, it's about 13 or 14 cents on this trade. So don't want it to get underneath that 77. We just happen to be long above 77 because it's a volume weighted average price. And coming into, all right, well, I'm going to show this. I don't want to get away from the chart. Starting to come back in here is going to be AMD. A little bit of a turn. So this is a name. I wanted to short a pop, but it's been all green and going absolutely ham. No particular catalyst for it. Once it looks like we're on the other end of the trade, then I will take a shot at shorting in advanced micro devices. But it's gone absolutely ham. Like it's a $5 move off of the open. So once we close with a nice little wick high, I might jump into this one to the south side. So yeah, the market looking strong. It hasn't gone green just yet. I think you have to watch out for that as a potential resistance spot. The fact that we couldn't actually get to green and fill in that entire gap on the NASDAQ, that could cause a little bit of a turn here. AMD is the one I'm watching for the turn.
Yeah, I don't have Unity, so if you want us to go to Adara, maybe just do it at some point. Let's go over to Adara, I guess, but damn it, Pound.
Analyst Ming-Chi Kuo just shared a post here about AI assemblers. Worth noting, AI server assemblers. He mentions NVIDIA in this post, though not in any kind of critical or positive way. It's not really about NVIDIA as much as these AI server assemblers. But again, maybe keep an eye here on some data center plays as we do get a post here from Ming-Chi Kuo, supply chain analyst on X. Back to you.
Good friend, Min-Chi.
Yeah, everybody's good friend. My friend, your friend, our friend, Min-Chi Kuo. Okay, so outs more at 80. Outs here on Intel. We're still looking short. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day, so there's a couple chicken dinner winners. Put up frozen quotes. There it is, back. I just wanted to remind you because I saw you were not looking.
It happened last week.
Okay, I just saw you were looking elsewhere, so I didn't want you to miss a fill if there was one coming for you. Okay, so there's Palantir, downside frozen again. So we are having a couple quote issues here, but we'll just, that's why Neil and I, we turn to each other, we let each other know when that happens, just calm down and make sure that everything is okay. There it is, frozen again. Okay, maybe we can report frozen quotes. We'll do that in a second. But that's Tesla right now. Sorry, just a little bit distracted with what's going on here. But we do have frozen quotes and Ramin in our ear, which is very nice. You can just keep whispering sweet nothings. It's all good. But Tesla making that move there. And JP Morgan, that's what it was. I wanted to have a quick little look over here right now. 325. JP Morgan, nice move back upside now. So there it goes. This might give us the opportunity to cash out of JP Morgan. I mean, some of these names have been getting beat up a little bit today on the interest rate discussion right here, right now. All right, so SoFi down 2%. They're not recovering very well. Meta, you got a new president that your president liked, apparently, up to 657, it's a female. I have to apologize. Maybe I can throw it to Adara.
Tina McCormick Powell.
Former Trump.
Yep, okay, so same namesake of current Fed Chair Powell, but not related, I would assume. I don't think Trump would.
Not as far as I know. I believe her background is Egyptian, probably. So the likelihood of her being related to Powell is
she's Egyptian?
Yes.
Oh, wow, okay, cool. We'll have to hit up Sharif for that. But I don't think he knew that because he did not talk about that early. But 647 right now to the downside. We'll have to watch out for that break right there on Meta.
Yeah, so, I might have. We'll see if I missed an opportunity there in AMD, but it just made that topping tail candle just happened a couple of minutes ago as we were sort of having back and forth with the quotes. It seems a little bit more stable now, but that's what it is. Execution didn't go down at any point, and that's the biggest thing, as long as execution is still going to be good. So I'm in at about 05. So there's your topping tail, your lower highs at about 205.5. I'm going to look for the volume-weighted average price retracement. SLV did lose VWAP. Jumped out basically at the break-even spot. It's still holding higher lows for now, but if you're not holding VWAP in here, then I'll wait for a retest of the prior low. So that's going to be the plan of action there. Didn't want to go over a firm.
These frozen quotes.
Okay, yeah, I'm having, my level 2 is not really coming up. I'm frozen again. But a firm gives it all up. No bounce off 83. It's all the way down at 78, so they completely filled the gap. Got to make the assumption, I'm just going to go over, other direction, all the banks back into the upside as I guess it was an overreaction on this credit card, whatever story we're calling it. We're calling it the credit card melee. I don't know.
I don't think, like you were saying, I don't think it's really that bad. It was just a suggestion by Donald Trump to limit to what, 10%? That seems 10%. Pretty.
That is a pretty
low.
big deal if it were to happen, but there was no timeline with it. So I'm going to end up 1 for 2. I think if I had gotten a little bit earlier on that AMD trade, it did give you the $0.50 to scalp out, but I was in a little bit late. Should be in on that candle and taking some out there, but we grabbed it later. So I'm going to maybe let things stabilize a little bit here. As the market's kind of holding up and rolling over, so not going to really get back into silver until we either test some of those lows, or maybe it'll just bounce and show me VWAP and put in a higher low for sure. I think he said in 10 days, but okay, we'll see what that actually means in reality.
Right.
I mean, ultimately, and it would be a 1-year hiatus as well. Like, it wouldn't have been necessarily a permanent thing the president was mentioning. Let's go and handle some business.
All right, savvy Canadian traders, if you are looking to boost your exposure, you can now tap into the NASDAQ 100, S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3X daily levered ETFs. There is also a feature of this particular instrument of FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves by minimizing the impact of what we just mentioned, those currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bear, if these ETFs are built for you, please read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus over at betapro.ca before investing, or click on that QR code that you see on our screen right now. We want to thank Beta Pro for their continued partnership with Trader TV Live. Okay, so I just wanted to just say I got out of another small piece there at 60s, at 63, as it looks like Intel wants to absorb that 50-period moving average and just come right back in. So we are now out of about 65% of that trade. I am ready to go, man. I mean, we wrote down Palantir the note that we have on Palantir is honestly, what's up, Chef Joe? It's Chef's Kiss today on Palantir, because look at this. Look what we wrote down for PLTR. 180 long breakout, we can discuss that, or dips into 177. All right, so when the market fell earlier, there's the dip into 177. It was absolutely perfect. It goes 50 cents against you to give you $4. That's a good trade. There's the 180 break also, never goes against you, and is now $1.50 in the money and at highs. But do I have it? No, I do not. We slap a fail on that trade, but we did grab Intel, but we do fail on that Palantir look. So there goes Palantir highs. Now, on that note, I'm still trying to buy 179s. If there's any way we can come back into view up, I'm there for you. So we'll wait to see if that does hit. We did also want to think about shorting the TQs. They're at a level that we had talked about before, 55.50. So we're right here right now. I can't keep saying that like I would have done this or I would have done that when it comes up to it and I don't do it. So here goes the futures. The reason why we stayed away from this short was it activated too early. It just, there's a strategy that I was actually thinking about. Take the market based on whatever way it goes, straight off the open. And today, that would have absolutely worked. It ripped up to the upside. But right now, we're at our key level, which we had talked about. So I think that this could be a little bit exhaustion up here. I'm still obviously mad about Palantir, but the futures could make me smile a little bit there. And then Tesla at 438, we talked about that. That is now $10 money bag, in your pocket right there as that continues to go to the upside. And then the only trade that I have on, which a little bit obviously happy that get lighter on this name, is Intel, as that goes right back into this area. Will we or won't we reload it? I have to find, there it is. I'm not sure right now. The market is really starting to go high side right now. You don't want to be 2 for 2 and then reload it, get stopped out there, and the next thing you know, you've given back half of what you were looking at. So I'm going to hold on to this Intel trade, not really reload this. It has battled all the way back, so let's give it a little bit of time to rest. It's like that good steak that you finally cook. Give it a couple minutes to rest and figure out if that is what you're looking at. I think we'll go short on a 55.50 break lower. The trend needs to break. I still don't mind the short here, but Neil, maybe the bank earnings and everybody's getting excited for that to come this week.
The energy names.
Yeah, potentially. Is energy going? I haven't even looked at it.
Oh, yeah. So,
Okay.
I mean,
down. Oh, that's SMR. Yeah.
SMR is down. Halliburton down in a big way as well. A couple of points here, but no green candles in sight. It is actually SMR at the $20 level that's going to be on the radar. We talked about this level on Friday and then sort of hold that higher low. It does not do so. So let me go to a 15-minute here. The heck was that? Okay. Whoops. Let me just get rid of that error message. That was our Unity software, which apparently
It's fixed?
Well, I don't know. I just had an error.
I'm in
I
it,
just
so
closed it.
hopefully
I think it's working, but
Okay.
pulling back into the prior high and sort of
I'm
failing
in it,
underneath.
so.
I just needed to see us right here. We could break trend and get above 20 and a quarter. Just had to go to my 15-minute to see where the level would be. And if we break that 20.25, I think it's a long. Otherwise, I got to be playing underneath for the short. That was my kind of like that key pivot zone. And it's not really, it's not the pivot level like the indicator. It's more that support and resistance. And in the 15-minute, we're closing underneath it. So it's a short till it's not, but 2025 is going to be that breakout price here on SMR. On Friday, there was one long trade on SMR. It was downtrend from the pre-market, and then it broke out to the long. We sniped that one, and the one thing I was disappointed with was not playing the short in addition to that long. So I want to amend that. I do like the breakout of that trend, but I will take the short as well into it.
All right, so we do have a new position. I did take those futures. Frozen again. Yeah, we're freezing a lot here, but I've already put the request in.
Internet's
so
also been slow.
hopefully we get a response on that. But okay, frozen again. Maybe we can just go short on the TQs, and I'm going to use it against this 75 area. So that was the high. We'll take a small little short here. We'll try to get that reversion trade going. Again, you know, I was looking at this and thinking earlier there wasn't enough news to really go short early, and I'm not sure there is now either. I mean, we're not hearing anything. We don't have any economic numbers. We do have some Fed speak to come through, so we'll just try it here against the high of 76. So average price right now 61. Looking to see if the TQs can come back in just a little bit here. Okay, well, it just went to 57 and stopped. Let's take a piece out there at 57 if we can. And then just, it's not a very big win. We know that. We're going to stop out just above 70. So if we can get a little bit of a downside push, we'll do that. We did also enjoy a move down there in the Intel trade as well. We got an 85 fill as that came back in there as well. I'm going to cancel my Palantir dip buy, but I still do like it. What else is moving around? Neil and I just sitting here trading.
Tempest is apparently on a lot of people's minds.
Okay, I was going to do this. I don't know if I'm not.
It's number 2.
I don't know if you showed this already, but if you come into the chat right now, hit your $sign. Tempest. So let's look at that one as well. There's Tesla getting hit right now, 448, almost up to 450. You got to hit the subscribe to get into the chat. Netflix today as well. Okay, we're starting to really bump right now. Nice move lower here. TQ's finally starting to go, so we're back into the 50s. We got that 55 fill, whatever I said. Now we'll wait to see if we get a low 50 fill. I'm at 51. We just got to 52, so hopefully that comes through there again. As the market looking to come back just a little bit, what's going to need the market to fall down is going to need to have some Apple weakness. That may or may not be happening right now at 258, 259. And then we have NVIDIA moving around as well as we have frozen quotes. So I don't know what to tell everybody.
It's basically just intermittent freezing.
Yeah, so be careful. I can't even call anything
But
up.
yeah, the most important, there we were back. The most important thing, and if you're at real trading, is to confirm whether execution is still up. Like if your orders are firing, that means your stops are good. They're not reliant on you visually being able to see your level 2. So ultimately, you can, the way I want to trade now is I want to favor not taking breakouts, if that's the case, because then you can't really see the tape as the stock is breaking if you happen to be in a freeze. But anything like technical, like I can look at my trend line and say, well, I'm going to short in front of the trend line and play it to the low of the day. I mean, that's not going to matter too much what you have this intermittent back and forth. So we got into SMR on this little trend, which you hopefully can see. And if we break the trend line, I do want to reverse. I just want some stability before we get that. The market's trying to go green in here. The number 2 name on that visualizer that Sean was just showing you, Tempest, Jinx, it just broke the low.
Oh.
Yeah, so Tempest, this is like a classic gap up, fail the high break, and then fail VWAP. Typically speaking, that is a trend. That's almost like a trend short to fill in the gap when it happens. And the gap would be to $71. So this could go all the way down into 71 the way this is going. So the only thing I'm in right now is SMR, looking for the low of the day here. We already got it halfway. Might actually consider a little bit higher, zooming out a little bit further for Thursday's close, because I could see this double topping. So I'm going to try and get maybe 75s instead. And silver, I do still like the long in silver, just wanted to start holding VWAP. So now you've got an upward trend forming here in SLV. So 1, 2, if it can hold 3 times here at VWAP, I'll jump into the long again and see if we can't get all the way into the highs. 6.5% for SLV today, or sorry, 6.25% for SLV today. Gold also having a nice rebound day as well. The bank's doing pretty well there, but good luck if you happen to be in Tempest. That looks like it's lost a bid.
Okay, yeah, good cover there on a couple of those names, obviously. Just looking at these futures, so we could be right about Intel, we could be right about Palantir or any of these names, but you know, when you're trading into the TQQs or the NASDAQ or anything that is a derivative, really, you have to be very, very careful that you're going to be right. So I'm only going to hold this back above because we've gotten smoked before trading and had big wins. So it goes both ways. But watch out for these futures at the highs. It does not look like it's coming back in. So I put a couple more bids here into the 50s. Hopefully we can cover those, 54, then 51. And that will get me out of hopefully 25% of this, and then we'll stop out at the high if we break 76. So I just wanted to cover that real quick. And then this is really awesome, yeah, because we only got out of a little bit of what we told you. We got out of 25% of our Alibaba once it went back through this. So yeah, Alibaba continues to climb higher. We bought some at 160, then sold a quarter of that position at 160. So now we are very, very happy because our position goes back into the money right here for Alibaba. As we can see, our stream deck is now fixed, so that's nice. And here it rips upside on Quen News. Again, people downloading different large language models. It seems like Alibaba is going to have a grip on that in China, so that's going to be a good move. And I mean, my kids are now only using Chat GPT or they're actually both using Gemini right now. And you know, my daughter is 11 and, you know, just uses you know, some of these large language models to search around now. So I really feel like this is going to be the play of the future, which is why, you know, whoopsies, goggles, a name like Google, Microsoft, all of them involved. Amazon has Rufus and a couple different names going for them as well right now. Okay, maybe Google down 0.6 with the NASDAQ up 0.1 or basically flatter, only down 0.13. That's interesting. My guy Palantir, it's funny because I'm being influenced by not going long, but I said we should go long 180 there on Palantir. That just bounced off of it. I would much rather though wait for this 179.50 area, so be careful there. I'm in two shorts and I'm not necessarily loving them, but we did get that 54 fill there, so we take an amazing 7 cents on this TQQ trade, but we're looking for a lot lower, man. If we can get 50s and then into these 20s, then we will you know, throw in the towel a little bit here on the TQs, and that would be a successful throw-in. So we'll put a bid here again in the 40s. We do have low 50s. The net is rocking right now, but it doesn't mean it will be like that for a minute. Let's put another bid on Intel and throw it over. I believe it's 10 a.m. now, so we are going to go over to Adara. I know Palantir is giving me a chance, but we're going to still hold on to this short, see if we can't make a little bit of money on this fruitful trade, and go over to Adara, then back over to us. It's happening now.
Yes, it is.
At 10 a.m.
But what is happening?
Here's the S&P 500, and what's happening for the S&P 500 is a really nice breakout here from this weakness we had pre-market. We know, of course, we gapped down amidst some concerns for the market after we heard that the Department of Justice is investigating Fed Chair Jerome Powell. He actually confirmed this investigation in an unprecedented video that was released by the Federal Reserve X account last night. Kind of in that same finance space, though, in a vastly different region here, we have U.S. President Donald Trump announcing that some of these banking and finance stocks, or I guess companies, sorry, could be in trouble here. Failure to cap rates at 10% by January 20th is apparently going to be treated as a violation of the law, according to Trump. That being said, names like JPM and Goldman Sachs already rebounding. I also want to mention the other play for this is going to be plays like Affirm, PYPL, so PayPal or Upstart. These fintech and BNPL names are actually kind of benefiting here, as we do see some analysts saying that if this does come to pass, there's very likely here that people will go to these more fintech and other ways of lending money. Let's take also a look here at XOM with another President Trump-related headline. Trump saying yesterday that he's actually inclined to keep ExxonMobil out of Venezuela because he didn't like their response and thought they were, quote, playing too cute at the meetings that they had with a whole bunch of oil executives at the White House on Friday. Last but not least, Walmart on watch here, WMT. Couple different catalysts for this one, all of them positive. Walmart going to be joining the NASDAQ 100 index as of January 20th, 2026, replacing AstraZeneca. We also have here some positive news here. Google shopping integration confirmed by Google CEO himself, Satya Nadella. So nice look there. And before we send you back to Sean and Neil, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Oragenics, because there are millions of concussions, but zero approved therapies. Oragenics, trading on the NYSE as OGEN, is advancing a new standard with its intranasal brain-first approach to concussion treatment. With an $8.9 billion market on the horizon, Oragenics is positioned to drive what comes next. So see what's ahead and book a meeting today. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, make sure to stay with us at 3 p.m. to hear our stock picks for the new year. And certainly stay tuned here with Sean and Neil. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Dara, as always. And I could have hit my stream deck because that's not working. But I'm going to look to try to re-enter SMR. We got VWAP. It did put in a higher low. That was somewhat of a concern that we could. Yeah, it is. Yeah, see, our stream deck is working now.
Yep.
So we did fill in the gap, but a higher low just got put in on SMR. So if we break this trend, whoa, okay, that just hit the bid again. So if we get back in on trend, gonna look for the reshort, but I still like the break.
Let's go.
I don't mind the trend break. That'll also play for me. AMD, we're waiting for our shot to take a second try. I did just put in a red candle for the first time, got into Friday's high, so that also has filled in the entirety of the gap. So now you're gonna get that higher low or lower high, I think we should see in here. And silver still hasn't really broken away just yet. We're attempting to hold VWAP and break the downtrend line. So confirmation on this candle right in here. Gonna jump in for a second time on silver, as that's been where a lot of the strength has been. This year and last year. But for now, we're still underneath pre-market highs. Cannot forget the fact that we failed the pre-market high right at the open, which can be a sign of relative weakness. But markets are strong. Looks like we're going to hold this trend line for now. We have a second super chat. We'll try to get to the super chats in a quick little second. I think
Yeah,
that's
throw them up. Yeah, this is just Salvador here. I just want to bring it up. You're in with me, my guy. So here we go, man. We're in on the TQs. I'm still bidding 41s. There we go. We get that fill. So congratulations, Salvador, as he's with me right now. We're 2 for 2 today. We only have 2 trades, guys. Right now it's the TQs, and it is so the futures, which is, I know we get in trouble calling it the futures, but it's a derivative of that. So triple levered into the NASDAQ right there, that short. And then honestly, man, this Intel is giving me, a little bit of worrisome feels. So we're out. We're getting more and more out of this Intel trade. We only have 20% left. And I actually, hey, look, man, I'll take an 03 right now. So I am bidding lower than that, but if it does come back in, we keep on bidding. I'll take an 03 and a 93 if they come in, great. But we are ready to go on a stop out for Intel breaking through 45.25. That high of the day. We shorted. I told you we were not reloading, and I feel like the Spidey sense has worked out well for that. Oh, did we? We did not. Oh, we did get that 41. Okay, so we do get that trade downside there on the NASDAQ as the market coming back in just a little bit right now. We'll check out the banks. Those are doing okay. Nice move higher. I'm going to get out of some JP Morgan today ahead of earnings. That's all, I think. SoFi down 3%. This name continues to get rocked a little here, which is kind of strange. They report well after the major banks, so we're not worried about their reporting season, but we are obviously nervous about what they've been doing here today. CoreWeave has had a nice move as of late, not so much today. CoreWeave upside, I'm short, but CoreWeave today up 8.5%. Trying to break out of this level 90. Watch out for CoreWeave making that huge move today. Derek, could you remind me of the story here?
I thought it was just an upgrade.
Give me a second.
Yeah, if it's just an upgrade, then it's like a Palantir. Okay, go ahead then.
Okay, so I just pulled this up because, as I said, there was a thing. I kind of remembered this was a thing, and this is probably pretty small, but we do have, once again here, CoreWeave CEO Michael Intrater denying this circular financing allegations here with NVIDIA, calling them, quote unquote, ridiculous. He was on a podcast aptly named Big Technology, saying that apparently NVIDIA's minority stake in the cloud provider is de minimis, quote unquote, compared to CoreWeave's massive capital scale. So yeah, once again here, and he's done this before in CNBC, etc. CoreWeave CEO Michael Intrater saying, hey guys, people are stressing this NVIDIA circular financing thing far too much. Back to you.
Right, so that's impressive. It's always nice to hear a CEO.
It's a decent shorted name as well, so I suppose.
Yeah, that would be another thing there. We did get, just real quickly, we are getting some of those low fills. Our 94 fill there on Intel, or whatever I said that was, as well as some of these 45 flats. So we are covering as this comes down, and we continue to watch what's been a big trade obviously here today. We're at double our daily goal, which doesn't mean anything other than to me, but that's what we're doing. I just want to show you what we've done today. We followed our rules on the TQQs. There's 55.50 short. That's where we're short, so that's good. We should have had the Palantir long twice. We don't. And there's our Intel short. So we've got these all, and then we said watch Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, which haven't done much. I was actually I should have said that I do have another trade on. I'm actually lost slightly on this. We bought Fannie early, it ripped up, we got 5 or 6 cents, then it fell down and we lost 5 or 6 cents. So it was just a back and forth, but red on Fannie Mae, but nothing going on there. I just have it up so that we can hopefully watch it. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day now, so let's just continue to watch out for these names. A pick of mine potentially tonight will be Marvell, $83. Their downside a little bit today. Okay, now they bounce back, so flattish on the day is Marvell. Look to see if they can break out off some of these bottoms as well, down near $80. So we're liking some Marvell, but it's already 10.10. So with this market, we're here all day, so it's fine. But I'm going to take out a little bit more. We just got another fill there on the Qs, hoping for another downside play. And thank you so much there, Tony. We do appreciate all.
Second, we missed one earlier.
Okay.
Keep it leafy. I just wanted to make sure we got to this one first. I just got covered on silver. And we'll look at NXXT energy, reversal possibility. So sometimes it helps if you guys mention the time frame that you're looking at. I'll make an assumption. Stock doing no volume, I'm going to assume you're looking at the higher time frame. So that's the assumption I'm going to make right away because it's not moving today. So bounces 3 times off $1 and you're just looking for it to reverse. Hey, $1 is a psychological level on these small cappers. Usually you want a catalyst to go with it because it's downward trending for a reason. And then know that when you bounce off $1, stocks are down here for a reason. Temper your expectations. $1.50 is a 50 period. It might be a bounce play, but if this loses $1, typically, it starts to look really, really ugly. I'll try to leave it at that. Like there's no catalyst to the stock. I can only make the assumption of what you're looking for, and it must be the higher time frame. Just very quickly, we got VWAP into, again, it's about 77.4 on SLV. So if we continue to lose the bid there or the battle there, then I'm just going to reload off VWAP. It's about a 50, 60 penny range there on silver that I think we want to play with until we get some kind of a big breakout. I think that was a call for Adara at the desk. Let's go to Adara. So.
Let's take a look here at MSFT. We do have reports here that Société Générale is phasing out its proprietary AI tools and using Microsoft's Copilot instead. Not much to move on this, but interesting look. French organization here, Société Générale or SocGen, phasing out its proprietary, there we go, 3 times the charm, AI tool in favor of Microsoft's Copilot. Back to you.
I'm starting to empty the clip out a little bit here. I'm not loving this. This just popped in here, this Palantir fill, because we were trying to defend 179. So I actually, if you do see it pop in, we were able to get something out there in the 40s. I'm not sure I love this anymore. We're underneath VWAP. I did think it's completely my bad. I thought I canceled these trades. It's fine. I'm fine being in them, but watch out for 179 breaking. And I just wanted to say I'm net short everything else. So I don't know if I really do enjoy this, but we just bounced off 179. That was always my target. So here it goes. More outs there. We just got 45s, we just got 45s now. So another out there on Palantir. I'm fine with it, but we just cleared out of, believe it or not, 75% of this trade. And I actually have another offer right here at 55 if we can get it. So I'm scalping here. We're having a real good day. If this can continue to go up, we'll be at 3 times our daily goal. So we missed Friday. So we'll come back in here, put some numbers up today, go 3 for 3 so far, and really good amount of share sizes, and really sort of happy with the trading today that we had there. So far, so good. And thank you, Tony. There it goes. Yes, sir. Thank you, Tony. That's kind. Both Neil and I putting in work for you, hopefully every day, and trying to find some of these winners. And there it is, man. Palantir. So today, Intel, bang. I mean, can't say too much about that. That has been a really good trade there as we're almost out of Intel, honestly. Unfortunately, I have less than 10% now as it comes back in, which is fine. And then Palantir really working. That was a good long that we just put on. And then I don't need to talk too much more about the futures because obviously that one's working as well. But I'm going to go over, address the Palantir position, but that's now starting to really kick up. So we'll offer out again. We'll take a 68. Oops, sorry, that's not Palantir, that's Intel. There it is right there. So we'll put 34 cents or so in our pocket, offer another 57 now, and then hopefully just be able to relax. It's only 10:12, man. We have a lot of time left. But this, a day like, oops, get rid of that. A day like today also reminds me, there it goes, of why we like this so much. Able to see some of our positions going in your favor. And then it's also nice that, you know, the market's bouncing back a little bit there today. It did start pretty red, and nice little comeback here, and the bank's helping that situation. So.
Yeah, the market's looking strong, but I mean, there's been plenty of things that are weak, and until proven otherwise, if it's trending right now, I want to work with that. Like one of the things, and we were talking about this on Friday a little bit, rather try to be a little bit more sniperish and wait for the perfect entries when we can get them. And if we get one more here in SMR, I still like this trend break, but there's a better one looming.
Oh, we had a huge...
And the better one looming is Walmart. Like right now, look, Walmart, there was the news with, it was Google, which ultimately I think that's, you know, pretty positive for Alphabet to get that kind of a partnership with them. And they're using, it's not great for ChatGPT because it just seems like lately everyone else seems to be winning but them. But you've had a very distinct downtrend filling in the gap in Walmart. I suspected you might have a chance to fill in more of the gap, but if this is all it does and it doesn't get to 115 bucks, then a break of trend here to get long at VWAP is going to be the play for myself on Walmart. So that's something we're waiting for. Silver, we're going to continue to look for those dip buys. It's bounced a couple of times off VWAP here, but no pre-market breakout. You know, first thing you did is lose a pre-market high on a gapper. If it's not breaking out the pre-market high, then I think it's a scalp trade and don't try to fight it too hard. But VWAP has worked a couple of times. So it's either going to be Walmart on that trend break. Potentially we get into VWAP again on silver as long as that one can continue the trend up. We want to take it as many times as we can. Certainly if you're looking on Friday, it gave you a few chances, pre-market and then right off the open, a couple of dips off VWAP before it would go. That's what silver does when it wants to trend. I don't think if this market is going to continue to go higher, I just cannot see a world in which Walmart, I mean, maybe it happens. I can't see a world in which Walmart doesn't try this breakout. So I feel like this is going to be next. Never the kind of name that at the open is going to be the first thing on the mind. It's just not that kind of a stock. But I do like this dip buy on Walmart. I said that in the opening, and we'll see if we can get this breaking VWAP. But as soon as I say I'm looking for the Walmart VWAP break, what does it do? It starts backing off. Right, but I can be patient. We'll wait for that sniper entry. That's what's next for me. And by the way, AMD just took out the highs again. Wow, that stock.
We only have
no catalyst.
No catalyst. I agree with Neil, man. We only have sniper entries today. I think those are the best kinds, especially being patient if you can. So just showing our ability to trade, obviously, the news as well as key levels, right? I mean, that came into 179. That hits. Like I told you, I was super nervous when it came in. So the fact that we emptied out the clip, obviously, this dollar club, which it turned out to wind up being there as a breakthrough 180, and we actually wind up getting some 180.25s, I think it was our best fill, 180.17s. So, you know, that turned out to be a pretty good trade there. And then obviously with our intel, we were very, very specific. We actually have twice the high of the day there. So that was a good snipe. And then the futures, very, very similar where we're not getting back in. We are a little nervous now as maybe the market does not want to do what we had thought. So, so far so good with all of these. What I wanted to go over to was the sectors, sort of. We are going to be, I think, having sector watch or small cap recap or something coming up at 10:20. But for right now, this is what we're looking at. And there's the banks. So the banks have battled back a little bit today, but President Trump does sort of fire the cannon at them, talking all about credit cards. So Capital One, a name that I'm in, and I've said I'm not in it that heavily, and I'd like to get a little longer. So there goes down 7%. Capital One is a good look there, but we don't like this talk. AXP down 5% there today. JP Morgan and some of these major, JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs, were just talking about taking over Apple's, switching from, I think it was Goldman Sachs over to JP Morgan for the Apple Pay credit. So that's affecting JP Morgan, well timed over there, obviously, by Goldman to maybe exit that piece of the pie there. Coinbase up today, so that's nicely moving around. As far as the tech names are concerned, we do have some different divergence plays on the Mag 7 today. You have Google to the downside, Meta a downside as well. And then you got some other bigger names like the chip names with NVIDIA, and then I'm not going to say Apple's a chip name because it's not, but Apple positive with Microsoft as well. So Broadcom, AMD, NVIDIA upside, when the other TPU maker, Google downside. So that's kind of something that we haven't seen. Google's sort of been leading the way in some of this movement upside in the NASDAQ lately. And then here, this is JP Morgan, Adara, I think this week is doing their healthcare conference. So you could get...
They are, that's correct. It starts, I believe, today, definitely running tomorrow as well.
Ever since Adara's been on the show, I've had to get a lot smarter. So there we go. So I remembered that one. So there we go, the healthcare conference this week. So we'll see if some of these names want to move around on possible buyout rumors or takeouts. And I think most of these names in the S&P 500 are going to be the ones doing the buying. So we'll look to see if there's some downside pressure in names like Eli Lilly or J&J or Pfizer or something like that. Maybe not as much in J&J, but some of these biotech names. So those are healthcare names, but it's these biotech names that we're looking at that could move around. And I thought today we had, UNH. Yeah, we did have some movements downside. Oscar, UNH, Humana, and things like that that continue to move around today. So just a quick look in case your stocks aren't one of the 4 or 5.
UNH did have a headline.
Yeah.
There was a Senate report questioning.
Okay. I thought there was
use of
something
Medicare
there.
diagnosis.
Okay.
Diagnoses.
Whatever. Go with either one.
Yeah, whichever one's just imagine I said the proper English way to
Dios.
say that. No, seriously, UNH under a lot of pressure in here today, but the market is starting to look to curl, so looking for their next entry potentially on trend here for SMR. The second it made a lower high, we waited for third time as the trend line, and then if we get another test of it right here at about 19, it's like 1980 or so here on SMR. If you were with us on Friday, remember, these guys were up on Friday because of it was Meta's deal with both VST, so that was Vistra and Oklo. Both of those names giving it almost all back like SMR did here today. If I'm going to trade one, I just like that $20 over under. So it got to a key level, failed it instead of broke it out. So now it's giving me a trade setup. Either it's going to break trend, we go long, or we're going to continue to short it on trend. And speaking of Vistra, I saw someone in the chat say, why don't you guys ever talk about Vistra? We'll talk about anything. Ultimately, a lot of times you'll end up, working over to what you're trading. This is distinctly different. You don't see me trying to short this one, as they've been only trending up. They got a big deal with Meta on Friday, so you're getting some continuation of that. This stock is actually looking quite good on the daily chart as well. If it can close above the 200-period moving average, maybe give you a 180 break. So Vistra looking incredibly strong. I just like the clear and clean trend that SMR has for a little bit of a trade here. So if we fail this, we'll go for the long. We are finally, all right, Walmart's doing it as well. We're finally looking like Walmart's going to break as well. We're just waiting for that little close above the trend, and I want to go long Walmart. Their deal with Alphabet possibly causing some strength, but the market's pretty strong on their own. Adara, time to see what the small caps are doing. And we haven't really talked to many of them. There haven't been a lot of halts either. So let's see what Adara is saying with the small cap recap.
Yeah, there isn't too much of excitement here that I could find anyway, but I did look here what you guys are looking at in a chat, thanks to our chat screeners. Here's some of the ones that you guys are interested in today, including EVTV. This is Envirotech Vehicles. This one was actually on our watch list this morning, and it's set to merge with Azio AI. That was announced last week. Well, I bring this up now because Azio AI secures a binding order here for 256 NVIDIA B300 GPUs worth roughly $107 million. So again, this company here is set to merge with EVTV, announcing this order, sending EVTV to the upside. CRML near today's lows here, but smaller market cap name, and I think it is worth it to discuss the catalyst on this. This came out at 8:30 a.m., so announcing here that they've acquired an integrated rare earth element assay analysis lab facility, but this is also on watch here regardless of this new catalyst because of its ties with Greenland. They have that Tanberries project. We know that as well. The concept of whether or not Greenland will be acquired or dealt with here with the U.S., that's certainly going to be of interest here for CRML, and that's why the stock has been on watch as of late. I have no news catalyst here for LAC, but I do want to give you guys some background on this name because it is moving and you guys are interested in what it's doing here. So again, no news, $1.4 billion market cap, short float here of about 15% for Lithium Americas Corp. Before we send you back to Sean and Neil, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at PDSB. PDS Biotechnology, trading on the NASDAQ at PDSB, is transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer, with initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the U.S. in a few years. You can learn more at https://www ptsbiotech.com/. Back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Adara, for all of that great read over there. Yeah, Google, I don't know, I heard something about Google and Apple, but, Apple picks Gemini. Apple picks Google's Gemini. Hold on, we do have a news thing here that I'm supposed to show up here to find this right there, but there is a story between, here it is right here, send selected item. There it is. There you go, Brendo, got it. Apple picks Google Gemini to run AI-powered Siri. So we kind of knew about that, so that's another story. So we'll props it up right there. We'd sort of thought that this story was going to be part of the story this year for Google and Apple, and it looks like right now that's nice. So Apple picks Google's Gemini. Okay, so it looks like they don't have to put any picks and shovels into the ground here for AI. You see what I did there? I'm back. Because Apple apparently will let Google and Gemini do all the work. Obviously, the integration into Siri, I think, is a coding thing that someone over there at Apple, not me, would be able to figure out relatively easily. So we'll see if that does anything. It's not affecting Apple right now. And I just think that we say sometimes these stories are exactly that, stories, and we've heard this before. So, you know, eventually you kind of know the end game here for Google and for Apple, but this is a good one. Maybe there's some finalization to that story. This, Adara, maybe you could help me confirm this, but that is from CNBC. Just wondering, go ahead.
Yeah, that's literally all I'm seeing. That is the entire headline that I'm seeing, so I can't give you anything more because that is all that's circulating here again.
Perfect.
CNBC just reporting that Apple's picking Gemini for its AI-powered Siri.
Okay, so good enough for me. I was just thinking if there was another sort of confirmation on that one, but no. So there goes it. There goes Gemini.
Winning.
Yeah, so Google keeps winning, Apple keeps winning, and I mean, there's more people now going to be hit up with the Gemini ecosystem, I guess, right? And so if advertising is ever going to be a thing for any of these LLMs, you now have an install base of billions here for Gemini. So there it goes, man. Alphabet shares now popping to the high of the day on this news. So there goes Google, man. And unfortunately, our futures trade got busted out there at 75, so we're done with that trade. A nicely positive story for us there. We did short 70s, out 75s again. So we did take a little quick hit there. We gave a little bit back on that play, and our Intel's coming out whenever it does. That's near the high of the day. We're not going to continue to short that one. This is great news, man. Apple not appreciating the news in the same fashion.
The mode around and go Alphabet just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. I know we had some, it was some weird pushback on the Alphabet to an ETF because they have so many ways in which they're winning right now.
Yeah.
That it's almost like, well, why invest in this because you can just get Alphabet, and why invest in any other quantum name if you get literally everything that goes with it? And why do you even need like a Netflix if you got YouTube? Well, I wouldn't necessarily.
Oh my God.
I don't know if it should go that far, but it just feels like that's a bit of a theme here, that you get everything in one spot, and then they're the AI trade as well, and where you don't have to be in as much of the I hate but the circular funding concerns aren't as direct to them either, so they get a lot of wins. I missed SMR. I'm into Walmart on that trend, but I missed SMR's reverse. Is what it does because I could be in 19. I want to pick this one slowly, this trend break. We only at Walmart did just resist view up a little bit. I can't let it pass 116.8, but it's SMR that I did not catch on said trend breakout. AMD continues to absolutely churn in here. And before we go to this quickly, Tesla, some crazy action here. Looks like he's rejecting the $450 level here. That's 3 times it's broken and failed the 450 on Tesla. Adara.
This Apple Google deal might actually be confirmed. The CNBC report does have a quote from Apple with regards to this Google partnership saying, quote, after careful evaluation, we determined that Google's technology provides the most capable foundation for Apple Foundation models, and we're excited about the innovative new experiences it will unlock for our users. So again, it does look like Apple's confirmed, at least according to the CNBC report, this Google partnership geo a $4 trillion market cap for the first time in its history. Back to you.
So We actually, this was a real, like, I tried 334 there. It obviously did not work, and now you're falling right back into 331. So just watch out for carrying the news, right? I mean, we're not going to be punching in to many shares here. As we talked about different styles, sniper style versus like trading the news and things like that. So let's just hold on to see if it does wind up going anywhere, but we have to be very careful with these stocks. So another pullback that just happened is Palantir. So we got out of Intel as it ran the top. We got out of the few. These are all, like, Intel's an absolutely monstrous trade for me. But the market did run the tops on some of these names, so we wound up getting out both on Intel and on the TQQs, and this one's fine. This was 75 runs, so we're still there. And a lot of that happiness was portrayed with this Google and Apple news. So we just talked about that. Neil just went over it, and so did Adara. So we'll hold on and see if this 330 wants to hold here for Google. A pushback to VWAP is 328, 329. So we'll hold on and see if it can get into there, but we do want to be into a little bit of this trade just in case it does start to go for a little bit of a run, but it was just up almost 2%. Now we're right back in, so a nice pullback here for Google. Not nice if you're liking the stock because it's pulling back, but Apple, a quick look as well. Apple just gapped there. Okay, well, we should have.
Well, it might be the quote thing.
No. Yeah, probably the quote freeze, but it was down here doing nothing anyways on that story. Like, we've had this story for a couple minutes. So yeah, good call on that by Neil. Maybe we missed a couple quotes there. Obviously, Apple does not gap up $1 like that, but there it goes up to 260, and there it goes. Yeah, they're extending Apple's move. Oh man, we went long the wrong one. We're into Google right there. It looks like Apple was the one to get going there, obviously, but Google, I still like it down here to 330. Let's average in.
Yeah, and the market, like you said, the market is looking pretty strong here. And that Tesla,
missed the average in. My God.
All right, we're going to get to Tesla in a quick little second because I think silver might be doing the wrong thing, which would be as the market gets stronger, it could break the trend and start to head to the downside. But I'll give it one more shot. It just held the trend line above VWAP, so I'll go one more time in here on the dip. But if we lose trend line, I should be reversing this trade. This is something I didn't do last week. When silver would eventually reverse trends, is go the other direction as well. So I'm just on the bid, gonna give it to the trend line and see if we can't get into the highs. SLV looking still incredibly strong, relatively speaking, but just wanted to show GLD exactly the same chart. So these could easily break trend at the same time. And when that happens, there's a lot of people that will probably have trailing stops and that ilk. Tesla is still absolutely, like, this thing is a rocket.
Is it still going?
Yeah, so this is, yeah, for sure. This gap here, that's just the quote thing. Because the last quote issue was a little bit longer, like a few seconds in. It was actually almost like a full minute. But we have rejected 450 3 times. So we hadn't had a single close above 450. If this does a close on the 3-minute above $4.50, I think that would be a place to go into the long. But until then, respect it. We saw what happened on Friday. If you were here, you saw it try to break and completely fail to get through. If this can't do it today, this might be a nice VWAP retracement here on TSLA. So the new position for me is just silver. Oh, goodness. We'll see if we can break out that high. I want inventory into the high break as opposed to taking the break of the high. And so following the trend line is the only way to do that.
All right, so we are not following the trend line right here for Google. If anything, it's kind of broken what it's wanted to do. So we're just going to try to, I said we were going to maybe wait for VWAP, but I was thinking like this 329. Like if we where's my bid? I thought we were supposed to get long around here. Oh, 25s, 329, 25s. Oh man, that sucks that we just missed that. That's too bad. All right, let's put another bid in this. Wow, how low did that go? No, maybe it's gonna, there it is. Okay, we don't miss it now. So now we're long at 330s now, and not great as this continues, like I said, to fall back in right now for Google. Let's see if it can somehow catch a bid. I don't know. I thought them sort of tying this up with Apple would be a good sign, but maybe it was buy the news, obviously there, maybe buy the rumor, and then once the news hit mainstream, we do fade back out. We're out about 75 cents on this trade now, and you can see because we put on a bigger position down there, we're finally getting a better average price. But it goes back to that whole sniping situation where we should not have chased it all. We chased it there and got out, and then we put a little bit on, and now it's just coming back into VWAP. 328.50, definitely a marker to watch out for here for Google. Look, see, it keeps on trying to go, but then definitely kicking the brakes a little bit on these moves back higher. So be careful. We did average it in down there near 329, giving us this average price. A break above 330 will take a little bit out. I think that's the right thing to do. And then we'll see if we can get somewhere back near the highs. As here comes, okay, we get a 96. Here comes a little bit of a breaker now for us back to the upside on Google. We don't have enough offers there, so let's put a few more. If we can get above 330, that should really help us a little bit there. But here it comes right back up to the upside. It's Google off of a nice dip buy, but there it goes. Stops again at 330. So Google News here, signing up with Siri right there. And here's another news story. Google right there surpasses the 4 trillion in market cap. When we were up there, I guess now maybe it's come back in.
I feel like that's been like a bad sign for stocks on the daily chart. Like it's almost like when you get past one of those like massive trillion, whether it's 1, 2, 3, in this case like 4, when you get to one of those levels, most stocks pull back after that. But we'll see. I mean, you have a lot of day left to go. But look, either way, kudos to them. Really, just break the high.
Yeah.
Just rejected the high again here.
We just got stopped at a little low there.
Wow, no, I'm talking about silver.
Silver.
I switched. I was looking at it. We're breaking the high there on SLV. Looked like it was about to really cruise, but we just rejected that high break temporarily. This is starting to get really tight to the trend line.
It's gonna break again.
So I got to be really careful with it. Walmart is still kind of, I don't know, man. Like Walmart, the problem with this is, and I know exactly what it is. It broke trend, and this is a rule break. Like it broke the trend line, but this is right at VWAP, so it's rejecting the volume weighted average price on this trend break. I had the long way too tight to the volume weighted average price, which is probably why I'm scalping out of it like I normally wouldn't, because this is resistance here. Like I'm long into overhead resistance, so Walmart, it's probably just going to end up being a small one because there's just not any room. If we close above VWAP, I think there's a better long to be had timing-wise, but we'll see. Like for now, it's been okay, but I'm going to dump this one if it gets past break even. Take what we can. So silver is still working pretty well to the upside, as we are now 372 subscribers away from 550,000.
Wow. Okay, yeah.
So you know what you got to do.
It's about that time.
You got to hit the subscribe button, and the reason to do it is threefold. I'll give you 3 reasons to do it.
Give them more than 3.
One, because we have the best community out there, and to engage in the community within the chat, you've got to be a subscriber to be in the chat. That's reason number 1. Reason number 2 is because the more we grow, the better everybody gets. We can spread the word, we can talk about what's moving, we can try to share ideas, and all try to get better. And number 3 is so that you can talk trash because you were the 550,000th subscriber. And that's a pretty good one as well. You want those bragging rights where you can just say it was me.
Yeah.
I'm the one that did it.
Yeah, like you can tell that to your kids when you grow up and everything like that. Like you can say, I remember when this show was so small and we only had 550,000 subscribers. So yes, sir. Good one there, Neil. I like all of those reasons. But even, people are.
Get in there.
Yeah, people are subscribing. Yeah, we're looking, Andre. Yeah, we're looking right there. I have many shares to deal with right here, but we will continue to look at that. All right, so, we do have some super chats there. Okay, and
Steve
if you want to put them up, there it is. So is that the same one twice? It's twice on my screen. Yes, I believe it's a video.
There's another one. Uh-oh. Well, when my chart decides it wants to load NVIDIA, okay, great. The charts have a case of the Mondays, everybody.
Yeah, big time.
Oh my goodness, please tell me. See, this is, that is so frustrating. Because if I was trading NVIDIA, this is exactly the kind of like trend break I would have been looking for. You're in an up move, you pull back, you're at VWAP, you go for trend break, that would have been here. Instead, it stays on trend and flushes, unfortunately. But look, for NVIDIA, the bigger picture would be, as I know what I'm looking at here, from last week, it was 192 to 193. We broke down on Thursday, and then we held the bottom end of the range. So now instead of it like 192 to 193, you've got this 86 to 87, which is this lower high that NVIDIA is contending with. It's just slowly trending down right now on NVIDIA. It's like structure, consolidation with wick tops, which indicates sellers in control, and then we step down, wick tops, sellers in control. Another one here today, sellers in control. And this is in the midst of the NASDAQ ups. Like the NASDAQ is almost green today, and NVIDIA's pulling back. So it's just a little relatively weak here for NVIDIA recently. So you play within that structure, which means you want to short the tops. You know what? I'm going to slap a fail on myself because this actually set up for a better short than AMD now that I look at it, but it doesn't matter now. But it does set up as a better short because you've got the lower highs, clear stepping down pattern for sure. I have to really wonder if we're going to hold. Silver's been good so far, but it is about to break that trend and maybe retest the volume weighted average price. It could not break out the high. So we've been long it since VWAP, and I'm just getting out. I'm not going to short it until it closes under the trend line. But that's been a pretty distinct trend on silver, which you gap up that far, you don't want to lose this trend line. You could be all the way back at VWAP and then 76. So it's been a good one early, but kind of losing a little bit of its luster later on in the session as we go.
Oh yeah, we're lucky enough. Yeah, we're lucky enough to get a little bit longer there. And Google Bogle for this year, Sound. Okay, we can check out that Soundhound again. Good little level here for Soundhound. We talked about this with Brian Shannon. He has liked it. Actually, he liked it a little bit higher than this. I guess it's fallen back over the last little while. You said on a 5-minute candle there. Yes, there. Nice move back in a little bit of a V shape. I don't think it's enough of a V to worry too much about it, but right into there, it has come back, bouncing. I always like to look at the 200 period moving average, so we are above there. If you think there's a rebound coming in this sort of AI name, by the way, I can't, Neil, address this too much right now. We just had a huge monster move back up on Google, so if you want to quickly look at Soundhound or not, doesn't matter, but we do have a nice bigger move back now in Google, so we do finally find a bottom down there at 228, but we did take a bath on it, so we have to sort of wash it off now and see if we can get
I can look at it pretty, like it's...
Yeah, see if we can get it back to the upside, but...
This is actually pretty easy technically because I think, is it today? Yeah, today, this actually death crossed today. So this rejection at $13 is actually much uglier on the higher time frame than even just giving that back. Like there's your full gap fill. Here's your 50 period. I'll zoom in so you can see it better. There's your 50 period crossing the 200 period moving average. There's a rejection of a lower high. If this cannot hold on above this like 1220 or so, which it doesn't look like it wants to, that's a huge rejection on multiple time frames. 13 rejection, both major moving averages, throw in a death cross. It's incredibly bearish for sure. You know what I'm going to say about the death cross, though, if you watch this enough? I absolutely love when you flash a death cross and then break out technically, because that means people are going to short this day heavily, and if somehow tomorrow or in the next couple of days it can break 13 again, that's a great type of long setup. But you can't worry about that now. Right now, it's incredibly bearish. If I had seen this, we haven't. I think maybe even looking at like VWAP for a bit of a trend trade could work, but it's a little bit late. It's kind of late for that because it broke down. There's your VWAP trade here. You probably would already be in this one. So I'm not going to touch it. I wouldn't touch it, but certainly on the daily chart, that looks incredibly bearish until we can get back above 13 bucks. That's kind of like a wait for it to be above 13 instead of trying to catch a long underneath. Sometimes I like longs at higher prices based on what the chart's telling you.
We did have a nice move back up in Google, and then all of a sudden stopped a little bit there. So we did get out. It stops at the 200 period. I still think we can get a little higher, but I had to sort of throw that question out there and take that fill as all of a sudden the net just kind of like gave it back a little, came back into us a little bit there as the NASDAQ remade highs right there. Palantir's interesting, man. Keeps on bouncing off this 179. So we still are here, but it was a break literally of 70 is where we were going to get out. Sorry, 78.50. So we've bounced around a little bit, potentially thinking about another long here in Palantir as the market trying to turn green. Let's add a little bit. Oh, we just bless you. Let's add a little bit to our Palantir trade there and then put the stop where we need it to be 178.50-ish or so there for an out on Palantir. We'll see if it can mature back in to these 180 levels. What's up, Adara?
Before we get into the sector board, I quickly want to mention here UMAC and RCAT, Department of Homeland Security, announcing they're launching a new office to advance drone and counter-drone technologies. Some of these drone plays, including UMAC and RCAT, on watch with that catalyst. Let's talk here, though, about this sector board. We have to talk first and foremost about finance, probably the most obviously weak sector. We just take a look at this here. AXP, Citigroup, Visa, JP Morgan, MasterCard sharply to the downside. These traditional banks and credit card names trading lower as U.S. President Donald Trump basically says, hey, if you don't have this 10% cap here for these credit cards by January 20th, there could actually be legal action. So again, unclear if and how this is going to be implemented, but there is a date for it, and these stocks right now a little bit spooked. Energy minerals to the downside, transportation to the downside here with Delta down about 3% ahead of their earnings tomorrow morning. Industrial services weak. Health technology generally pretty weak here ahead of, as Sean mentioned, this JP Morgan Health Conference. So Johnson & Johnson and Eli Lilly both strong. Producer manufacturing doing really well here. GEV up 3.5%. Let's talk about tech because both of these tech sectors are all over the place. We have electronic technology with NVIDIA to the downside, Broadcom, AMD to the upside, and Qualcomm down about 3%. Then we have tech services pretty muted across the board. Even GeoOGL, Google here with an announcement with Apple here. Basically, reportedly, Apple announced that Google is going to be working here with their Gemini for Apple's Siri AI-powered integration. Again, Google, nice pop on that initially, but still roughly flat on the day. Other names in the sector, including Adobe and Apple, have been more noticeably to the downside. Do make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content as we send you back over to Sean and Neil.
That's my bad for not getting to the mute button on that one. Usually, I'm a little faster and I'll be able to mute, but it is what it is. I think I'm going to give myself an excuse. I'm just a little sore from curling for the first time ever on Saturday. Let's just say curling is the kind of sport that you don't think that you're going to be like exerting yourself much, but like some of the movements and you're using muscles you probably have never used in that way before.
Curler,
and it's like, oh my goodness. I had tennis elbow going into it. And
You're old.
Well, that obviously flared it up a little bit. The rocks are a little bit, they're a little bit heavy, obviously speaking. And then like my right quad is like hating life right now.
44 pounds a stone, my friend.
They said 45, but I mean, it doesn't really matter. The suckers are heavy. The most important thing that I learned is just make sure you watch out for like stray stones.
Yes, yeah. Well, you don't want. I mean, they'll take you out very, very quickly. So many people.
Because you're playing on a lane of ice, and then there's like people next to you, and certainly there was a couple of times. One specifically, I was sweeping, and there was like a stone from the other side. Like I wouldn't have even seen it. But so, like keep your head on a swivel, and then I see it. Like it was going wild. Someone had thrown a missed stone, and it was like this far from like.
Oh yeah. No. It's a fun sport, but it can be dangerous. It can be dangerous.
But it was I had a ton of fun.
Good, man. Good. Yeah, I used to coach my kids curling, so nice to see you getting involved there. It's fun. Such a fun social game. That is for sure. Okay. We reloaded. I'm reloaded. But we're about to get unloaded here. So we take some more out as it dumps right back up. And I don't know, man, we thought that this news was been good for Google. It looks like it's going the other way here. Out if it breaks, it's going to break right now, 327.50s. We're out if it breaks that. That's the low of this move here. Google was assigned, or I guess Apple picked them to work on Siri with them. So I thought I was getting out. Okay, there it is. Yeah, break. All right, that was just a little slow action there on Google, but a break of 327.50, I thought, got us out, which is what it was. But there's a break down lower. We don't get the greatest price on that fill, but nice out there for Google. Well, not nice out, but a nice move down for Google, coming right back into 327 again. So that story seems to have been turning around. I don't know if it's turning around for Apple or not. Not really. They got that bump up. We had a misquotes issue there, but there goes Apple now coming back in. So I still want to try to catch Google. I just don't know where the bounce is going to be. We're at the 200 period here on a 1 minute. We could try that again. It's been okay. That one was quick in and out there, and then this at VWAP worked, and then it didn't, and then we just tried the long again, which was okay until it wasn't. So it looks like it does want to break through 327. So we'll figure this out. But yeah, move down on Google as they Pikachu choose you. Walmart and Google today.
Walmart's now going.
Okay, now Walmart's going. So there was a couple Google stories today, which was Walmart with Google, some of their online shopping and whatnot.
Oh,
okay, thank you, Randy. I didn't realize it's already 10:46. Wow, we're almost at what's for lunch there, Randy. Yeah, we'll figure it out what's for lunch soon. Yeah, a little late for a coffee, but we'll take it right now. But yeah,
Walmart.
Google 327 in Walmart. You were long.
I had actually just said it was breaking a rule to take a trend break that was this tight to the volume weighted average price. So I'm like, whatever, I'll just get out at break even, and now it goes. So it's completely reversed. That said, the first available dip, it'll be above VWAP. I'll try to jump back into this one if we can grab it. 117-ish is going to be the price. If you're looking at Walmart, whoops. Oh, that's right. Shoot. Walmart, of course, going into the NASDAQ 100, and that's why they are now a NASDAQ stock. And
that's why.
As thus, I have to look at eSignal to be able to show you the daily chart, the complete daily chart. So here is the other thing Walmart is doing on the daily. It is breaking now out of highs. So 117.5 is also breaking out the tops. That's the other reason it made no sense to be in the long, because you're basically at this price, it's rejecting right underneath the highs. So now you're confirming the breakout above 117.5. So I want to be buying some dips, see if we can get back to pre-market levels. And I get it, like in the pre-market it's trading 119, but when they talk about all-time highs, the open market's what ends up mattering here. So first available dip, we'll get back into Walmart if we can. I took one shot reversing an SLV, and I'm kind of ready to take another.
Oh no, are we gonna break again on Google?
So it broke trend line, closed underneath, but kind of wicked me out there on the prior bar. Now there's a bit more confirmation with the short. So I'm gonna take another shot here. Really only been long, but I did say if it breaks the trend, I wanna look for the short trade back in. Maybe just take, if I can get in the mid 40s here and kind of give it to this 65. So risk about 20 cents, see if we can't get into VWAP, which is about 50 cents away. So I like the risk to reward here on SLV, trying for the Alphabet short, the silver short, at least for now. And then Walmart, again, all-time highs for Walmart on an intraday basis is the word I was looking for. That's what I was looking for last time. On an intraday basis, of course, we're higher in the pre-market. This is looking incredibly strong relative to other names. And who knows, maybe at 3 o'clock, maybe Walmart ends up somebody's pick, because remember, at 3, we are making our 2026 picks. Everybody on the team is going to be, I'm pretty sure everybody on the team is going to be involved. Myself and Sean and Sharif and Joe and Adara right here is going to be making her picks. Brendan, Obi's going to be coming on through.
Obi's here.
I believe Ramin said she wanted to be involved, and Fabian as well. I have no idea if that's going to be true or not, but I think we'll have a little bit of fun with it. We'll find a way to get some of your picks in there, see what you guys are interested in watching, specifically for this year. Right? Like the whole notion is, if you had to hold it for the year, what would you buy? So we're going to give you our ideas.
Yeah, it should be. It should be a real fun one. So make sure you guys do obviously join us back at that time. We do have Adara though right now. What's up, Adara?
We're going to talk here about money talks. Let's take a look here at this U.S. dollar right now here, daily chart. This is a red candle, actually taking out all of the strength that we had back on Friday, and actually potentially retesting this prior resistance level around that 98.7s that we had back in mid to late December. Now, of course, one of the biggest things here to keep an eye on with regards to the economy right now, sure we have CPI tomorrow that's going to be of note, but I think more importantly for now is the fact that we do have Fed Chair Powell now confirming as of yesterday that he is the subject of a Department of Justice probe. It does relate to his testimony for the Senate Banking Committee back in July of 2025 with regards to the, I believe, $2.5 billion renovation here of the Fed building. From what I'm seeing, that's about $700 million over a budget, which is why there have been some concerns. Either way here, Fed Chair Powell did address the claims. We also had comments this morning in, I believe, CNBC with Janet Yellen, who is the former Fed chair and also a former Treasury Secretary. She came out and said that, in her opinion, there's no way that the market won't react to this, and the market probably should react to this with regards to its potential threat for Fed independence. Now, with that in mind, the January 28th Fed meeting here for 2026, only 5% of participants now expecting a cut. The overwhelming majority, or 95%, expecting rates to be held in place. If you go ahead to the March meeting, we have about 73% almost of participants expecting rates to be held there. So it looks like we're not going to get a rate cut in January or March, at least according to the CME Fed Watch tool. For now, things are always subject to change. I do want to let you guys know here as well about Eli Lilly. Just seeing a headline here that apparently the company is on track for its obesity pill approval by Q2 2026. Unclear if this is brand new, if this has been announced earlier. Stock isn't really moving. They also have some NVIDIA AI tie-up as well that was announced earlier today. So a couple different headlines on watch today for Eli Lilly, LLY. So we send you back over to Sean and Neil.
You can't stop Eli Lilly. You can only hope to contain them.
I was going to go long. So I heard that story and I was like, okay, where is a spot that we could go long? I thought if it was going to be anything that was like an instant hitter there, we could have gone 170, 1075. So, but that apparently now doesn't want to hit. So we'll wait for that to come through with only 8 minutes left now. I mean, that story's broken, and I think Adair said the key thing, you know, not sure if that's a recent development there or if Eli Lilly shareholders and the stock was already pricing some of that in. So we'll be patient with that kind of a play right now. So yeah, that's what Eli Lilly's doing. And today we haven't looked too much. We talked about SMR and some of the alternative energy plays, but XOM today down 0.7, CVX. CVX right there on the New York as hopefully that loads up as well. I think it was down about 0.5% as well. Oh no, CVX is actually up today. So did make a move down to 161, climbing back up. And then, you know, Michael and a few other names on the ETF side today, including XLE. So that, again, pretty flat-ish on the day, especially after that dip down. We had recovered backside a little bit. And again, this one we'll have to use a different charting system for because it got repriced with a split. So 47 break looks pretty tempting there for XLE. I'm just in Google and in Palantir. Intel, although we did get stopped out near the top side of that trade, it remains basically right here. So good thing we haven't looked at this too much as it's been going back and forth. It was more just waiting to see if Google is going to do anything. So we do have now about 50 cents in the money on this, looking to see if it goes. It's a nasty chart because we chased it all the way in, but let's see if it wants to have a little bit of a recovery. See, it just got hit again. So I was thinking 320, like we've just been getting out, like we got out a bunch there, we got out a bunch there. Eventually we break. So now we're gonna have to wait to see if we hold out for this 326.80 spot. If we break that, then we can get out. I actually put 90s, it's 326.80 it looks like. Breaking that low rate, what is that low? 85, so yeah, breaking about $1 lower than here, and we can stop out of our Google. But for now, 40 cents in, and see if it can climb just a little bit back upside right there. As the market trying to get green, is the ES green yet? No, so they're basically the same, man. Dead even right now. The NASDAQ has done the legwork, though, because it was down much more earlier.
Yeah, the NASDAQ playing a lot of catch-up today. Speaking of energy names, SMR has finally broken out above, attempting to break out above VWAP. I shouldn't say broken out, but we've broken the downtrend. We're above the volume-weighted average price, so we flipped in this as well. Started long silver and short SMR, but now we're the other direction in both as they are breaking the trend in the other way. And yes, Walmart is still going. That is frustrating, of course. That's sometimes it'd be like that is the best way to put it. Yeah, that's an annoying one. Because I probably, like twofold. Like if I don't break the rule, I probably don't scalp out, and then I'm more attuned to, you know, jumping in here when it breaks because I'm not involved in just getting it long when it's underneath VWAP there, which I almost never do. So sometimes being early can cost you in multiple ways. Like in that particular case, it's like it makes you anchored to the price that you were in before so that you don't buy it a little bit higher, which is completely silly. The market doesn't care what you did before. It's going to do what it's going to do. So you got to move on to the next. SMR, I'm looking for a push somewhere back into the 35 to 40 area, like Friday's lows and then our opening range bottom. So think of it like if I was short at the top, I'd want VWAP. If I'm long VWAP, I'm going into the prior resistance here on SMR. My guess is it's still strength in, yeah, Vistra is still up like 5%. Remember on Friday, it was Vistra and Oklo that actually had the meta news. They were the two stronger ones out there. Didn't really hold on to the gains, but certainly, oh no. Oh yeah, that's right. I guess maybe we're having some quote issues on Vistra, but it's still holding the highs. That's really all that matters. And then OKLO, if you're looking at some of the other nuclear names, this is similar to what SMR is doing, only it's weaker today. OKLO is underneath the volume weighted average price. It just came down to the fact for me looking at SMR because technically it's kind of doing some things that make sense. And that was also the case on Friday. Like Friday, like when SMR did a trend break on Friday, it was very, very clean. So I wanted to be involved. If it went downtrend to breaking out, I wanted to be into that long just like on Friday. We have another super chat here from Sean Ed. Nice win on Rocket Lab on a reversal candle. One of my favorite names to day trade. Rocket Labs has been an So Rocket Labs and ASTS, like those are ones day traders absolutely love. But the reversion, it did the same move as
Wow, Alibaba.
right into the same high, 88 from Friday. Sometimes you just get that overhead resistance, and if it rejected there once, look for that turn again. So great look over on Rocket Labs. Congratulations. You just said Alibaba, so I want to look at it as 10%. Alibaba
The bull is there.
gone. There it is. It finally broke that downtrend, and bye-bye. Sometimes, you wait for a stock. Instead of trying to buy the dip, you can always just allow it to break a trend. And then when it does, you get involved. So Alibaba crushing it with, look, the AI race isn't just an American thing. Let's be real. They're putting up some numbers as well there. Obviously, you're going to have the China risk when it comes to Alibaba, but it's such a great value name as well that when it does get going, it is a very good long when it gets going. You just kind of want to ring the register in those moves. So, I feel like if it gets back to 200, that'll be a good spot.
Okay, well, we're $1 now in on Palantir, so that's nice as that continues to go upside for us on Palantir. So a couple reloads right there on that one, and we give props up to the Palantir traders today because good dip buys. We recommended it down here at these prices, so nice to see that one starting to mature up. What's for lunch today? Sometimes Joe asks. But today, it's actually unique. We haven't had too many American-style lunches, and we have
fried chicken?
It's themed. So the only American time we've had is fried chicken. Is it fried chicken today? Well, if you've had some chicken dinner winners, then you're probably thinking, hey, fried chicken would top it off today. It is chicken. However, a brand new item has entered the chat. I will, Sharif. It is California fresh chicken with apple salsa.
Okay.
California. So guys, let me know what
chicken.
California fresh chicken means. With apple salsa. I'm down with the apple salsa. I mean, I think that's going to be great. Chicken with apple seems a little strange to me, but I'm sure it's fine. The sides include grilled zucchini and peppers. There's baked sweet potato, and of course, everyone's favorite chopped green salad. So it seems like it's like when I'm thinking about California, I'm thinking like avocado toast and things like that. That would be awesome if that was.
This says it is.
Oh, okay. So California fresh chicken.
I'm not giving us avocado.
But this says with apple salsa. So instead of with avocado, you find a picture of this thing or what?
Apple. Apple.
Come on, man. You have one job here. Just type California chicken apple. Oh, you're typing in the salsa. Yeah, I need those pictures.
No, it looks like it's
that
an
one.
actual thing.
Yeah,
So
there we
we'll
go.
with
Can we throw that up there somehow? Okay.
Wait a minute.
That's okay. Just scroll down somewhere there. There's the finished product.
There's the finished product.
All right.
Okay, so this is legitimate.
I think California. What's it called? California fresh chicken. I think grilled would make sense. I mean, that's probably
okay. So this could be nice.
Okay.
I
let's go.
I think I'm okay with this one. I mean, I prefer the fried chicken. When they do the fried chicken, it comes with biscuits, which
people at our caterers are just making shit up at this point. I mean, look,
as long as it tastes good, you make up whatever you want to make.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Right?
Make up whatever you want. We've had some fails in the space. So,
yeah, let's.
We're really happy to be here with you guys every day and explain what is lunch. Trader TV Live does get a catered lunch, and the reason why is so all of us are always pretty much at our desks and so on and so forth. So it's nice to take breaks, that's for sure, but they want to keep us here as much as possible. So they feed us California fresh chicken. So, so far so good there. All right, it's 11:01. It's great to have Sharif back.
Yes.
There's another host with Sharif. I have no idea who he is, but he looks a little different today, but he's looking sharp as per usual. That is for sure. So we will find out what's going on there. Yeah, I'm sure his trades will be squeaky clean. Thank you, Neil. We will talk to you guys very, very soon. We love Joe. It's Sharif. Glad to have Sharif back, man. It was a great morning show. We've got Adara. The whole crew is here for you. It is now the Midday Madness. Let's go, Sharif. Thanks, Brendan, for the open. Fabian, Ramin, Andre, Neil, everybody.
Less than 350. We get to 550,000 subs. So get those subscribers higher in Midday, boys.
Oh, no. And boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. He is not Mr. Clean. That is your boy, Joey Options, and I'm Sharif.
Super clean.
You're always so fresh and so clean. Let's see where everybody is, baby. We got Mike PD right there. We got Michael Baldwin, Joey. We got Roger, Durant, Allen, all the cream. Says Joe. We got Rainmaker. Shout out to Angry White from Brown Lightning. I don't text 9783. That's my man. Phillips. We got S1. We got Andre. We got Bristol. We got Boosted Red Spot and Sahil. Shout out to Solus and Rusty Dutch. Hale, Fine, Grant Ratcliffe, Papacito. Wouldn't be a day without Papacito or Hurt Scrambler. We got Freddie 8110, man. We got Jomi 3185. Shout out to Tic Tac Doe. Shout out to you, my man. We got CEO Mixel Ventures and the Commodity King Trav Man for real. Also joining us is WS Sloan, Mike the Stock Impaler. I always get a chuckle from that name. The Katina Man likes it as well. I hope everybody had a fantastic week. Feel freaking great, man. Right back at R&R, looking a little different. I can't really realize myself. I'm losing myself here in the camera. We both look a little bit different, though, my guy. So, you know, whoever hasn't watched the show for a while.
I'm like, man, I feel like I'm missing something over here.
There you go.
Someone said short Joe's hair, but how are you going to short something that can't go any lower? Yeah, I don't know. But I told you guys, I'm not going out like that, man. I'm not going out like that. No. Yeah, thank you guys all for the kind comments. Obviously, all giggles. A lot of fun stuff. Sharif is back in his chair.
Yes, sir.
That he had a solid vacation. That's what it's all about, man. In the wintertime here in Canada, you got to get out of Dodge. Enough is enough, guys. We're in our second attempt here on SMR. It's actually going to be to the short side, so that's starting to work out pretty well for us here, Sharif. This one I messed up a little bit, and I got out too early, and I never re-engaged. We talked about that last week, but that wasn't the case here. We waited for a potential short signal. Now we're in at a primetime price of around $20.07 as we're starting to climb a little bit lower. If we do have the ability to crack the volume weighted average price, we really might get this rocking and rolling. Also, took one trade here on IBIT, and I messed that one up big time. I added 100% instead of getting out of the position at the crack of the high of the day, and then we take a little bit of a hit there. Nothing to cry home about. See, this should have been my out. No panic. We were waiting for a potential breakdown. Never got that, and then we started to grind. I think it's going to be a nice grinding bid here today in IBIT, but SMR definitely starting to work out for us here, brother.
All right, let's get right to work, baby. Here is what I'm looking at. There's 3 good ones. We've got 8 up on the screen, but it's really the top 3 here that are OMH, EVTV, and UP up. Okay, let's get down to work with OMH. This one's up 60-some-odd% to start the morning with a $1.75 high. It is coming back into that 160 level. On the 1 minute, there does seem to be support at the 60 penny level, but when you take a bit of a further look here at the 5, I do like this 1.5 better. Now, I'm keeping my eye closely fixed on prior bar low. Prior bar low takes us to that 152. So you better bet your bottom dollar I'm going to be front running that prior bar low, with the idea that I'm going to plan my dollar cost average, plan DCAs into this level over here, the 150 to 140, 847. Why do I say that level? Well, because the volume weighted average price as well as the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 are both right there. So those are key levels off which I chart and off which I trade. So I'd like to see that level hold up. Moreover, there does seem to be price action support there from the topping tail candle at 10:10 a.m. showing you that there was initial resistance into that 150 area, and to be expected. We always talk about, you know, the half dollar, the whole dollar acting as psychological areas of support and resistance. So your boy is watching OMH here up on the chart. EVTV is a bit more of a stair step up. Look, it's up big on the day. Let's not, you know, crap all over this one. This is the #1 gapper in the market right now, up 245%, but it started off its life far different than how it looks now. In fact, it was sub 50 pennies in the pre-market. Then it really got going right at 7 a.m. We always see those headlines coming at 7 a.m., 6 a.m., 8 a.m., and then they usually have a way of propelling these stocks which don't have volatility halt parameters in the pre-market. Sometimes, though, they end up giving the ghost by the time the bell rings. This one, This one continues to look real good. In fact, what I see here is a nice bull flag breakout. I want to say right after quarter after 10. We got that initial big candle there on the price action. It was supported by the volume bar that did about 7.5 million shares. So about $1.78 high as it hangs around that one mid-60. So EV, TV in focus for me. Last but not least, UP up. This one, again, started off its life far different than where it's trading now. In fact, it was about 2/3 of a dollar on Friday. When all was said and done, today it's got a $1.10 high. I like the dollar level, not just, of course, because of the whole dollar psychological support, but because the 10 EMA is now also pointing at that $10, or sorry, that $1 area. So UP, those are the three that I want to focus on. There are others. There's ASST, there's BDSX, even UAMY and TE. TE is technically not really a small cap gapper, but definitely something I want to keep my eyes on. And guys, I'm sure you've already heard it, and it's on there on the screen right there. We are this close to 5,500 subs, and I can't tell you guys enough. You already know how the algorithms work. You hit milestones, you show the algorithm that you like what you're watching, smash that like button, hit that subscribe button, let us get over that next hurdle. Obviously, you see how much we throw back into the show. You guys know how much this whole thing costs. You guys lived it with us every day with the noise. So all that money, it comes right back into the show,
right toward,
Joey
yeah,
Option.
it's right toward you guys. And I mean, yeah, we got a lot of super chats going. Man. The comments are flowing in. I mean, hey, we like the new look. We're gonna maybe we stick with it. You never know. We're gonna chill on the close-ups here, though, Assassino. The zoom out ones. No, I'm obviously joking. No, hey. It's all fun and games, guys. Let's see if we can get this rocking and rolling. Aside from that, let's pull up what we're actually looking at here today. And it's kind of similar to what we were looking at last week and on Friday. We have NewScale. We have APLD reporting last Wednesday after the bell. Great numbers. We like that. Double beat. And then we have silver still on its climb higher. And then Oklo. So signing that deal with Meta. Still continuing its climb higher, but no continuation really from what we were seeing on Friday. It did give up the majority of its move. Didn't do too much outside of the opening drive, but now we're moving sideways. I like this throughout the week. But other than that, guys, let's head over to our scanners and see if there's anything else catching our eye. Once again, once we break this volume-weighted average price, I think that we're going to get rocking and rolling here to the downside in SMR. Why? I'm going to pull it up for you right now, and it's going to head us over to the daily. Now, what we can see here on a 5-minute time frame, you've seen all of those intervals there, but this is a red day, a strong gap up, but we give up all of it and then we gap back down just a couple of pennies, and then sure enough, we're starting to feel that, but I'm going to stick with the flow, and that is a red day. So I like the short, regardless if it works or not. At 2020s, I'm out of that trade. It's that simple. So we'll keep our eyes out on SMR. We're going to run through our scans and find other potential setups. Let's head back over to the 5-minute time frame and see what else we got. Netflix found somewhat of a bid this morning, gave up the majority of that move, but slowly starting to recover. I mean, down from 88.91 to a high of around 90.35s. I'll take that all day. And then if we head over to the daily and see what we got, some more buying pressure slowly starting to step in. One thing that I was slightly worried about, again, my average is around 92 bucks. If we hit 85s, I'm at a dodge, and then I'll just re-engage at potentially a lower price. I know a lot of people are saying, hey, I don't know if we're going to even get to those levels, but be patient and wait and see. So I'm still sitting in that full swing position, and I'm not going to get out until proven otherwise. Now, as for Google, some good news coming out on GOOGL, putting in a new all-time high there, Sharif. Oh. This could be an absolute monster pick. I don't know if anybody's got this going into their 2026 picks, but I think this is going to continue. And I also like the banks. Even though they're relatively weak here this morning, I'm going to stick with the narrative that they could put in a solid 2026, Sharif. And I wouldn't
be surprised, man. Yeah. Remember we kept talking about the regulatory tailwind that they were supposed to get? The Trump administration was supposed to start cutting some of the red tape around banking put in by previous administrations. We haven't seen any of that. No. Quite frankly, he's been focused on clearly other things. So we still could possibly get that regulatory tailwind, but we'll have to wait and see.
I guess he's kind of started a little bit today, saying 10% on the credit cards as well.
That's more regulation, my boy. Yeah, that's not, you know, he's adding, right. Anyway, let's get right down to the trades that I've got in right now. Worked my way into OMH. Break even on this one, 156. I do have my planned DCAs, so let's see what OMH is doing. It did breach prior bar low, so still holding up, though, above that 150 area. What do we have on? We have 56s. It's showing me 63s. Let's go ahead and with the beak at 65 and then possibly 69. We still only have an entry-level position in OMH, so I'm not, definitely looking for getting some more, is what I'm trying to say there ineloquently. Up, still haven't worked my way into this one, but I have worked my way into EVTV. EVTV seems to be finding some support here at the 10 EMA, also holding that $half area. What do we have on this one? We have 65s. I still have an order here at 56s that is going unprinted, so packing my patience there. Nice move up here on OMH, so we get a nice little 10-penny winner to start on this one. Beak wet at 65, beak unwet at 69, but that could change. Maybe I should not say that, but we'll have to wait to see if 69 can print there. And then above that, we are going to post at 74. Of course, I'm talking about OMH. I haven't gotten anything into up yet. And the reason I haven't got anything to up, it's in no man's land. It's neither at the dollar nor above prior bar high. So it really hasn't shown me what I need to see in order to get in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead with a dip trade right at 101 to defend that $1 area. But I'm actually going to DCA planned dollar cost average into 95 pennies. The reason I like 95 is because that's where the volume weighted average price is, knowing full well that even though VWAP is hanging out there, if it loses the dollar, it may become a harder trade. So I do take some risk by doing that. Now, let me get to the one that's really moving crazy here and the one that Yannick just pointed out to me. Thank you, Yannick, for this one. LVLU. Look, this is a multiple halter. We're going to have to flip to the one to see how many halts. It is once, twice. Obi, he is the one thrice. 4, 5, 6. 6 up halts. No down halts as of yet on LVLU. It's up about 69% now, 1159 high. It's clearly spready. 1174 high, 1197 high. It's going to breach 12 now. Here we go. The breakout is on, holding that previous area of technical resistance. I want to say that 1083 area because that's where we halted. Holds it like a glove, and then there it goes, breaching 12 into 1203. Very, very spready and obviously very volatile. You need to exercise sound risk management skills when trading this one. Otherwise, it may not be so good. Let's go back to OMH because that one's moving in against me now after taking multiple beak wetters. There it is at the $half. Is it going to hold the $half? I've got my stop below 44s, so if it loses that $half by amount, we're out of this one. So we're going to keep an eye out on that, and it is losing it pretty aggressively here, so we may be in some trouble here on OMH. Let's keep an eye out on that one. Up, just got in there at the dollar, looking for this one into 95 pennies, but I don't have any orders waiting there. Let's go ahead and wait at 96 to see if we can front run that level. What do you got, Joe?
All right, good stuff, guys. We're slowly getting that breakdown. So if we get another bounce off the volume-weighted average price, maybe we piece out 20, 30%. But other than that, the nice curl over, that's exactly what we want to see. It failed to establish a new high right here. And then the weakness within the time and sales, that's something to keep an eye on. So the momentum we want to see pick up, and also the volume on the lower time frames as well. So keep that in mind. W with the cut. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people loving it, man. I'm liking it as well, too. I just woke up Saturday morning, and I guess I chose violence. Like, yeah, let's just get it done. I mean, I was thinking about doing it for quite some time, but I like it, man. It's a good look. Congrats, over here. Brother.
As long as you're happy.
But other than that, let's see. I haven't even gone through the Mag 7 here this morning. We're looking to put on another position, but here goes SMR, Sharif, 1998. You're not going to see anything right now. If the momentum picks up, we're going to add a little bit more to this position because I'm only sitting in around 33% of the amount that I would like. Even though I'm thinking about taking some out as we bounce, Sharif. Let's rock and roll here on SMR, a small bit, 10%. I didn't want to go as heavy as that because I am going to look for another add. If we get a pullback, fail to establish a new low, we're going to look for somewhat of a peak, and then maybe we can get that move a little bit lower. I already displayed to us on the daily what it looks like, so we're going to continue on that path. All right, Joey Pipple. Yeah, we like that, man. Going to come with the names. Super chat, what do we got here? Pop it up there, Assassino. RKLX. Yeah, let's take a look at RKLX for the folks. Thank you very much for that, RKLX. and see what we got going on here in the daily. Okay, so you can see on the 1 minute, whoa, what a pop up there in SMR. We got to get out of this one now, Sharif. So we locked a little bit in, but then it just came immediately against us to get out break even. I'm going to pull up RLX real quick, but this is what I was talking about not too long ago. Bounce off a VWAP, we take some out, and then sure enough, it comes against us a little bit as it looks like it wants to climb higher and break through this pivot. Is there volume stepping in? Or yeah, there is volume, but is there any form of a catalyst here on SMR? Because that's a big time move and buyers stepping in right away. So I'm glad that we got out of there. RKLX, let's head over to the 5 minute and see what we got going on. Yeah, I mean, it's not horrible price action, but I think the daily is a little bit more important. You have tested this previous pivot high, 64.55, and now you're starting to come back in. If you get an open up above that range, maybe you can really get to rocking and rolling. But this is a leverage play, a Rocket Lab 2x leverage, Sharif.
All right, guys, EVTV, we got stopped out of that one. That got pretty aggressive to the downside. Loses that 150 area, actually lost 140 as well, so that'll be our first L on the day. EVTV still up big, so I'm still going to have to keep my eye out on this one. Still up 214%. Maybe just executed poorly on this. It seems to be finding support at $1.40, but we'll have to wait and see. I'm going to need to see a little bit more before working my way into this one. The lower highs seem to be operative here, whether you're looking on the 1 or the 5. It's basically a high a day of 178, and then we put in another high of 170, and then it's just incrementally lower and lower and lower. There we go. Now we're looking at OMH break even on this one into the 145 area, looking for this one to pop up back into 150. We've got 145 on, showing me 146, so no beak wetters as of yet. It's not the biggest mover on the day, but it's up about 43%. Still definitely feel that the sellers are in control, especially with that bamboozling candle that we got on the 5 minute at 11:10, which actually took out prior bar high, but ended up losing prior bar low. That is what we call a bearish engulfing candle, and that may not be good. Up, we're okay on. Look, the lower highs are still in play here. It's a $1.10 high that was put in on the candle, I want to say at 11 o'clock, and then every subsequent candle after that has been lower high, lower high, lower high. So I don't want to be too quickly to add here, but we're still in an entry-level position. I'm looking at working my way in to that 95 penny area because that's where I perceive the volume-weighted average price. But a new one here has just reawoken, BDSX. I said very little about this one because it was trading below the volume-weighted average price when we started the show. That was at about $7.80, a little bit higher than 7 3/4. It has now taken out 8, which looks really good if you're looking at the higher lows. But when we take a more nuanced view, we're still very much putting in lower highs. So I need to see something, I want to say generally above that 8 1/3, if really to be more safe, 8 1/2, and then we can see if we can squeeze up into that $9. Technically, it is a 908 high. So BDSX should be in focus here, up a little bit less than 50% as well. And then UAMY is giving me vibes of a flat top break. Let me make my case for you guys. 10:10 a.m., we have that bottoming tail candle that bounces off the volume-weighted average price. And then at 10:35 and 10:40, we have higher lows. And then again at 11:10, 11:15, another area higher low. All the while, it seems to be that $8.65 area, which is acting as a flat top, despite the fact, of course, we've been to $8.95, but we spent very, very little time there. So UAMY does feel like it is flat top breakish. Now, sometimes when they do break that level, the flat top, they get pretty aggressive as a lot of short sellers get stopped out once the price action breaks above there. So look for a possible squeeze right above 865, maybe to 875, 880. Sometimes it acts like that, sometimes it really doesn't. So you're gonna have to take that for what it is and just keep your eye on the price action. So those are the ones that I'm looking at right now. I'm not really seeing anything too much that I like other than that. Who do we got? Who do we got? Danny's boy. Shout out to Danny's boy. He's dropping $5 in the chat. We appreciate it. HYMC squeezing. Something's fierce again. These miners have been such a great way to play silver. Say more, man. Let's have a look at HYMC. And we'll do a little TA. Oops, HYMC, what do we got on the daily? This is a beautiful, beautiful looking daily chart. It is literally trading at the day's high at 33.38. Now, it's up 23%, by the way. Let's look at this one from a 5-minute time frame. Look at that flat top break through 32, and now it is on its way to 33.5. HYMC's already earned its way onto the side chart. We're going to take off OPTX, and we're going to put on HYMC, even though, is it technically a small cap gapper? I mean, not really. 2.71 billion, but trading like one today. Thank you very much for that. Look, man, I look for a move into the 10 EMA on the 5, just as it was holding it here on the breakout. It pulls back into the 10 EMA. You buy the 10 EMA, which is currently about 32 and 2/3. Right now, the high of the day, just taking out the $0.50 again, 33.56. Beautiful look here on HYMC. We're going to pause for a second. We're going to the big desk with Adara.
But I hear an ASTI. This is Ascent Solar Technologies. Just completely based on speculation here on X that this company could actually be tangentially involved in NVIDIA because NVIDIA has backed StarCloud for orbital data centers in space, and it's possible that ASTI could also be involved with that. So again, purely speculative move here in ASTI, but nice push to the upside for this now just over $5 stock. Keep an eye on Novo Nordisk and HIMS as well. Not much of a move here in either of these, but we do have CEO Maziar Mike Dustar of Novo Nordisk saying that apparently compounded versions of their Wegovy weight loss drug are still a bit of a concern. These are comments that are being made here at this JP Morgan Health Conference. Back to you.
Good stuff, good stuff. Thank you very much, Adara. All right, guys, this is my second hockey mistake of the day, so not too good of a start. I wanted to short the TQs all the way up here, but I accidentally went long, and I got out immediately as it started to come here against us, so we're going to have to fix that up. I mean, there it is. I wanted in at 55.90s, and then now we're getting that move down into 79, so that would have been a nice one-to-one right out of the gate on the T-triple-Qs, but that's all right. We'll clean things up. I threw my notebook to the side. I'm like, this thing's just getting in the way. So that could be a little bit of the reason why we were starting to make some mistakes. Now, it's either go with the flow with silver because there's zero chance that I'm going to be shorting this thing whatsoever. A nice steady grind. And if you go back into its previous history, that's what it's been doing for the last couple of sessions, guys. So a nice steady move and then now gapping up, forming a new ATH this morning. As I was looking at the overall market, right as soon as my eyes opened, I'm like, oh my God, silver once again closing in at $72, trading up to $78 right now almost. So I think that's going to continue on this path. What has gold been up to? Same thing. Another monstrous move. Brandon was talking about it this morning. 20% this year alone. Bro. And I mean, we're in the second week of the year and silver is continuing to climb. I think that's going to be the narrative for quite some time. So, yeah, I'm going to go with the flow on silver and just continuously look for those longs. It's unfortunate that we did miss out on that short trade on the T-triple-Qs, but any form of a rebound and a bounce off of key support levels that can now act or prior resistance that can act as support now, I think we're going to be okay. So another post up at this zone. If it starts to reject it, then maybe you can get a little bit of a move to the downside. But it's always important when you are trading the overall market, you got to keep an eye on what Microsoft is up to, what NVDA has been up to, and Amazon has been trading phenomenally as of late as well. So keep that in mind. What's it been doing today? Another solid green one right out of the jump. Let's get this fixed up here so you can see extended trader. Okay, yeah, so that's right. So yeah, here's the 1 minute, nice move, very illiquid in the pre-market, but choppy, choppy, choppy. First couple of minutes, straight to the top side. You open up around 245 and you get a 3 minute, $3 move within the first 20 minutes. So I'm not going to complain about that whatsoever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 consecutive up days there on Amazon.
Thank you so much, Leanne. Appreciate you, Leanne. $5 super chat. I missed you, Sharif. I've decided to be a small cap gapper fiend. I love that. Oh my goodness. What's up with SOGP and OCG? Say less. Let's have a quick look. Let's take a look at that. Where we got? So we're going to look at SOGP first. Look at this one. What do we got here? Sound Group. Okay. So on SOGP, we're up 26.5%. It was a nice price spike up right at 910. Looks like this one, they issued a letter to shareholders and they said something or another. Let's see. I don't want to read the whole thing, so I'm looking for something that just summarizes super quick. Rapid evolution of AI, macro lie. Voice is undergoing fundamental transformation. Okay, so they're doing something with AI, not surprised there. 1950 high or 1960 high, excuse me. The reason I'm not really looking at this right now, declining volume profile, pretty aggressive declining volume profile, at least intraday. I'm not talking about the wider time frame on the daily. Lower highs as well on the price action, and most notably, it's lost that $16.50 volume weighted average price area, which is sort of my line in the sand. But it was a nice price spike up. Let's look at it on the daily, in case you're looking for some sort of swing trade. Yeah, definitely breaking trend, and most notably, taking out that $15.50 area where we had resistance. Now it did price spike up into almost 20 bucks. Now it's coming down to 14, 18. So the daily candle not looking that good. It's looking like a topping tail candle. So the reversal could be on for this one. So SOGP, not bad, but definitely, suffering from some profit taking and or, reverse shorting, the mean reversion trade. OCG was the other one you asked, Oriental Culture Holdings. This is the daily on that, so definitely had a good couple of days in early December when it got all the way up to $19. Now it is south of $1, and that south of $1 literally does mean that, guys, this is barely holding on to 2 pennies. It's up 0.91. It's down 5% on the day, despite the fact that it had a very, very strong pre-market where it did pop off. It looked like it closed at 2 pennies on Friday. It got to about 2.5 pennies at the high, I want to say, at right around 9 o'clock, but since that time it's been faded and it really is making a pretty aggressive down move. So intraday, those ones don't work for me. And OCG, I would suggest, I'm not going to suggest anything to you, I shouldn't say that, but I'd be careful with this one because it had such an aggressive move in early December, and now it is very well below the dollar and, just holding on for its life here at a penny. So OCG, not the one for me, certainly there. TT Mass, glad to have you back. You were missed. SATL, doing all right today. Let's look at SATL for the G. What do we got here? This is a good looking daily chart. I'm liking the daily on this immediately. Shout out to the rounded bottom lovers over here, and there's plenty. So what do we got? We got a long area of consolidation between $3 and $4. That takes us all the way back. It's almost to, I want to say, geez Louise, if you really want to get really specific with it, all the way back, I want to say, to last May, late last May, until we lost that level quite decisively in mid-October. And here we are, rounding off that dollar and working our way back into 3.5. That's a daily. Let's look at the the intraday here, higher highs and higher lows. I would trade this as an upward channel where I would just basically look to take profits towards the high end of the the trend line, and get in towards the lower end. Currently it's showing me about 3 1/3 where I'd be punching in, and then I'd be taking out the profits at around 3 mid-50s, because it looks like 55, 56 is where the upper end of the range is. So SATL, not a bad look intraday, not a bad look on the daily. Good call out there. Shout out to my man T-Mass for that one. Not too bad. Now let's cover my trades. I got stopped out of OMH. This one, it did lose 40. It is trying to regain that trend, but it's below VWAP, so I'm not going to punch in until this one reclaims 5 decisively, okay? So that one is on Uncle Sheriff shit list at the moment. It's not going to make it back on to the trading screen unless and if it gets above that $1.50. UP, look, it's holding that dollar. I'm worried that this one might be manifesting a flat bottom break, but I do have a plan for this one that doesn't include the dollar and includes VWAP, which is at 95 pennies. So I'm not too concerned about this one losing the dollar as of yet. But here's the deal. HYMC, this is looking awfully good. Every time I look at this thing, it is another high of day. It's up 24%. It's not a small cap gapper in the traditional sense, but it's certainly looking like one today. $2.75 billion market cap. So you're going to need to maybe account for your different trading styles given the market cap. And also UAMY, I was saying this one looked like a flat top break candidate, and I was theorizing this one might make it up to 8 3/4. I was wrong by the tune of 3 pennies. It got all the way up from that 860 break all the way to 873. It's still putting in higher highs and higher lows. So UAMY, not the most exciting trade on the day, but certainly one that's continuing to give you that predictable trend of higher highs and higher lows, might be something you guys want to look at there. And then ASST. I have been displeased with how this one has been doing with volume. I know it's done enough volume on the day, but volume is always relative to price, right? And this thing's $1.07. Cares? Who cares? This thing's been holding the 10 EMA like a dang glove. So we're going to have to work into something here. 106 to 105 is a very interesting area for me to pick up ASST if it does make it back down into that area. So those are the ones I'm looking at right now, Joey. Tell them what you're looking at, my man.
Good stuff, guys. Yeah, so we got all out of that previous trade. That was going to be SMR, and you can see that it's continuing to climb higher. We're down 1.6%, but at this pace, it looks like it wants to go positive, and I think that it have the ability to do so. But let's head over to our scan. Lemons family, yeah, it's at Trader TV. Joseph, feel free to send that picture. He said I'm his long-lost brother, so hey, I wouldn't put it past my dad or anything along those lines, but
I can't believe you just said that. I love it.
Amazon. I'm serious. Hey, but there it is. NFLX, Mara, AMD. Oh my God!
What
look
happened?
at Marathon Digital Go. Here.
Everybody's saying that. Everybody's yelling about that.
Yeah, there it goes, man. So a nice move up to $10.80 right there, and it doesn't look like it wants to stop. What does that mean for iBit? Let's see what Bitcoin's up to. A new high of the day. I'm so glad we got out of that short. Imagine bag holding that would have been a bad time. But Adair, what do you have for us?
Very timely here, Joe. I actually have the crypto segment. I want to mention here on the 50-minute chart here on Bitcoin, bit of a range here that we've been forming. There's that base of that 90,000 halves. Top here that we're coming into right now around 92,400, currently trading around 92,200. Let's see if we're able to eclipse that level for Mara and for the sake of all these other crypto adjacent stocks. I do want to take a look here at the daily chart of Bitcoin as well. Continuing to do a little bit of a curl here off of these recent lows on November 21st, 2025. Continuing to make these higher lows, the most recent higher low being made here around 89,000, going back to last Thursday. Now, again, I mentioned that 15-minute high going to be 92,400. This is high on the daily chart, though, that we've now tried to get over twice and also served as previous support going back to November. That is going to be 94,800, almost 95,000. So let's see if Bitcoin can get above that $95,000 level. Ethereum looking kind of similar to Bitcoin with these higher lows, though, again, this most recent level of daily resistance not going to be the double tap in the same way as it is on Bitcoin. This level at Ethereum, though, is going to be 3,300, currently trading here around 3,130 as we send you back over to Joe and Sheree.
Very much for that, Adara. I mean, we talk about this on multiple occasions, and I feel like we go over it weekly. Just, you have to be cautious with Bitcoin, just the multi-month consolidations. So from past experience, and I'm telling you this first-handedly, is that essentially don't go the contract route. If you're going to buy IBIT, unless it's actually moving in a direction, then you want to go with the flow. But then when you're trading within this range, contract route is not the way to go, because you'll just, every day that goes by that you're stuck in this consolidation, it's just theta loss. And then essentially you can't recoup this. Recover from that. So Jose and I were talking last night, and I said, hey man, there's something I'm missing in longer dated options writing, because we were looking at Amazon, and you're right around the all-time highs, but we were picking up a specific contract, and I talked about it this morning, is that it's lost 80 or 90% of its value, and it's still hovering around the same area. But in previous months, in November, when it was at that all-time high, it was correlated with that contract. But sure enough, when you had that pullback and then you had that recovery, the contract doesn't recover in the same way. It's just too much theta decay, and then sure enough, you're just going to lose all your money, and you're going to be like, why? Well, this is up the X amount, and the contract isn't. It's because the decay just destroys the value of the contract. It's extremely important. Now, as for some of these other names, INTC, not doing too much, looking like it wants to break down here, guys. ONDS was something else that I had on my radar, but never really came into play. Strong 5-minute opening drive, but you give up the majority of that move, Sharif, and I don't know if you're going to recover at this point.
All right, I'm in BDSX over here as this one continues to hang out, I should say, above VWAP. We're in at 7s. It's showing me 12s, but it's not continuing through. There's 12, there's 13. Looking for a move here on BDSX. I'd like a move into that 8 1/4. I think that gets us into clean territory. There's 14s again. No prints yet. I'm still waiting at 15s. There's a seller here of note at 14s, and there it goes into 17s. Looking for 20s now. We're waiting at 22s on BDSX. Good breakout here and a good recovery of VWAP. It was really initiated by the higher lows into that 7.25. There is 722. Good look there. That's a second print. Let's go ahead and wait now at 33s on this bad boy. I do have plans to get some more, so I do have some in there for some money fills in the 90s as it comes right back into 8 on this one. So looking for a little bit more. Hopefully this won't be a failed trade. UAMY was another one that I just got involved with here. I'm looking for this one to continue to hold the higher lows on UAMY. That's the one that breached that flat top through 860. It's coming back down into 50s. We've built the position in on this one, looking for a little bit more as well. VWAP on UAMY, which I don't think I'll hold to. I think I'll stop out if it loses that 840 area. VWAP, though, should be noted, it's at 833. So keep your eye out on that.
A lot of people saying Tesla breaking out here. Shreve.
Go for it, baby. Yeah, 1 1/5, Joey.
Yeah, exactly. It just broke through the high of the day there. This is TSLA. You know, this is one of our favorite vehicles to trade with Tesla. A nice consolidation bull flag, and then now you're heading with strong momentum to the top side. Do you want to wait for a pullback? Maybe, possibly, unless there's a catalyst that's going to emerge here momentarily. But look at the volume profile. You can see it start to stair step higher. So that is a genuine breakout if you ask me. Do we want to get involved in Tesla? Not yet, even though it could be a mistake considering you are joining the momentum and a breakout. So keep your eyes out on this. Any form of a pullback, indecisions off of that pullback, and then sure enough, you can participate that way. Buying these highs, these intraday highs, little risky. You've seen Katina Man do it today as well on Google. Didn't work out how he wanted to. Eventually, he did get that bounce, but it's just the momentum. You want to wait for it to cool down a little bit, wait for those pullbacks, and then you can see where the actual strength is going to lie instead of the algos just kicking in, and then sure enough, you're trying to participate, but you've already missed the move because they're so much quicker than what we are, and by the time it hits your scan, the move's already done 80 or 90% of what it's going to before it is going to pull back. Now, as for K-Web, eyes on that. Actually, let's pull this back up here so you guys can see what I got going on. I'm going to be a little bit more patient because I did make 2 hotkey errors this morning, so we're going to wait and
what does that mean?
What, 2 hotkey errors?
Yeah.
I pressed the wrong button twice.
Hotkey. I kept hearing hockey.
Oh, no.
Because you're a hockey guy. I figured that was an expression or something.
Hotkey.
My bad.
Sorry. Maybe I speak a little bit. No, I haven't played ever
you're
since.
Good, bro.
Ever since,
yeah.
Ever since my surgeon said, yeah, man, what have you been doing playing on it for the past 7 months? I stopped playing, so I haven't played in like a month or so.
And you want to get it ready for it.
Yeah,
you know
exactly.
What I mean?
And you know what, man? And actually, I'm not gonna say that. Because I was feeling myself in the gym yesterday, and I'm like, you know what? I might just do it one more time, and that's just have one more fight. I might have one more, but I'm like, I don't know. I don't want to eat my words because it's extensive work, man, especially if you want to win. It's just consistent training. But anyways, aside from that, guys, AAL, running through our scan, this name is always on there, 22.1 million shares, but there's not, like, look at the lower time frame, very illiquid. Pull up the super chat, my brother. Please look at
Tilray. I saw they were all strong. I think it's just continuation. I looked, guys. I looked. There was nothing.
Yeah, nothing. Yeah. Oh, okay. So yeah,
have a
on the
look,
1 minute on the daily, you are starting to head towards a key pivot level. If you break and sit on top of $10, maybe you can get somewhat of a continuation. But other than that, let's go with the flow. Let's head back to Tesla and see what it's up to right now. Maybe we'll get that pullback here, guys.
All right, guys. LVLU. This is the halter. It's up about 98%, and here it goes again. It just touched. I just mean like a quick glance off the volume weighted average price, which is essentially the low of this candle on the 5. 1240 exactly is the low of this candle, rocketing right back up into 1366. I think the high of this candle is exactly the $0.75 at 75. So LVLU on the NQ up 100%. It's a bit more expensive of a small cap gapper. It's not that expensive, 13 and change. It's not the single digit ones that you often see us trade or me trade. So keep your eye out on this one. It is a multiple halter. I do believe all the halts have been to the high side, and there usually is a time when that won't be the case anymore. So be on the lookout there, guys, but dancing around that 14, high 13 areas. Limit up is 1437 currently, but that could change at any moment, so be on the lookout. All right, let's see. Oops. What I just do there on BDSX, minimize my level 2. What do we got here on BDSX? Still trying to pick up the higher lows. Prior bar high on this one is 21s. Current bar high is only 8s. So clearly we're getting some selling at 8 here on BDSX. I just don't want this one to be, you know, that failed breach of VWAP, then have it drop right back below, and then me holding the bag. So very much on the lookout for that. And then UAMY, this is going to be my line in the sand below 840. It seems to have found the money fills on the 20 EMA on the 5, but I'm not going to try to keep guessing if that's going to be the case. So if it loses 840, it loses 840, I'm out. We've got on this one 61s, so we will lose 20 pennies on this bad boy. And then UP continuing to hold that $1 area. Now, what I want to see here on UP to add a little bit more is the formation of those higher lows. So if it comes back in and it showed me a whole bunch of lower highs and lower lows, but then finds support at the dollar, changes its tune, starts putting in higher lows and higher highs, I'm going to add into this one with a 110 high. I feel that we could breach that. So be on the lookout for that. We'll see what we can get here on UP, and we'll try to ride this into the high of the day. I've been trying to think of a way to get into LVLU and limit the risk, but even though this one did find a whole bunch of support at the volume weighted average price, when you look at the 5-minute chart, there's no break in that lower high candle formation that we see. It's a 441 high that was put in on the candle at 1125, and then every subsequent 5-minute candle after that has been a little bit lower. So I don't want to be caught guessing here. Let it change trend, and then I'll ride that, you know, who knows if it moves up, but I'll ride that wave up if it does find that kind of support. Let's look back to up here. We added at 2s. Now it's showing me 5s. Let's go ahead and post at 5. And then OMH is reawakening here, guys. This one stopped me out pretty aggressively. I had 3 adds into this one, then it lost my level. And here it is, reclaiming the $1.50 level again, as well as taking out that volume weighted average price. These are the ones I struggle the most with, the ones that lose all my levels and then reclaim them. I feel like I'm traumatized by them, or I lack trust in them, and therefore I don't get in when it's showing me signs that I should be getting in. So OMH, keep your eye on that one. This one could be making another move up over here. Last but not least, how we doing on UAMY? Looks like we are finding momentary support at the 20 EMA on the 5, but I don't want to be guessing. My stop remains at 840. David Treziak, he's dropping 10 in the chat.
Thanks, brother.
Joe, heard you got surgery coming up. You'll be back on the ice soon. Dale. Sorry, last Pitbull reference. I love that.
All right, yeah, I get that. Yeah, man. It's
You're giving shades of Pitbull a little bit today, my boy.
Yeah, it's cool, man.
I like that. Pitbull, he's a multi-millionaire. Yeah, exactly.
305, baby.
Nothing to be ashamed of.
Yeah, exactly. No, thank you very much for that, David. Yeah, surprisingly to think, I'll be 34 years old by the time that I probably step back on the ice. Well, I shouldn't say that, but play an actual game, because I'm not going the route that I did before. I was in my early 20s, and it was weird. After I graduated, it was like a week after is when I tore my ACL the first time, and I just came back too early. I was just like trying to play sports. Obviously, I was working out and everything along those lines, but I injured it for sure a couple of times unnecessarily, and I'm not going that route again because it's just not fun, and I don't want to have to go through that. But yeah, I'll be 34 by the time I play a next game, but it's all right, man. There's plenty of other
crap,
things that
bro. You're going to dominate. You can
yeah, I'm going to be in. Hey,
that.
Listen, man, I'm going to stay in shape. I'm going to continuously work out, but as for like anything competitive, we'll be relaxing a little bit on that. But guys, take a look at silver. And once again, thank you very much for that, David. Very much appreciated. Another bounce. It started to sell off aggressively, but just due to the strength within this commodity, it just gets bought back up immediately. The midday featuring Mr. Worldwide. Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, if that doesn't get you to
don't stop the party.
Yeah, that thing goes everywhere. I mean, if that doesn't get you to like and subscribe, I don't know what will at the end of the day. Maybe our picks. I don't know. But yeah, guys, make sure you hit that like and subscribe. Did I lose a bet? No, I did not. I told you, I woke up Saturday morning and I just chose violence, and then I went to the gym. So yeah, that's what we got going on. No, back into these markets, guys. Let's take a look at the TQQs and see what we got going on. So you can see that we had this high, a lot of selling pressure in these candles here, and then sure enough, we're starting to form this consolidation. If this neckline breaks, watch out for a little bit of a move south of it, and then maybe you'll get somewhat of a rebound. If the momentum picks up, up, then be cautious of that move, especially if you're looking for a long. So there it is. As we're talking about it, a nice breakdown in the T-triple-Qs right now, Sharif. Is this momentum going to be sustained? We'll be patient and wait and see. But here's a good opportunity for me to engage in silver.
Oh.
We'll start relatively small, guys. Let's get involved in something.
Oh.
I think at this point we can break through that high of the day and then maybe head into 79s.
Oh, wow.
I think this is going to be a slow grinder, and I want to be a part of it. Oh, I didn't even punch. Okay, we'll post up exactly where we are.
BDSX, guys, BDSX monster breakout. Look at this, bro.
There you go.
Yeah, here we go. We're going to hold into the halt, guys. We got 07s. It's going to halt at 97. Here we freaking go on BDSX. 64%. We need a couple of more seconds on this, and halt. There we go. Beautiful. 896 high, guys. There we go. Now it's showing 899 tap. So BDSX, there's the breakout. The accumulation above the volume weighted average price really was the tell. And the flat top breakthrough, I think 8.25. Nice, Jacques. Good one to see there. Shout out to Mike as well. You called that one as well, my man. Good look there. Sorry to interrupt you, Joey. You were talking to somebody. I think you have a super chat here as well for you. Leanne dropping 10 in the chat. Joe, yo, Joey, bag of donuts.
What does that mean?
CC, I don't know, bro. I'm just reading what's written. CCL call at 32. What do you think? I have ACL reconstruction right knee after hitting 7 3-pointers. There you go.
No, it's not funny.
Go.
Yeah, so basketball, it seems to be the bearer of bad news when it comes to the good old knee ligaments. But we're in the TQs. Thank you very much for that, Leanne. I'm sorry that happened to you, but yeah, basketball is a dangerous one. But let's head over to the TQs because we were instant ITM on this one. We flip long, seen a nice hammer candle print. This is literally what I was talking about. If you rewind 40 seconds before Sharif had his breakout, I'm like, hey, watch out for a move below this support level and then an aggressive bounce back. So if we are fortunate enough to break this previous pivot high, then I think we can go and test the high of the day. But we're instant ITM on this TQs trade, and maybe we'll piece a little bit out here momentarily if this move isn't held up. But we got another super chat here, Sharif. We'll hit the bang on this one. Gimo, what's going on? 10, what is, I don't even know what an RON is, but thank you very much. Plug going like it's a fireball. Let's take a look at Plug Power for you and see if we go. Yeah, I mean, there it is. Bang, a nice move to the top side in Plug. See what the daily's been up to. I mean, this name was at the point of being delisted, I think, at some point, considering it was like $1.43 or something along those lines. Yeah, okay, so there goes TQs right back in. So that could have been a liquidity grab, but we'll monitor that in a second. If you sit on top of this range, I think you can be off to the races there in Plug Power. Now, as for the T-triple-Qs, moving lower, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
A little bit of bamboozlement there. Oh, and I caught a fill on SLV. So we like that silver working out for us right now. I'm going to stick in this for as long as I can, but we'll get out of the T-triple-Qs exactly when we're supposed to. If it breaks down past 55.65, then see you later because we did fail to establish a new high in the T-triple-Qs.
All right, just keeping an eye here on UAMY, back to break even on this one. It's only up 12.5%, but I do like the look of this one's jib here because it does seem to find the money fills in and around the 20 EMA. Now, we still have not taken a print on this. 61 I've got showing me 62s. I'm looking for a continuation possibly into that 895 high. That was the price spike that we got. I want to say it around 950 and then 955. I do have a bias, though, that this one has resistance at 860, even though it's been above 860 a bunch of times. But take a look at the prints of this one above 860. They barely last. They spend very little time there. So clearly, some sort of algorithm or short seller and or profit taker is looking to this 860-ish area as you know, an interesting area for them. Now, what they plan to do with it, I have no idea. Okay. Now, I just got to get back to this one here because we're caught in a halt, an up halt on BDSX. And the deal with this one is we're seeing a tap at $9, which isn't that much because we halted at 896. Now, this one will open up at the earliest at 1150.51, having halted at 1145.51. So if you're a newer small cap trader, These ones, well, if you're a newer trader in general, these volatility halts, they come in waves of 5 minutes. Sometimes they're 5, 10, 15, etc. So that's how we're able to know exactly when to expect them to open up. So right now I'm seeing 11:50.05, so we have another 50 seconds or so. But there goes UAMY. Yes, you little punk. Take out some levels there. There it goes, right back above 860. Show me 69er. And we just actually wet the beak at 70. Next profit taker, 77s, then 85. So let's see if this one can work and stay above that 860, because I just finished mentioning it really does have a hard time staying above that 860 area for any prolonged period. We have 59s on this one now, so we'll see exactly what this one has to offer. Just before we send it back to Joe, I want to wait here until we get the opening of this one. I do believe it's only about 5 seconds away. Now we're seeing a tap of 918. So good look. And there it goes. Joey frickin' options. Unreal. Into the high there. 940. Good trade on this one. Really happy with this trade. It's a 954 high as it got an aggressive price spike. But look at the blood. Bleeding its own blood, as you always say, Joe. Off that topping tail candle, 954. Losing it in a hurry into 875. I'm already out of this one, but be careful here. Now, give you the levels. 8.25 is a buy area for me. 8.25 is where the 10 EMA is, and it's also where we had a lot of resistance. It was hard to take out 8.25. So if it does make its way down there, I'd like to be a buyer in and around that area if it makes its way down there. Now, separately, OMH is really going. This one's going to haunt me at night, but I followed my rules. I couldn't keep DCAing into an oblivion. Anyway, this one's at 165 now with a 175 high. It was as low as 135. In fact, I actually got out at 137. So right back into getting out literally at the area low. There's nothing I can do about that. I had to follow my rules, but there it is, 165, and now looking at taking out the high of the day. If you're really doing some TA, though, it really needs to break above that 1110 candle, which is a 168 high. That's how it breaks the lower high trend. Other than that, there's no general area high other than that 168 or the high of the day at 175. So be on the lookout for that as well. And then UAMY, as soon as it made that price spike up into the 70s, there it is, right back down into the high 50s, low 60s. This one definitely is having trouble with 860, and I won't be convinced any different. It does not spend that much time above that area, so you need to account for that if you're going to trade this one, Joe.
Right on, right on. All right, yeah, guys, I mean, there goes the TQs. We were talking about breaking through this previous pivot, so we take a little bit of profit off, about 15%, and there we go, another pop to the top side in the TQQs, Gorev. Hopefully you got involved on this one. Look at this hammer candle print on the 1 minute time frame. There it is, right approximately right here. You get that strong move up. It's not that clean right here. It was showing something else on my other scan. Let me pull it up so you can see it more clearly. You can see clearly now.
The rain
yeah, I mean, hey man, there's a lot of love in the chat, and I just want to show you guys, I appreciate it in regards to the surgery, whatever it may be. It truly means a lot. And once again, thank you all very much for the kind words and everything. So I'm pretty sure I'll be all right.
You're going to be great,
Yeah,
bro.
I think I'm going to be
I
good.
told you, man, you're writing yourself a new check there.
Yeah.
You are, because once all the healing is done, you don't even know.
Well, I already told everybody like that I played hockey with and some of the other guys. I'm like, hey man, I was spanking you guys around with one leg. What happens when I get two legs?
That's
man?
what I'm saying. Like you're gonna dominate.
Yeah, and I'll wear my brace and everything along those lines. But no, let's head it over here, guys. Back over to what we got going on here in the NASDAQ. It was on the 1 minute. We can't see it right now, but oh, here it is. Boom, you get that clean flush to the top side. It does an additional liquidity grab a little bit lower, but now we're starting to head towards the high of the day. I'm going to piece a little bit more out as we establish a new one here momentarily, just to take a little bit off. There we go. We don't want to mess up. No more hockey errors today for the kid as the NASDAQ almost touches into that 55.95. I think we can head into 56s on the TQQs at this point, and SLV slowly starting to cook up for us. I think this is a name that I'm just going to consistently keep buying and allow it to grind higher and higher. At this point, I told you, I think we can run into 79 by the end of the day. A gap and go on SLV, Sharif.
I like that. This guy's talking gap and go. This is big boy
gap and
talk.
go.
Man, silver, geez Louise. SLV is up almost, well, it is now up 7 3/4, so the strength is on that one. Yeah, we're going to have to keep an eye on these into the new year, because like I was talking to you guys about before I left, like one of the main things that you read in John J. Murphy's technical analysis of the financial markets, he has this bias that commodities tend to trend for far longer than equities, but when they turn, they turn. And this one certainly has not turned yet. And I think it does have the macro environment to continue. It has like the fundamentals supporting it. You know, other countries want to de-dollarize, right? They don't want to be subject to the whims of the United States in case, you know, they rub President Trump the wrong way. They get caught with some sanction hands there. Well, we saw what happened with Russia, and, you know, no countries want that smoke. So, hey, instead of holding U.S. dollars and hoarding U.S. dollars, they're hoarding these precious metals. So it is what it is. And we're just going to kind of move with the flow there. EVTV, I want to go back to this one. Where's it at? I think I took it off for, was it LVLU, I think? Yes, it was. Okay, so this one's really starting to curl now. Now the deal is, it's got a bit of a range here. It's got $1.40 as support and $1.50 as resistance. I want to see how this resolves. If it catches an aggressive bid and starts breaking these lower highs, I'm going to try again my hand here at EVTV. I'm already negative on it, so we're already 0 for 1 on this bad boy. But I like what I see, still far above the volume weighted average price, so still playable for me anyway, in the sense that it doesn't breach my rules of trading something below VWAP. VWAP, by the way, is at the $1.20, so it's still far higher. Now, that's all well and good. It's not putting in any higher highs, though, and that's what we're involved in. We're involved for, I should say. We're looking for those higher highs.
Let's go.
Get it, Joey?
Yeah.
Fluffy. Silver is going up because China is buying physical silver, as in U.S. we are doing arbitrage, basically just trading. Hope that makes sense. Sorry for spelling errors. No. You're absolutely right. And we've been talking about this as well. Elon Musk making the case, well, and many others, to be fair, making the case that there are so many industrial uses for silver, and obviously the Chinese, being probably the biggest manufacturing hub in the world, are definitely going to have use for that. Whereas, you know, we're buying it because it's going up. I see your point. It doesn't change the trade for me anyway, though. But thank you for chiming in on that. I do like it. Shout out to the Fluffsters. What are you looking at, Joey?
Look what Fabian been writing in the chat. He's like, yeah, silver calls, let's go. I'm like, Fabian?
He's talking about calls,
dude,
eh?
He's like, silver, June 18th, 69.50.
He's a dangerous
calls.
man, bro.
I'm like, dude, who do you think you are?
What, you've got exclusive domain here on options or something?
In a good way. Like,
yeah.
Let's rock and roll, man. Like,
my man.
I'm past that. We're not going to say let's party anymore, but we're going to hit the Stone Cold Steve Austin. There for my boy Fabian, man. Nice work, brother. And you know what? Dude, what a veteran move for buying time. I like that. Yeah, Fabian options. Yeah, I mean, he's going to be sitting in this chair momentarily. But guys, there goes the TQQQs. A nice move. We didn't get faked out. And then sure enough, a volatility spike to the downside. And then now we're putting in an additional HOD. Who does the TQQQs think it is? Fabian, watch out here as it's continuing to climb higher. A nice move. We're going positive here. Oh, this is the leverage. So NASDAQ still slightly negative, but a nice move to the top side in the TQQQs. That's all it takes. Hot key errors where, not over here anymore, Shreve. We clean that out. We threw our notebooks to the side because that was getting in our way, and then sure enough, we're starting to climb a little bit higher. An aggressive pullback, but also SLV. Let's pull that bad boy up as it's continuing to grind higher. We're going to be talking a lot about this. Fabian, you better not have silver on that pick, brother. Otherwise, I don't know what else to say to you. Oh,
what happened?
Apparently, they're saying that you can pick short side as well too, so you can.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. Their picks are picks, right?
Pick's a pick. Pick it up then. By all means, we'll hit the money. But there it goes. SLV up 7 3/4 here on the day, heading into that $78. If we do break that 78.10, I think we can head to 50s, and then who knows what comes by 4 o'clock. Can we be at 79? I think so.
I didn't really know we were doing this until today. I got it, and then like everyone's talking about it on the show, and I just don't want to sound like a goofy. So I was like, yeah, I'm ready, right? I'm gonna have to think about this a little bit, but I want to
have a general idea of what
defense sectors. I just think there's just gonna be. I hate to put it this way, but there's gonna be a lot of military posturing in the next year.
I think so too.
You know, so I think defense names, like they weren't already good, they're already pretty good. It's just which ones. That's the thing. I might just take an ETF.
I think what the real question is here is how many picks are we going with? Are we going with?
Are we gonna do
Are we
three?
going 4 or 5? 3. Oh,
We're doing 3.
Fabian.
Says the Chilean Nightmare. What, he's not sure. Can they hear you? Okay. So I want to know so I can repeat it. He's like, he's not really sure how we're selecting it, but we're going to figure that out.
I feel like it should be fine if you have overlapping picks. To be honest with you.
What do you mean? Oh, between people?
Yeah.
There's
like, what
2
does that
people
matter?
can look.
Yeah,
Of
exactly.
course, I
Why is it
100%
out of the
agree.
trade pool.
100% agree with you.
Decided to pick that.
Yeah, I mean, like you can't just dominate
See
the.
what Neil has to say about that here momentarily.
Yeah, well, he's going to be on momentarily. We're going to go to Adair for happening now. So here we go. EVTV is taking it out. Finally, we're making some money back on this one. We're in at 54. We just wet the beak there at 63. Looking for continuation. We're waiting at 67s. And then we're going to keep an eye out on this one. So EVTV, the reason I was insistent on getting back into this one, I perceived a range. I'm talking about that $1.40 to that $1.50. Once we broke it, that range, and we broke it with aggressive volume and a nice price spike up. So good look on this one, keeping a close eye on EVTV, but I've been burned on it before. It's up 245%, so it'll likely have a lot of people's eyes, as it is, I think, the #1 gapper in the market, at least over $1 for now. So here's the deal. We're sending you to the big desk for happening now. Then Neil is going to do his lesson of the day.
This market just keeps trekking higher. Here is the S&P 500. Let's see if we can break Friday's high here, 695 and a third, currently trading around 694 halves. But either way, nice push to the upside here for the market. We know the market initially gapped down. There were some concerns here about the future of Fed independence when we have news that Fed Chair Powell is being investigated by the Department of Justice. We know that Fed Chair Powell has had a bit of a tumultuous relationship with U.S. President Donald Trump, especially as of late. Certainly on watch, though, Kevin Hassett, who is actually being considered one of Trump's top picks to take the Fed Chair position over from Powell when his term expires in May of 2026. We did actually already have Hassett say that Trump, as far as he knows, wasn't even briefed on the Powell DOJ report. So interesting look there. We also have to talk here about GEO-OGL, certainly helping the market to the upside, at least briefly, and briefly touching that $4 trillion market cap spot. Apple and Google entering into a multi-year collaboration following months of reports and speculation here. It looks like Apple now will be using Google's Gemini models as the basis for its Siri AI integration, hopefully to be released this year. I also want to mention here with Google, there was a Walmart headline too, WMT and GEO-OGL, with some AI shopping integration. And last but not least, we have to talk about United Health, UNH on watch here, with another report of potentially bad behavior on their part, a Senate report that was then later reported on by the Wall Street Journal, suggesting that there could be some concerns here with UNH's use of Medicare diagnoses. So interesting look here for United Health. The stock, though, certainly not faring as badly as it could be on this news. Now, before we send you over to Neil and an always exciting lesson of the day, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics. Because concussions demand fast solutions. NYSE listed Origenics, OGEN, is developing one designed to reach the brain quickly and not invasively. How do you learn more? Schedule a meeting today. Thank you very much to our friends at Origenics, and thank you very much to our good friend Neil Roberts, who will be giving us a lesson of the day. Neil, what's today's lesson?
Thank you very much, Adara. The lesson today is sometimes the best trade you can make is one that you don't make. No matter what your plan of action is, even if you're like, this is the level I like or the stock that I'm watching, this is going to be it today. If it's not doing what you're expecting, then you got to be able to take a step back. Or if what you were looking for has possibly already happened and you weren't in it, then you also sometimes need to take a step back. Because there's a real big danger about what you think might be the most explosive type of opportunity. I'm going to show you a few things. One of them is going to be a firm here. And what can be scary about this is if you get confirmation of something first time through, and then it comes, and then the open happens, and you have an opportunity to make the trade, you're like, oh, well, it happened once and it gave you like $1 or whatever the target might be. You might end up liking it even more, despite the fact it doesn't set up. And someone earlier asked me, why don't you do this or that? And I said, well, because a setup in a trade is very different from just a stock being a particular price or going in a certain direction. And a firm was gapped up because of the headline on Friday, or late Friday, that the president wanted to take aim at credit card, limiting the credit card interest rates for a year. They're gapped up pretty much all the buy now, pay laters and some of the fintech stocks. Affirm was on a daily chart breakout anyways, like it was already looking like a consolidation and then a break higher. And you had the prior high where it gapped over. I said, well, if 83 bounces, you got to go long, right? Well, unfortunately, this candle is not the open. This is the candle before the open, where it trends all the way down, all pre-market, into 83 and then bounces $1. Now, if you're someone who's like, oh, 83 bounce, well, that's the kind of trade that, like, around here, you get that, you're like, oh, for sure. Look at the support at the 83 level. So support was there. But what happens at the open? It's the literal opposite. So it goes in, it sells all morning long into that level to catch a bid right before the open. It would seem like that is going to be the jam. That's the thing on the list. I should be trading this. I should be trying to go long. But what happens right away? It opens trying to break 84. It's a fail break. It's under VWAP. It closes underneath 83. And then we open rejecting 83. Now, how many times, sometimes when you fight a stock, do you try to make something happen and it's just because you like the long? Like, what was my condition? Is it holding 83 at the open? Then I like the long. Was it? No. I don't have to be short, but I certainly can't be long that stock if I'm following my plan of action. And just to give you an idea of what it might look like, look, silver dipped as well. Silver pulled back in and was able to find some support and then trended up. So then you do look for, it's just that simple. Like, I do look for the long in one case where it's falling back into the open, but in the other, it just never happened. And so you don't necessarily want to fight it. You can get away with fighting a stock, but if it's not part of your plan, because the support level doesn't even try to hold at the open, then don't be involved. Sometimes the bounce is in the pre-market. It's entirely possible that in silver, that support at the pre-market lows, if this doesn't hold here at 930, then I'm never long silver just because it was good early. Like, it held early. Same thing as Affirm. The pre-market off the level I liked was good, but that doesn't mean it's going to be after the open. You have to be willing to not trade something because it is not doing what you were expecting or what you were looking for. That's the idea of having a plan of action. It's like, I mean, to use a football analogy out there, like, if you call a certain play based on the tendencies of the other team, it's like, okay, well, on first down, realistically, everyone seems to think we're run heavy, so they're going to come in and they're going to stack the box, and we're going to switch it up on them, and then we're going to come out there and we're going to spread them out, we're going to send the fullback out, and it's not going to make sense to some people, and go empty and send the running back out in a pattern. And if you go to the line of scrimmage and all of a sudden they're sitting out there in a complete prevent pass defense, and they're going to go out there and say, oh, shoot, they know exactly what we're doing. Maybe you're going to want to change that call. Or to a better extent, I think sometimes the easiest way to think about it in trading is, what is the worst possible scenario for a trade? And it usually comes down to exactly this. Maximum confidence, meaning it's an idea that you had at the top of your list. Maybe it's a stock you wanted to trade the most, or it's a price level that you like the best on that day. So maximum confidence met with zero sign of strength at the price you like it, let's just say, or zero sign of doing what you expected, right? Like, maybe you expected there would be like a trend break or whatever, or there'd be a support level or a big size in the bid, but it doesn't happen. But it's on a stock or at a level that you like the absolute best. Because if something is wrong at the place in the moment that you feel the most amount of confidence, that's where your biggest loser is going to come in. And I think this is the thing that you've got to try to stay away from, which is, I had this plan of action. I put a note of 4 or 5 stocks every single morning, but very often you will flat out see me, like on silver, I'll be trading it all day long. Like, I'm in it like 5 or 6 times. Or like on Affirm, it never set up. There was never a long setup that was part of my plan, so at no point do I trade it. There is nothing wrong with that, because ultimately sometimes you're going to save yourself a little bit of coinage that way. Like I'm looking over at Palantir. I haven't touched this stock all day long. Any ideas? What do you think I'm looking for right now? Not a single trade in Palantir, but it gave a trend break that was a big miss, but now it's got a trend break as well. You can wait for those chances. SMR, waited for it when I traded it on trend, but waited for it to break the trend and then played it long. Waited for it to break this long trend and then played it short. So until it's doing the thing that I'm looking for, I don't have to be in a trade. But you can be short early, and then I can be long, and then I can be short again, because there's an actual setup. So make sure you have a good plan of action, but just because the plan is in place doesn't mean it's the right thing to do in the moment. You are allowed. It's not like in the football analogy where you got to run a play, so hopefully you can switch it up. In trading, you don't have to. You can just wait for better and a more optimal opportunity to make a trade. So just because it's part of your plan, just because you like the level, just because you like the stock, just because you like the direction, does not mean that you have to force it if it's not right. So try not to fight stocks. I'm going to try to see what this chicken tastes like. I haven't even taken the Saran wrap off, so I haven't really touched it. And it is 3 picks that we are making, although I figure the way I see it, you know, if at 3 o'clock we get into a discussion and it's like we can throw ideas out there. Like I have a few ideas that aren't going to be on my 3, but I'm going to probably find a way to discuss them anyways, just for the fun of it. But the shorting makes things interesting, I do think. But we did make, I don't know, Sharif, you might not know this, but with regards to the shorting, so for picks of 2026, we're allowed to make pick shorts, but they have to be widely held in an indice. Like you can't pick some small cap Mullen type thing to just be like, I'm shorting this because it's going to 0. That's not, we're not playing that game, because you know that's what I would do if it was that kind of nonsense. So it does have to be like a widely held name. Like you could short like Tesla if you wanted to, but you can't just pick on like Polestar or some nonsense. Like that. I don't know why I singled out Polestar. That's probably unfair to them, but whatever. It's probably a penny stock anyways. All right, so there's your lesson of the day. I'm going to enjoy my lunch and send you guys back to the midday. Go get them.
The wisest of us all. He like, this is the wisest thing. Short these crap EVs.
I think you
money.
should be able to do whatever you want, man. It's your pick. If you want to short Mullen, by all means, short it at your own discretion. No.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's what it is, but
I want the shorts to be engaged.
the locates might be a little bit hard on, especially our platform over here. You know how
I'm
I
saying
feel
for the
about that.
picks.
Well, I mean, in reality,
Sharif, this thing has been driving me nuts as of late.
Don't
It's
even
so
get me
delayed,
started,
man.
bro.
It's so delayed, it's not even funny.
I don't know what's going on with it, but something's
it's
afoot.
so frustrating. All right, but what isn't frustrating right now for Sharif is the TSSQs as we take a little bit more off on that high of the day. A nice little pullback there. Silver started to sell aggressively, but bounced back immediately. I think this is going to be a good opportunity to add, in which I'm going to currently do so right now. I don't want to DCA into oblivion, but with such a strong obviously asset, I like our chances here on this ad. So I added another 20%. Let's see if we can catch that fill as it's continuing to climb a little bit higher. But let's see if we can get a new high here in the TSSQs. I mean, I don't have very much left, approximately 10% of my remaining position. A nice little low. Mike Peter Ryder, you heard what we were saying. Watch out for the liquidity grab south of the volume of the support zone, and then a nice strong move to the top side. So that's exactly what we're experiencing right now, and I think it can be continued.
To be continued, absolutely.
Yeah, I like that one.
All right. EVTV, we're done our trade on this one. Look, it just keeps putting in lower highs on the latest, price action look here on the 5-minute. It's 3 topping till candles in a row on EVTV. Even though it's up 237%, it still feels like the short sellers are in control. Let me make my case to you guys here on the black charts. So, first and foremost, you're still putting in generally these lower highs, right? That's number one. So if you're looking at area high, another area high, and yet another lower area high. That's the first bearish look, at least at these price levels. And then when you look at a little bit more nuanced, let's say from 1155 onwards, it's these topping till candles that can't really breach on any closing basis the $1.60 level. So I'd like for that area to clear, and then I can use the $1.60 as support. I don't want to be kind of just sitting there expending mental energy on this one when it's not really doing anything of worth myself looking at. Now, OMH is looking a little bit better. Now, this one suffers from the same affliction of the lower highs that whatever EVTV does, but it seems to have shown its hand a little bit more. There's certainly a seller, and there was a seller earlier on, I want to say right at 11, and then they've showed their hand again at 11.50, and then yet again here at 12.05 at that $1.65 area. So let's just say one mid-60s. What I want to see is a decisive clearing of that level and a closing of the 5-minute candle above that 165-ish area. Then I think we really do have a shot here to take out 175 and then maybe even make it into 2, as this one probably will squeeze a lot of people out, right? Because we're off substantially from that 175, bless you, into that 135 area. So I'm keeping a close eye here on OMH, even though, you know, you could make the argument its best trade is behind it. I like the levels at which is trading, but I need to see a bit more. So looking for that decisive close above that 165 area, and that decisive close comes vis-a-vis a closing 5-minute candle above that. That'll lure me back into the trade. I can basically say absolutely nothing about up. We've been break even on it for the majority of the morning, where it's just been hanging out at here at 102s, holding the dollar. I may flatten that out soon. And then UAMY is also falling into a sleeper. Now, what I was concerned with earlier, what I was looking at earlier was this one holding up off the 20, which it still is doing. Now, the problem is we're starting to get sort of a rounded shape on the top. That typically happens when you start putting in lower high candles successively. And that is kind of what it's starting to do here with this 1130 candle as kind of like the pinnacle of that rounding shape into that the 874 area. So I think I'm 3 pennies out of the money on this one. I don't like the look of this one's jib anymore, so I'm taking it out. We're going to flatten out on not EVTV, on what's it called, UAMY. Now we're break even on it at 57 is perfect. If it ends up breaking out, it breaks out, right? We can get back in, but I just don't want to expend mental energy on this one when it hasn't really done anything. OMH though did. So now if this candle was to close, and it still has about 4 minutes to close, this is a decisive break here on OMH through that mid-60s. In fact, this current 5-minute candle has a high of 170. Is it going to be that same nonsense where we spend all but like no time at that 170 level? We did that, recall, 10:55, 11. We got into that 170 level, making that 175 high, and then all hell broke loose to the downside into 135. It doesn't seem as volatile this time around. In fact, it looks more of a stair step up. So I'm keeping my eye here on OMH. It's up 67%, looking real good, mind you. And I'm looking at weaseling into this one. Now I have to get out of up, as this one is losing the trend on this. Let me just get out of that. I don't want it to fill my DCA. So let's focus here on OMH as this one gets into that 170 area here, Joey. I think I'm going to be looking at this one as we're about 5 pennies off the high of the day.
All right, man. This is my boy right here. Keep an eye on him. I keep an eye on your vlogs, that's for sure. There, Adam James abroad. Welcome to the Bald Club, Joey. Sharif, we got some Semenyo, baby, baller.
Yes, I heard.
Next please. Also, let's go NBIS.
They stole him from Bournemouth.
Much love, gents.
No,
yeah, much appreciated, brother. I keep an eye on your vlogs for sure. Oh, I'm sure that's a football rep.
Yeah, Semenyo. He's an attacker from Bournemouth. City picked him up. Great player, bro. Great player.
All right, good stuff there. Yeah, brother, I keep an eye on your vlogs. I always watch what you got going on there. Much appreciated, as always, and I'm glad that you're cooking up, as you typically do. And then when he's not, he's just chilling out. He's like, hey, man, I'm just traveling. I'm doing my thing. And I'll get back to the market when it needs be. All right, guys, there's the TQQs, but we were talking about the ad on SLV that is really starting to work out for us right here as we're starting to approach the high of the day, right back to 7.6% positive in today's session. Now, let's see if we can get a little bit of a grind higher. I would add more to this position because I do believe that we can head up into 78.50, and with strong conviction, you must put on lots of shares. So there is SLV, the TQQQ starting to come in. Watch out for the support level to be broken. So we'll go over this one more time. If this cracks and then the momentum starts to pick up, maybe we'll get out of Dodge once again. I only have about 10% of my remaining position, so we took the majority off. Approximately right here, this was like 10%, and then boom, take the majority off 21. Then I would have been all out if it was 21. Get that one there, Sharif. All right, but anyways, aside from that, guys, I hope everyone's having a fantastic day. If there's anything specific that you want to talk about, please put it in the chat.
Put it in.
Neil was talking about SMR. We're getting a nice little bouncer. What do you got there?
OMH is breaking out, guys. It's exactly what we were just talking about. There it goes. Your boy's in at 73. It is an 82 penny high. There's 81s again. OMH is him for the moment. We're looking for 88s next. Seller, monster seller at 83. Can't shake him. In fact, there's no prints above that 83 quite yet. That is still the high of the day. Nothing above 83s here on OMH as it's tapping now. 80% on the day. This one was just mid-60s as we were speaking to you. But there is aggressive selling into that 83 penny level. So look for a retracement here. Now, the question always becomes, is this the reversion or the micro pullback off which I can get more? Or if you're not into the trade, enter the trade. So that's what you're going to have to keep an eye out. You're going to have to look at the size coming in on the level 2, the amount, the sell orders, the hidden orders that comes in on the time of sales, because you're not going to see that on the level 2. All the nuances we always speak about with small cap gapper trading. Let me just give you some data here. Prior bar low, 161, prior bar high, 183, current price 80. So we're in no man's land here. You can't really DCA with substantial size and manage risk into the prior bar low, but you're also like a couple of shekels off the high of the day. So this is where I struggle a lot. If I hadn't got in at 63, I'd be kind of at a loss of what to do at the moment. That's just kind of the problem with trading these small cap gappers into highs. So here it's zigging, it's zagging. I'm posted at 88. I'm looking for continuation. I've got a bias that this one glances at 2. Now that we've taken up the 175, is just, does it do it in a straight line, or are we going to have to make do with some of the earlier price action where we make highs, drop back down? 83 seller again. Sorry, Assassino. 83 seller again. We can't shake them. There's a whole bunch of hidden sells, hidden sell orders at 83. No prints above. That is the double top now. Prior bar high 83, current bar high 83. Tell them what you're looking at, Joey.
All right, guys. PDS Biotechnology, NASDAQ PDSB. It's transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer with initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the U.S. in a few years. Learn more at www.pdsbbiotech.com to find out some more. Sharif, you got something going on there. Silver slow. Wow, it was a little hype, but I didn't really have anything, to be honest with you. I just had to end that like that. There it goes, the T-triple-Qs continuing its slow grind. Now, I think we can break this level. We're getting silver to slowly pull back in as well, but I do like our chances. The longer the consolidation, the bigger this breakout can be. Let's take a look at it at the 5-minute. Consolidate, baby, consolidate, and then sure enough, a nice breakout to 78.50. You just need to have diamond hands and have the ability to sit in this until it does. Otherwise, if it does break down, just be cautious, get out, and then re-engage, because I think we're going to continue to climb. Oh, and I was doing a little due diligence last night. Okay. Out of the past 34 sessions now, only 9 of them, in silver that is, only 9 of them have closed red. Wow. Yeah, right? Crazy. So, like, I mean, if you want to talk about a solid winning percentage, put your money where your mouth is there on silver, and it seems to be doing the case there, Sharif. So a nice look. Out of the past 34 sessions, only 9 red ones. Wow. And I like our chances on that one here in SLB, and that's why I'm going to stick to my guns. We had a couple nice trades on silver while you were gone. Okay. So why not go back to it if it's working, Sharif? And that's the narrative of this game. If it's worked once, if it's worked twice, third time's even more of a charm, guys.
Get it. All right. Back into OMH. So we scalped up everything there, flattened out, break even. It does hold my prior trend line. So I'm looking for this one to hold this 165-ish area. We're in at 67. I'm looking at wetting the beak, I believe, at 72s. It just popped into 71. So it's a double top into 83, but the current bar has a higher low than the prior bar. As I mentioned, prior bar low was 61. So I took the opportunity for a bit of a dip to get in at 67s. Now let's see if it holds trend and pops back up. It doesn't have to take out 83 aggressively on the first try, but it's so long as it continues to show me those higher lows. This current candle has about another 2 minutes left on it, so we'll have to see, does this current candle breach prior bar low or not? So packing the patience on that one. I've really got nothing else other than this one. Got out of my UAMY trade. That one lost trend. Got out of up as well. That one lost trend. EVTV looks like it might be weaseling its way back, but I'm going to need to see that one close and hold above 160. So for the time being, I'm going to be focusing Alma Energy on OMH for this one because it's a midday breakout here, getting into the high of the day midday. So not, in the earlier time of day or the pre-market, showing you good strength. One other thing I wanted to mention that I've said very little about, and I should have been saying more about, because even though it was a bit of a slower trade, there was ample amount of volume and it was very stair-step up-ish. Now, you could have sized in substantially on this one because ASST is like $1.09 trading at the highs. And each of these candles here, like this candle's got 2 million shares. Prior candle, only 187,000, but the one before that had 470, 373,000. So there was ample amount of volume here on ASST. It's up 14.75% on this name. So let's see what this one has to offer us. We're going to keep packing the patience on this one. OMH got stopped out for the last remaining amount there. We didn't actually get any print, so I shouldn't say the last remaining amount on the ad, but that one is losing trend pretty aggressively. Let's see if it holds up at the 10 EMA, which is $1.60. It's right. It's already breached the prior bar of the 12.15 bar. So I don't want to be quick to jump into this one, as this one's basically pulling back a little bit off that 183 high. So let's give this one an opportunity to set up either at 155 or 160. And then we'll see what we'll do with that one. But nothing else for me at the moment. Not really liking any of these small cap gappers weaseling their way onto the scene. I'm just having a look here at the chart on my scanner above to see if there's any new ones. SLS was also spoken about a lot by you guys, and I didn't really even put it on the side chart, but let's have a look at this one now. Not a Fluffy Hippo was telling me certainly about SLS as well as others. This one pulls in off 420 into 4, holds 4 really well, as well as the 10 EMA on the 5, and now it's at 405. So this one's curling right back up here. Let's take a quicker or a more in-depth look here at SLS and see if this one meets the criteria for an entry. What does this trade on? The NQ, yeah. So it's showing 404 on the bid, 405 on the ask. Let's see if this one wants to come back down into 4, possibly hold 4. Other than that, I really don't have any other trade other than to say to base your entry on that $4 area. If it loses 4 substantially by like a couple of pennies, it didn't. Basically, since it reclaimed it at 11.28. So if it loses it there. I wouldn't hold it south of 4. We're going to pause for a second. We're going back to the big desk.
Of Taiwan Semi's earnings report here, which is going to be Thursday morning. We do have the New York Times reporting that apparently a U.S. deal with Taiwan would include Taiwan semiconductor manufacturing. Unclear exactly what that means or how that would be implemented. New York Times also reporting here that a U.S.-Taiwan trade deal could be announced this month. So again, we could get a U.S.-Taiwan trade deal announced before the end of 2026 of January, which could have some implications here for Taiwan Semi. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Derek. Gaurav, take a look at this here. I mean, the wick is long. Obviously, we don't love that. The tighter the wick, the tighter we can have our stop. But a nice hammer candle right here on INTC. So the volume might step in, especially if we break this 44.61 level, and maybe we can get a grind. If you grab a couple shares and let it touch into that high of the day, which I think it has the ability to do so, considering the market is still hovering around those neck of the woods. So INTC, not a horrible play whatsoever, in my opinion. Tesla was definitely about. You don't chase on the breakout, you wait. And then sure enough, my guy's like, hey man, wait for that 450 level to come into play. Breakout comes from Tesla, previous resistance high, acted as support, and then now you're climbing up to 454 and no signs of slowing down just yet. This is a big time move. The previous pivot high of around $499. We're down 10% off that level. I like our chances to continue and breach those zones. So Tesla might be in solid year of 2026. Considering, like, hey, rotation out of the chip names, I think Tesla to climb outside of that. Why? Because you have the autonomy and you have the robotics. So Tesla could still be a potential tech trade. Tom Lee says you might see a pullback here, but you know Danny Ives is still remaining bullish, thinking that you could see another 10 to 15% returns here. So, I mean, which one? Pick your poison. I'm not going to go against it whatsoever. You won't catch me shorting NVDA, AMD, Broadcom, or any of these chip names. You can find some other potential emerging markets, whether it be AV, the robotics, quantum. I think that's going to be some solid opportunities here in the overall market. And silver, Treat was talking about it this morning. They tend to trade longer in the same direction. Well, how long have we been into this silver trade? It was lagging gold for quite some time, but then decided to play catch up really aggressively. And who knows how much longer? If you go into a multi-year bull market, we didn't break out until the middle of summer, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
This is GLD, that is. You're up 37%. We'll head over to SLV and see what we got going on. Holy cow. What a breakout. You're up 117% off of those August levels in SLV, brother.
Bleeding. Bleeding in the opposite. Sorry.
What was it? What would
It's
that
just
be?
rock. I don't know, bro.
Gains, man.
It's just pure gains. Pure gains. All right. We got into SLS here at 4s. We're going to give this to a skosh below 4s, but I'm watching OMH because this one did 60. I put a breakout trade for 67 on this one. That's prior bar high, which was the opening print on the prior bar, but it does feel like it's losing the 10. It might be on the way down to 150 again. VWAP is at 155. 150, of course, is the dollar level. Let's see, does it hold prior bar low? It is for now. Prior bar low was 157. Current bar low was 158. So holding up for now at the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. This one trades. I don't need to jump into it too quickly. Also keeping an eye here on EV, but I feel like this one's stair-stepping up. Here's what I mean by that. Remember we were talking about that 140 to 150 range, and then we got that decided break above 150, which lured me back into the trade. Now I feel like it's a 150 to 150 range. So it's a range step, I guess. Now, if I trade it that way, I get in towards the low 150s, and then I give it a bit of room. It does have a tendency to kind of wick down below. Now, it is putting in higher lows if you're looking at the 5-minute chart, but it's also putting in lower highs. So you have a bit of a compression pattern there. I'm going to get in with a starter position here, and I'm going to look to DCA into the $0.50 with this area being out, which is the low of 147. So we give it to 146, and then if it loses that level, it loses me as a trader. So we've got, I believe, on this one, on EVH, we've got, what do we got? EVH 156s. So let's go ahead and see if we can take some profits here towards the high end of the range. How we doing on everything else? SLS, EVTV. OMH just lured me in again. Okay, so I put a breakout trade on OMH for 167, so it did fill. So this one is holding. It's holding the 10 EMA. Wick below it twice. Current bar on the 5-minute has a higher low, and now it has a higher high than the prior bar. So how this trades and whether this is bamboozlement central or not, find out here. We're going to look to post at 171, and we're going to post a little higher than that into 77. So let's see what OMH has to offer. A very clear area out for me is going to be the mid 150. So let's go ahead and throw that on there, and we'll give it just a little bit of room to see what we can get on that. So that's my look there. How's SLS doing? Nothing to report on there. OMH doing nothing as well. And EVTV, okay, we got into this one at 53s now. Showing 53s. We're going to play this as a range, though. Recall. So let's see if we can get some prints here now that we're a little bit lower on this one at 57s. Looking for the range to hold up as well as the higher lows here on EVTV. Back to OMH to see what this one's doing. Up to 69 it goes. I'm looking for a beak wetter at 71, so it's going to have to print above 70, but it's already breached prior bar high. There's 70 there. Looking for a continuation above that. Looking for 71s, as I mentioned. Nothing doing yet, Joey. So we're going to pack the patience here on OMH, and we're in EVTV, OMH, and SLS. Let's see how they do.
I love hearing that, guys. I think I'm going to hop in a little bit of SMR here. I better get in it quickly before it starts to go out of my way. So I'm going to be in quite a bit of positions, but I'm going relatively small right now. Nothing outstanding. I'm using about a quarter of my risk per trade, so not too much, or that I typically use from a size standpoint. So we're going to get involved in some SMR. If it breaks the LOD, hasta la vista, baby. We're going to get out at approximately 80, so we'll give it 10 cents from here. Oh, there we go. We got to fill. Instant ITM, so that's never a good sign. Why was or OTM, sorry.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. Instant OTM right here on New Scale Power. We had the short here earlier in the day, but it bounced right off of the volume-weighted average price and then started to grind higher. So this is where we were short up here. We get that move, bounces off VWAP, prints this hammer candle, and then off to the races it goes. So this is what I'm thinking on this specific print, considering we've just had a pretty aggressive pullback. down 2 3/4. But once it heads into 1980s, there might not be a bottom found. And if you head over to the day, this is what I'm talking about, just trying to make your days a little bit easier. I don't know if there's going to be any signs of a strong recovery here in New Scale Power, considering this is a red print. But we'll hold on to it and we'll be patient. SLV is starting to come aggressively against us. That is not a positive sign whatsoever. Of course, when we're in it, it stops the channel trade and now starting to show some topping signals, some failed highs here and consistent lower highs as you're heading towards some support. But I like our chances of a potential bounce. We're in SMR, we're in T-QQs. I have 10%.
Holy, I've never seen you into so many trades.
I know, but in all fairness, I'm not like in size that I would typically.
Yeah, I know. Usually that's like mine is like the one with the scroll.
Yeah. But in all,
I like it, bro. I like
100% transparent. But I mean, hey.
It is what it is.
Again, small size. Yeah, it is what it is. I meant to take less trades today and this year, which I have been, and it's been working out really well. So let's see if this is going to work out for us first. But yeah, I mean, what I would typically have in one position, I have that spread amongst 3 positions right now. So
makes sense. Yeah, hey, what's the difference there?
Yeah,
risk is risk, baby.
Exactly.
There goes OMH taking out prior bar high. Where are we in, man? We're in at 68. We just wet the beak there at 72s. Looking for continuation, though, so the trend looks good on OMH, but you can't fall in love with these small cap gappers. They will break your heart, take your house and your money, okay? And so we want to wait here for the confirmation above that 183. That is the high of the day on OMH, up 68 and change. I do like the trend, but as I mentioned, but anything can turn on these ones in a dime. So I've put my stop exactly where I said I'd put it, below prior area low, which takes me into the mid 150s on this bad boy. How we doing here on SLS? We're exactly break even. You know that Mercedes SLS?
Yeah.
You know about those ones?
The SLS?
The SLS, the 2-door where the wing,
yeah, I think so.
Things go up, yeah. So that's what keeps reminding me of this SLS trade. And then EVTV. I'm trading this as a range until we get a breakout. I have a bias that we were 140 to 150 range before. Now we're kind of 150 to 160 range, building a position into the 150. So I do have a good fill on this one, but I also have no prints to the high side. Nothing to show for that good fill, quote unquote. So we'll see what we get and we won't get upset. Shout out to my man, Neil. Now, how we doing here? Back on OMH. Again, OMH, higher lows, higher highs, but you get that drop right back down once it clears 160. So this one's showing you its propensity in struggling about printing anything above that 170 level, excuse me, on any closing basis. There's been only 2 candles on the day that have actually closed, on the 5-minute chart that is, above that 170 level. That's a 1055 candle as well as a 1215 candle. So let's keep an eye on that. Back now to EVTV as that comes back in towards the lower end of the range. I'm not changing my plan on this at all. It loses that mid 140 area, I'm out. Simple as that. Drops back into 50, shoots back up into 54s. That tells me there's buyers, just like myself, at that 150 level. We'll have to see if the buyers have more orders than the sellers. You know, remember when Obe responded in the chat when Wayne was asking about why this went down that day, and Obe was like, yeah, there were more sellers than buyers, and he threatened him to remove him from the chat, from the group chat. Yeah.
I don't remember that.
I don't know why I said that, because I just said that exact same thing. Oh, there are more sellers than buyers. Yeah, no shit.
Yeah.
Right? Exactly. Anyway, so keeping an eye on all 3 of these. We'll see if they end up doing well. James Dell says, Mr. Worldwide, you're still getting all that Mr. Worldwide love. All for love, says BDSX. Man, I've been keeping my eye on BDSX all day. Does seem to have a seller here, though, at 60s. And this was an exact area we had support earlier. Look at that. All the prints there off 60s defended. Now we come back into 60s. We're being met with some resistance. So BDSX, you've got to be careful with, because we... we broke out aggressively.
Mike P guy, man.
I love Mike P. D. Ryder. He's hilarious.
Bro, he's hilarious.
I did get caught on the halt up, which is good for BDSX, but look what it did. It dropped right back down super quick. So you're going to have to be careful with BDSX, because it's already shown you that it's the bamboozler in chief, up 55 and change on the day. I like this one above that 875 level, I'd say. 875 gives us a bit of a buffer. You can put a breakout trade on it if you want. You just set your order, hey, buy above if price hits above this, a simple if-then statement. Other than that, I'm just going to steer clear for it for the moment. Joey, tell them what you're looking at.
Yeah, all right. So SMR is not working for us. We're trying to catch a falling knife right now, and on the 5-minute, so you go over to the higher time frame, there's nothing telling me really to buy. I mean, you get into the detail, but you also have to correlate that with the HTFs, and it doesn't seem that it wants to be working out for us right now. So I'm going to hop out of SMR, and then we're going to put something else on our chart. We have the TQs. We've added a little bit more into silver, and now it's starting to bounce. The NASDAQ is starting to come into our break even, so we're all out of that one. Let's head over to SMR and get all out of that one, as it's not working for us either. So we're just going to hold on to silver and allow this to kind of cook up throughout the intraday session. So I'll go from 3 to approximately 1 position here momentarily. Let's see if we can get this. Unless we get this bounce, if this 1-minute candle breaks, then we'll just get out of dodge. Buying pressure, this is the only reason why I started to get involved. A nice hammer candle here, some volume, and then sure enough, we're starting to print an additional one. But as soon as 1977 breaks, then we'll get out of that trade. I tried to add more on silver, to be honest with you. I don't want to get overly aggressive in the DCA, but just considering we're consolidating, we're starting to continuously form these 5-minute hammer prints and indecision. I like our chances, so I'm posted up at 77.60s, and I'm going to double this up. So it's going to be the majority of the size is going to be right down here in this neck of the woods on SLV, and then that's when we get into the area in which we want to. But yeah, adios to SMR. We're going to put that somewhere else, and then we're just going to focus on SLV. We're out of the TQs. That was a nice trade for us. It took us 2 attempts. I was short initially at this zone, messed up that one, came back, was patient enough, and I told you guys, wait for the liquidity to grab south of this support zone. We get it, a nice move to the top side, and we get the bulk off, and then we only get stopped at about 10% or a little bit less there. So APLD, some buying pressure, consolidation, double beat on the earnings report. Now you're starting to see a little bit of a climb. So if you are looking for that lower end of the range, and if it does crack, well, then guess what? Your risk to reward ratio is relatively tight, and you can get out exactly when you're supposed to. Adara, what do you have for us?
SRPT, this is Sarepta Therapeutics. Looks like it's dropping here as the management presents at a conference, very likely the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference that's been happening this week. But either way here, SRPT on the move to the downside amidst comments from management at a industry conference. Back to you.
Beautiful.
Call?
No, go ahead.
Let me ask you something. When you got your money back from that whole debacle with the airline,
Air Canada,
that was Air Canada?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. How quickly did you get your money back?
A couple of weeks.
Couple of weeks after submitting?
So submitting, yeah. So probably the process in total was probably about like a month and a half.
A month and a half. Okay, that's fair.
Roughly.
Because my flight was 4 hours delayed, and you know what 4 hours means now.
No way. That you should get something.
$4 bills.
Was it AC?
No, WestJet. Okay, so I want to beef WestJet here for the delay, but I also really want to give the nod to WestJet.
Dude,
One sec.
all right, yeah, let's hear what you got here.
They are internet undefeated.
On the plane.
5 hours there to Aruba, 5.5, a little bit more than 5.5 on the way back. The entire time I'm on YouTube, and I'm talking crisp speed. So listen to this, Joey. Their internet is brought to you by TELUS. I'm like, TELUS can't do this, bro. We can get out of here. So I'm on Grok, right? Because I'm on my iPad. So it's basically TELUS using Starlink. On WestJet, and Starlink is him. It is unbelievable.
So,
dude,
a lot of flights delayed on WestJet. Selena's flight was slightly delayed on the way to Tulum. We flew differently, just because I told you about what was going on with that before. Anyways, so they're kind of having a labor dispute, just like Air Canada. Like Air Canada is. So that's why there's a little bit of a delay. So apparently, what would happen to a bunch of people that were on earlier flights than us is that the crew got there. They said, "Oh, we've worked too much," and then they had to wait for that new crew to come in.
Crazy,
right? So that's probably what happened. And then there's a couple flying from Mexico to Calgary. Their flight was delayed like 5 hours.
Their flight was delayed. No, ours was, there was a mechanical issue with the flight that was supposed to come get us. So they had to switch it, and you know when switching, it takes forever. So.
Oh yeah, okay, that too. That as well too. They had a lot of.
That's $400 for your boy.
There you go.
Yeah. So I was cussing on the way. I'm getting $400. So you have to wait 72 hours from the time you land. So I landed Friday, I think like 6:30.
At night?
Oh,
that's bogus.
Yeah, whatever. And so you got to wait till Monday night to submit the claim. But they pay a portion of the trip there, man. So who knows?
That's sick. That's good, man.
The real Gary F. Aruba is everything that, you know, I dreamed. I had gone back in the day, 2001, with my family. It was great at the time, but now it's just, it's amazing, man. I got
Like, I've never been there.
It's really nice. It's
nice.
really, really nice. Very, yeah, it's like, you know, your regular Caribbean resort settings, but I just really like everything super clean.
I think
it's like a different vibe. It's like they have their own language. It's like a mix of Creole, a mix of Spanish, Dutch, obviously. So they have like that whole. It's a different vibe than any Caribbean country I've ever been to because of all the different, you know, cultures that are
It's a
like
smaller
mixed in.
island too, isn't
It's
it?
super small, man. Yeah. It's very much South America. You look at the terrain,
Yeah.
doesn't look like North American terrain at all. Looks very much like South America. But I was worried, bro, because that whole Maduro thing happened while I was down there on the 3rd, right? I got there the 2nd. I'm like, no, because it's right off the coast of Venezuela.
Yeah.
Like right off
it's
the
right
coast.
there.
So
okay, so it's close to like Trinidad and Tobago.
yeah,
Relatively close.
Guyana, yeah.
Right on.
So it was really good. I really liked it, man.
5 hours, I didn't know it was that long ago.
Did you go to Gianni's? No, I didn't. I know exactly what you're talking about, though. That was spoken about a lot. I stayed at Barcelo, and Barcelo was a vibe. It was really good. So I have nothing bad to say there. But yeah, WestJet, best internet in Canada. Again, they're using Starlink. Yeah, dude, it made the flight entirely like manageable. Because you're watching 20-minute, 30-minute clips on YouTube. So 2 clips you're killing an hour.
I will tell you my routine right now so I can sleep on the plane. So typically, the night before my flight, I'll just stay up. I'll watch like a reality TV show that's based in the Caribbean or something along those lines.
Okay.
Right? And so you get the vibes and everything. But then when you get to the airport and you get on the plane, if I can knock out for 3 hours, then I can just be like fidgety for the next hour.
That's the move. If you didn't have the internet, like if you're on Air Canada, and Air Canada, from what I'm hearing, is still hot
And it was
garbage.
free. It was free, the internet.
Yes, man.
Wow.
Yes, and everybody's on it. And there was no lag. Everybody, like the girl's next to me, she's watching her professor, like she was like a younger university student.
Yeah.
She's sitting there on her iPad watching the lectures live, streaming it. People in front of me, people behind me, and there's no lag. Like Starlink is ridiculously good. And I think all airlines should have your customer experience will go through the roof if you have that there, and people don't have no reason to complain.
But Sharif, if we're speaking of groups, brother, we're gonna take a look at SLV as this is really starting to cook up for us. This is what I'm talking about. The bulk of our position starting small, and then we get that nice move to the top end of this range. We're gonna piece a little bit out, and you're gonna see my average go down drastically here on SLV. We'll take approximately bang, fill there, instant fill, Sharif. Okay, all right. I'm like, whoa, okay, what was going on there? So yeah, you can see the average drop for us on to 61s. Now it's 30 cents ITM on SLB. This is what I'm talking about, just sticking with the strong names. We're gonna take a little bit more out, 33% more, boom, a nice move, and that's exactly what we wanna see on SLV. You can see the average drop because the bulk of my position was down here, first in, first out, and boom, a nice little move in silver.
All right, let me know, Assassino. All right, guys, I got to tell you something. Savvy Canadian traders, are you looking to boost your exposure? You can now tap into the NASDAQ 100, the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3X daily leverage ETFs, which feature a built-in FX hedging strategy. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. So whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders that are ready to take on the market. So read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Shout out to the great folks at Global X. Good look there. Unlike the look that I had on OMH, we were singing this one's praise. We're taking Prince to the high side. Then it lost trend. Finding support now off the volume weighted average price, 155-ish, but it stopped me out along the way. And now it's still got a lower low and a lower high. So yeah, we'll give back a little bit on this one after making some money back on it. Initially, we were red on it, then we got green. Now we're red again on it here on OMH. So keeping an eye on this one. Also, I'm starting to feel like this range here on EVTV may give way. And the reason is because, well, we keep putting in lower highs, and we've been hanging out below 155 now for, I want to say, about 10 minutes or so. Ever since 12:32, it's 12:48. So I don't know how this one ends up doing. I've given it a little bit lower. My stop is a little bit lower than that 150 area. I've put it below this 1217 candle at around 146. So we'll see if this one can catch a bid again. But SLS is moving up for the first time in a while here. So let's take a quick look. We're in at 04s. I've got the beak wetter at 07s on SLS. So let's pack the patience, pardon me, and see if that one can work its way up. What time is it? It's about 10 to 1. We have too many news items today. It was only 12 pages on the morning note as opposed to the normal 15, but we'll get to it. I think we'll start the news segment at around 1 o'clock, but there is important stuff to talk about, obviously not the least of which the Department of Justice, as you may already know, has filed or launched a criminal investigation into Fed Chair Powell for the renovations there for the Fed building, which have apparently reached $2.5 billion. So we'll get more onto that and the implications for the markets. A lot of other stuff to talk about as well, guys, not just that. So stay tuned with us here. So keeping an eye here on OMH, keeping an eye here on EVTV as well as SLS. And I'd be remiss if I didn't keep an eye on BDSX, because BDSX is still a monster in the day. This one, I did get caught in a halt up. We did quite well on this one. It's my biggest winner on the day, but it is definitely, past its prime, so to speak. Still trading below 8.5, 8 3/4, and it does look like it may be making its way down into $8, where the volume weighted average price is. So no move on this one quite yet for me. Joey, tell them what you're looking at, sir.
Same thing, man. We take a little bit more off at 78.05 here on SLV. I'll add more to this because we just went and almost attempted to put in a new all-time high here on silver and a break of the high of the day. We didn't quite get there. Now we're starting to reject it. But this inverted hammer candle at the 1 minute, on the 1 minute, at that specific zone, something to be cautious about. But what we will look out for is an additional print that says, hey, we're going to flip things around. And if that's going to be the case, I'm going to get aggressive and add a little bit more because SLV has definitely been our better performer here on today's session. The TQs, same thing, put in a new high of the day coming off of that zone. So nothing to be overly worried about. What has Tesla been up to, considering we did have that aggressive breakout and on volume starting to come back in a little bit. So we'll run through our scans here and see if there's anything that's eye-popping and say, hey, we need to take this. What is I actually haven't even looked at Robinhood. Now we're only doing 3 picks. I think that kind of changes the game quite a bit. Now climbing up to 119.62. Inverted hammer candle on the 5. What is the lower time frames telling us? Nothing really. And Gaurav and I agree on this. It's not the easiest thing to short, even though it is consolidating right now. I think the next step is once this downtrend is broken, you can snap this, sit on the backside of it, and continue. Speaking of breaking downtrends, what has Costco been up to? I mean, now that I think about it, yeah, see, there it is. Like, this is what I'm talking about. You break the downtrend, Sharif, and off to the races you go. And I think that's going to be the exact same narrative. Obviously, comparing apples to oranges, 2 completely different sectors, but same technicals. And we've seen it on multiple names, whether it be NVDA, there's a couple more, even on Microsoft. So Robinhood breaks that. See you later. Now, as for Netflix, it's the same narrative. Something needs to happen. You need to break this downtrend. And once you do, I think you can get somewhat of a bounce. So I'll sit on this. 85s is going to be my out in my swing trade. If it does head into that zone, then I'm out of there and we're going to find something else to potentially trade. And that's probably going to be silver or gold. Just buy at these highs and allow it to grind higher for quite some time. I think that's going to be the continuous move. Sharif, I mentioned not too long ago, out of the past 34 sessions, you only have 9 of them that are green, are red, which is absolutely insane. So why wouldn't you want to start to invest in this, considering if you have the Chinese buying this handover, just like they were doing with gold? Remember, Brando brought us that graphic as well, too, on how the gold reserve just going absolutely parabolic. But what's going parabolic right now is what we're exactly talking about. That is SLV, my brother. Let's take a little bit off the top. Another 30% right here. Let's see if we can be fortunate enough to catch that fill at 78.10s. That's where I'm going to post up, and I ain't going to bid any lower, brother. There it is. Bang. Nice fill on SLV.
Attaboy, Joey. All right. Yeah, the trades are kind of slowing down a little bit now, at least for me. But there was this one mentioned by somebody in the chat, S-Dot. Let me give him credit. Tactical Monkeys. Shout out to my man, Tactical Monkeys over there. He's saying, look, S-Dot got a nice price spike up and some good volume came in. Absolutely right. It's up 44%. I should tell you, this is a $4.75 million market cap, so tiny, relatively speaking, of course. But SDOT, it doesn't have that much volume. I mean, we're midday already. Well, in fact, we're later in the midday, 1 o'clock now. It's only done about 700,000 shares, but look at these two volume bars here showing you the volume is coming in more recently as opposed to earlier. It also traded quite sparsely, but hey, the move up is the move up. It's also not that expensive of a stock, trading at 368, 396 high, at 340, 10 is at 330. So it's one of those anomalous situations where because price action develops so quickly, the VWAP or the volume weighted average price is higher than the 10 EMA, not typically something that we see. Usually the 10 EMA follows the price a little bit more closely than the volume weighted average price. So SDOT in focus. Keep an eye out on that. But I was going back and forth here with Chicago 1807. He was disparaging what's it called, Starlink, but he had good reasons. He was saying basically it's not that secure. But I was asking him back and forth. He was like, "Look, man, if you're on Starlink on the airplane, you're basically anybody with a Nokia cell phone can hack your stuff." So I was asking him back and forth, does that apply as well to people with VPNs? Then Farzi was answering, I guess, on behalf of Chicago, saying no, not with VPN, but many people don't use VPNs. I always use VPNs, and I'll tell you why. Because the government here, not the current government, which I actually like, and I've made that point very clear, but the previous genius that we had running our country decided we needed to be babysat. And we don't get, in other words, we don't get on our social media any of the news outlets like we're talking about, CNBC, Morning Brew, Fox News, Fortune Magazine, Financial Times, anything that's a news outlet, we're kind of prohibited from seeing on social media because our not the previous. I already explained that. The news are the social media companies don't pay the news outlets for having their news content on their social media platforms. So as a result of that, they just removed it altogether, and they said we're not going to pay them, but we're also not going to put it. So if you're in Canada, you've known about this for a while. That is, of course, unless you use a VPN, and then you get to see everything. So I've been using a VPN for a long time now as a result of that, and I just happen to use it on my iPad. I happen to use it on my phone since I'm paying for the subscription.
Over-regulation just makes me sick to my stomach, to be honest with you. I feel like if every new bylaw that you implement, you have to remove an old one.
That's been, a lot of people have been saying that.
Right.
A lot of people are saying, if you want to bring in a new regulation, you got to take an old one out. Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that theory before.
Over-regulated. And
I've heard that theory before.
Like, we bought this point the other day. It's like, it's not as easy to start like a business. Think about all the hot dog vendors that used to be on the street. You don't see any more of them.
Of course not, because you got to...
You have to pay now.
Pay homage to Olivia Chow.
Exactly. It was even before Olivia.
I know, man.
Yeah,
I'm just taking a shot at her.
Yeah. But, I mean,
I'm not.
Well, she's done a fantastic job in the city.
Very good. There's no potholes. All right, let's get down to work. You want to start you're good with the news? Or do you have anything to cover before that?
No, I'm good. I'm just sitting in this trade right here. I'm going to look for other things, so yeah, let's party. All
right, let's get down to work, guys. I'm just going to load up my version of the notes because I don't litter the other one with all my highlighting, but you guys are going to have to put up with the highlighting here. All right, let's talk about this Fed probe into Fed Chair Powell, which is causing market jitters, as you can see. Well, they've recovered somewhat. The Dow is the only one that's negative on the day. Everything else has moved into positive territory. But here it is. Federal prosecutors are conducting a criminal investigation into Federal Reserve Chair Papa Powell, better known, of course, as Jerome Powell. The investigation, though, is centered on that $2.5 billion renovation of the Federal Reserve's Washington headquarters and his testimony to the Senate about that specific project. Powell said the probe, this is Powell's words yesterday, stems from political pressure by President Donald Trump, who has repeatedly criticized the Fed chair for not cutting rates enough. The Department of Justice, so let's go into the details now, served the Fed with a grand jury subpoena, which is tied to Powell's Senate testimony back last June. The investigation is going to be overseen by the U.S. Attorney General's office in D.C., and some of you may know the person who's going to lead it. She used to be on Fox News, known as Judge Jeannie Pirro, I think. She used to be a judge, and she was on TV. Now she's back in the U.S. Attorney's office at D.C. Publicly, though, we already know President Trump has criticized Fed Chair Powell's leadership as well as the renovation costs, claiming that it could exceed $4 billion. Two names circulating have been talked about a lot as potential replacements for Fed Chair Powell: Kevin Warsh and Kevin Hassett, of course. Some of the names: Evercore ISI, they're warning of a potential, quote, not my words, they say sell America trade with downside pressure on equities, bonds, and the dollar, while gold and safe havens could benefit. So my question to you is, okay, I'm going to put this question to you.
Yeah.
This is an election year, not for the president, of course, but
Fed.
for the, what's it called, the Senate and the House in the midterms in November. Interest rates are high. People are complaining about the cost of living. Is he doing this investigation, number one, because, yes, the costs are exorbitant and he wants to put pressure on him to keep costs down? Two, because he wants to move him out early and have his replacement cut rates early in the year so that the pressure of rate is felt before the midterm elections, which are in November, and which historically the incumbent party almost always loses.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or does that not matter?
No, I think what Donald Trump here is he's just trying to remain strategic, right? And I think he's going to remain that. He always place the blame on someone else other than himself. Sure. But at the end of the day, I think it's a smart move because he wants his party, obviously the individual that he wants to run the Fed. So if he can get JP out as soon as he possibly can, he's going to do everything in his power that he did the same thing with Lisa Cook.
Right.
Right. So it's just the same thing. He wants him out. He wants the rate cuts. So he's going to do everything that he can, regardless of what it is.
He'll just throw whatever, and what sticks.
That's what he tried with Lisa.
Okay.
Right.
It's an interesting take. Yeah. I mean, we'll have to see if that works. But anyway, Adara, give us your take on this evolving saga.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting story. I think one thing that I do want to mention is, according to Kevin Hassett, who, again, as Sharif mentioned, is one of the leading contenders to take over the Fed chair position, Trump actually was not briefed on this DOJ investigation. Now, according to Representative Anna Paulina Luna, she is the individual here in Congress, in the House, who actually referred the investigation in the first place. So reportedly and allegedly, Trump was not part of the equation as to how this investigation actually got going. As we know, he is certainly not a fan of Chair Powell. Now, I do think it's interesting here, as Sharif mentioned, and I really want to touch on this because there was this whole meeting last week where Trump had all of these Republican leaders, and he basically said, you know, usually we're not going to be winning the midterms. We really need to focus here on the economy as a strategy to win the midterms. So if that is the goal, I think it's one that makes sense. But A, you have to consider the fact that Trump reportedly wasn't even briefed, and B, I actually think it's going to be having the opposite effect, at least as of right now, because you already have some people in the party, including Senator Lisa Murkowski and Senator Tom Tillis, kind of turning against this anti-Powell stance. Furthermore, he's going to get his pick in the Fed chair seat May of 2026, so I think speeding up the exit of Powell only serves to have further division, especially heading into the midterm. So that if that is his strategy, we'll have to wait and see how it goes, but as of right now, proving to be a bit divisive, to say the least.
Yeah, well, I think the Fed has been divisive for years. What I feel is a little bit differently is the exercise of open power, whereas prior you had seen soft power. Like we always talked about the Fed not raising rates until sort of after the midterms during the Biden administration, and then, you know, aggressive rate hikes after that. I don't know. I just feel it's been politicized for a while, but this is the first time you're seeing it really open. And by the way, I just want to mention one thing. JP Morgan Chase's headquarters in Midtown Manhattan, the one that's at 270 Park Avenue, cost around $3 billion. And that thing's a skyscraper. Why is the Fed building costing $2.4 billion in DC and not a skyscraper? And if you believe what President Trump is saying, that costs could balloon to exceed $4 billion, why is this so expensive? I mean, I'd like an explanation. I'm sure there is one, but maybe better money management would have been warranted. Does that warrant, though, a criminal investigation? Yeah,
I mean,
I don't.
in that, can you find conflict of interest, hiring certain contractors, et cetera, hence charging the most amount?
There better be,
right?
if we're talking criminal, because criminal
That's
is
what you would
like,
probably want to look for.
criminal doesn't necessarily mean if you're negligent, if you're just a dumbass,
Yeah.
right? That doesn't mean that you're criminally malicious.
No, but
right?
I mean, I think the people at the Fed are relatively smart and they know what they're doing, right?
Exactly.
So I don't think things are just going to slip by them at the end of the day. If it's there's obviously hands in each other's pockets and everything along those lines.
Yeah, and we know that in construction businesses, a lot of kickbacks. You buy a little
Right.
bit too much, and
Oh, yeah.
right, you know all about that life. All right, let's go to the next story. Gold, as well as silver, of course. These precious metals rip to record highs as policy as well as geopolitics risk collide. Gold surged to fresh all-time highs, above $4,600 an ounce, extending a powerful risk-off rally. Prices were already up 6% on the year after a 65% gain all of 2025. The momentum here in the precious metals has really been driven by a rare alignment of policy uncertainty, of course, from the current administration, geopolitical shocks, and there are no shortage of that. More on that in a second, as well as macro tailwinds. And then, as we just mentioned, of course, a criminal investigation now into Fed Chair Jerome Powell has injected fresh policy risks. Investors are increasingly pricing the possibility of an earlier leadership change at the Fed than what we had anticipated in May, and lower expected rates reduce the opportunity cost of holding non-yielding assets like gold, which amplifies the upside pressure, right? Renewed tensions as well involving Iran. A lot of people, whether you believe them or not, they're saying that country's on the precipice, right, of overthrowing their government. As well as the U.S. military operations in Venezuela. And now we're hearing about possible Cuba being on the verge of because Venezuela apparently was subsidizing Cuban oil to the tune of about 30,000 barrels per day. That accounted for about 50% of the amount of oil that Cuba used to, keep the lights on and fill up the cars. And that now apparently is coming from Mexico, but it's still not being subsidized, nor is it as much as what they were getting from Venezuela. So a lot of people saying Cuba could be one of the next dominoes to fall there. In any event, even where conflicts quickly resolve, markets are increasingly pricing persistent multi-region instability. And then it doesn't help as well. Of course it helps if you're a net buyer of these precious metals. Central banks, they're expected to remain net buyers of gold as they diversify away from the dollar exposure. We talked about that earlier. And HSBC, Joey, they see momentum potentially carrying gold towards $5,000 an ounce in the first half of this year, not even the second half.
Yeah, I don't see anything that's going to slow it down. Obviously, as political tensions continue to rise, you've seen the rotation into these hedges. But I kind of want to sway this conversation because we've seen it in the past, but we're not necessarily seeing it right now. But the transition and kind of the rotation into digital gold. I think that's something really that we should, and what is digital gold? Obviously Bitcoin I'm referring to. So I like that we're seeing this continuous move. Sharif told us before, like, hey, when we see this in commodities, you have that multi-year consolidation, and then now we're on to a breakout. I think that's going to be the exact same thing we're going to see here in silver. August, we've been up substantially from that point. We're up 20% this year as well, too. So I think it's just a hedge against what we got going on geopolitically.
All right. Just make sure. Sorry, 1 second here. All right, let's go on to the next story. Walmart, this is an interesting one here and less, politically sensitive for everybody in the chat, but Walmart teaming up with Google to push their AI-powered shopping forward. Let's talk a little bit about this. Walmart and Google have announced a partnership that will let shoppers use Google's Gemini AI assistant, of course, to discover and buy products from Walmart as well as Sam's Club. The feature will launch in the US first, and then it's going to come internationally. We don't know the schedule, nor do we know the financial terms between the two companies, like how much they're getting, et cetera, et cetera. Walmart also is responding to changing consumer behavior, as we've seen a lot, where shoppers are increasingly starting their shopping or their search in an LLM rather than going to like Walmart.com or Target.com. They're starting it in the LLM. So they're just basically like, hey, let's just meet them where the shoppers are. And this complements the earlier account that we saw from Walmart. They were tying up with ChatGPT for that instant checkout feature, which allows purchasers directly inside chat. Walmart's deliberately, though, kind of hedging its bets. It's not working only with chat and Google. It's working on a multi-platform AI, including Gemini, ChatGPT, as well as others. The company will also continue to develop its own in-house AI. It's called Sparky, and you should probably see Sparky right at the landing page for the website there. You can ask it all sorts of questions. Hey, I'm looking for this type of product. What do you recommend, etc. So it shows you like they're taking a multi-pronged AI approach to reduce platform risk. And the incoming CEO, John Furner, he framed AI as the next major retail evolution, and he emphasized that the speed and the convenience from I want it to I have it is the real kind of tailwind here that this has. We're going to pause for a second. We're going to get Joey's opinion for a sec, but we're going to get Adara. She's got news.
I actually have 3 stocks to talk about here, 3 completely separate catalysts all coming out at the same time. Meta on watch here. CEO Mark Zuckerberg apparently announcing a new top-level initiative called Meta Compute. It's going to be led by Santosh Janardan and Daniel Gross. I'll have to find out more about these individuals and put them in the chat for you. Next up, we have Ford. F is the ticker for this one, of course. Bouncing off of intraday lows as White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt announces that Trump will be touring the Ford factory tomorrow. So nice look here for F. Last but not least, Warner Brothers weighing in here on Paramount Skydance. We know that there's been more updates here with regards to PSKY apparently suing for information in its bidding war. WBD saying that Paramount, quote, continues to propose a transaction that our board concluded is not superior to the merger agreement with Netflix. So again, WBD, META, and F all on watch as we send you back to the guys.
Thank you very much. So what do you think about this? I mean, we saw this before with chat, right? So it's not new for us.
No, it's not new. It's not new for chat. But I like this move specifically for Walmart. Why? Because the e-commerce segment is continuously taking market share from Amazon, right? And this is exactly what you want to see, those progressive steps forward. And that's why I'm going to continuously like Walmart for the foreseeable future.
I like it. I know the Katina man was talking about it today. He was talking about Target as well. So good look for WMT. This is kind of an extension. I don't want to say of the same story because this is a Google specific story. They're really throwing their hat here into the AI-driven retail commerce push. Let's talk about it. They unveiled a new protocol and they're calling it the Universal Commerce Protocol, UCP. And they announced it. There's a retail conference right now. It's called the National Retail Federation Show. And it's positioning itself, Google, of course, or Alphabet, as an open source industry standard for AI-powered retail. So UCP is designed to unify the entire shopping flow. We're talking from the discovery of the product, the checkout, and the post-purchase support. It's all being integrated. So retailers don't kind of have to need to stitch all these different components of the e-commerce segment together into fragmented systems, so they're all going to be consolidated in one. And then even better for businesses, look, I feel like I'm selling this for Google, but even better for businesses, apparently, according to Google, is that you can selectively adopt the parts of the protocol that you want to use. So you don't have to adopt it as a whole or en masse. If you've got part of, the post shopping support that you already like, you don't need to incorporate that part. You can do the checkout and you can do the shopping and the payment systems, etc. So the protocol is apparently compatible with existing systems, which reduces, of course, the friction of switching, which can be a bit of a headwind. And Google openly here is competing with OpenAI. They're competing with Amazon, Perplexity for control of where the shopping journey begins. We just finished talking to you guys about this, about people are not going to Walmart.com, they're not going to Target.com, they're going into chat, they're going into Gemini, they're going into Claude, Perplexity, and they're saying, hey, I'm looking for this, this, and that. Where's the best deal? Or, where can I get these products together? So that's what they're basically trying to focus on here. And we know OpenAI's instant checkout, as well as their agentic commerce protocol, which is built with Stripe, by the way, has emerged as a parallel standard to this UCP by Google. Amazon as well. They're not just sitting idly. They have this Shop Direct and Perplexity. They've teamed up with PayPal. We reported that to you guys not that long ago, which enables checkouts at within the chat itself. So Google said, just to conclude here, that UCP was co-developed with major e-commerce e-commerce platforms. We're talking about Shopify, Etsy, Wayfair, and Target. So you feel that maybe those names specifically may be benefiting from this UCP sooner rather than later. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I think this is exactly what you want to see, right? You're starting to monetize because when they are checking out via Gemini, via ChatGPT, well, guess what? They're going to get a small portion of that transaction fee, and then that's how they're going to start to continuously monetize this, and that's what you want to see from an ROI standpoint. We're spending all this money, but how are we going to make that money back? And this is where we're going to start.
And can I say one thing? Like when you're putting in the information and going back and forth with Chat or Gemini, the receiver of that, whether it's OpenAI or Google, gets a way better understanding of what you want and what you are of a person than some just one-line Google search.
Exactly.
And so think about the targeted product advertising.
You're training it essentially.
Yeah, man, they're gonna know exactly what you like and how you think, and I think the product and the targeting advertisement is just gonna, if you think they were listening on the phone now.
I'm telling you, dude, I'm telling you that this is, how long ago before this even started, we're saying, hey, what is it that we're going to start to see? It's ads we're going to start to see here on these LLMs.
We already know that.
That's just only a matter of time. You think you're going to check out without being able to see an ad? Good luck.
No, I don't think. It's coming, baby.
It's not going to happen.
It's absolutely coming. All right, let's get news from Madeira.
But not hearing any potentially tariff-sensitive names. We have a new Truth Social post from U.S. President Donald Trump on tariffs. Keep in mind here, we were expecting to potentially hear about the Supreme Court on tariffs on Friday. That didn't happen, but I'm now seeing that we could either get more details potentially as early as Wednesday, but more realistically, maybe even heading into June with the next major decision date. That being said, here is the post, and I quote, "The actual numbers that we would have to pay back if for any reason the Supreme Court were to rule against the United States of America on tariffs would be many hundreds of billions of dollars, and that doesn't include the amount of quote-unquote payback that countries and companies would require for the investments they are making on building plants, factories, and equipment for the purpose of being able to avoid the payment of tariffs. When these investments are added, we are talking about trillions of dollars, exclamation point. It would be a complete mess and almost impossible for our country to pay. Anybody who says that it can be quickly and easily done would be making a false, inaccurate, or totally misunderstood answer to this very large and complex question. It may not be possible, but if it were, it would be dollars that would be so large it would take many years to figure out what number we are talking about and even who, when, and where to pay. Remember, when America shines brightly, the world shines brightly. In other words, if the Supreme Court rules against the United States of America on this national security bonanza, all caps, we're screwed, exclamation point, President Donald J. Trump. Back to you.
This is an interesting development, too, and the reason is because I don't think the Supreme Court's going to be kind of tied with whether or not the U.S. Treasury Department, can pay this back. Number two, I don't think it should set the precedent for presidential powers because, they're going to have trouble paying it back. That's kind of on U.S. Treasury. And then thirdly, the administration has already made it very clear. If they lose this Supreme Court case, they're going to come at tariffs from a different way using different laws. Yeah. So do we get is this issue moot, or are we going to get a different result because the tariffs get, kiboshed on the fentanyl or whatever grounds that they're being used? I think it was the IEA or whatever
I just
he's
think
using.
It'd be a bad look all around, especially if it doesn't rule in the favor of, so.
Of course, it's not a good look, no question about it. I'm just talking about like the net effect, right? Anyway, all right, let's go on to the next story here. Apple global smartphone shipments rebound in 2025. So Counterpoint Research came out with research note today, which said, according to their numbers, smartphone shipments globally rose 2% year over year for the year of 2025, and they were driven primarily by emerging markets where improving economic momentum and replacement demand for those markets supported the volumes. Apple, though, maintained its leadership position with a 20% of global market share. I didn't peg them to be leading. They wouldn't be leading. But apparently they are 20% of the global market share, the largest among the top 5. Demand was especially strong in emerging and mid-sized markets, and sales of the iPhone 17 lineup were a key contributor to Apple coming in first. Samsung ranked second, but not by far, 14% market share there, and Xiaomi, the Chinese brand, is in third, I should say, with a 13% market share. Counterpoint, though, it's not all sunshine and rainbows, because 25 was a good year for cell phones. In fact, they're saying they expect cell phone sales to soften into this year, and the reason is they're going to be semiconductor supply constraints as semiconductor manufacturing companies like Taiwan Semi and Samsung and others, they prioritize the majority of their output more for AI as opposed to handset demand. So if that ends up being the issue, we could kind of feel like maybe the microchip shortage. Remember back in 21 and 22, there was a semiconductor shortage? And it was like nobody could get their hands on semiconductors because you put those in washing machines, you put them in dryers, everything. And nobody was working because of COVID, right? So the demand was outpacing supply. What do you think of this whole thing?
It's funny to think that considering we never really got that full release of Apple Intelligence, Apple was able to put it up a year that it did. I don't know if we hit the super cycle levels, but the iPhone 17 sales have been absolutely phenomenal. I think it's going to remain that way. Apple's going to hold its dominance in the space, 20%. Sharif, we may as well call it 33% because Xiaomi is essentially an iPhone, the Chinese version of the iPhone.
They make no bones about it.
No,
they're not even trying to hide it, bro.
They're not even hiding it. So we'll call it 33% there. I don't know. I think it's going to continue to lead. It's not going anywhere. And if they do release, they're teaming up with Google's Gemini as well. That could just lead to another strong cycle within iPhone sales. The shortages, high levels of demand doesn't mean that the sales won't be able to continue.
Darwin says, where are the Trump phones at? Yeah, where are the Trump phones, Darwin?
I one?
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Hey.
I don't even know that many. I don't even know that many.
Don't stop the party. Hey. Who's your favorite? You like Mr. Clean better, or do you like Pitbull, Mr. Worldwide?
No, Dr. Evil.
Oh, where was Dr. Evil there, Ram? Come on, Ram. Oh, come on now. I'm playing. You're a good sport about it, bro.
There's one that's not necessarily allowed here on this channel. We'll go with that guy.
Hold on, who?
You want me to type it for you? So
Yeah.
Can you read my screen here? Don't pull my screen.
Pull it, Assassino. I don't even know who that is,
You
bro.
don't?
No. Okay, I'm assuming it might be, sure. I already figured I know exactly what industry you're talking about now.
He's a man of, exactly, many professions.
All right, let's go on to Alibaba, because Alibaba is having a hell of a day today. Where's it at right now? Baba's up 10.5%. Here's the deal. Alibaba's cloud flagship Qwen family of AI models has now surpassed 700 million downloads on Hugging Face. If you know, you know. Research from AI Base shows Qwen downloads in December alone exceeded the combined downloads from Meta, OpenAI, and other Chinese peers. What the hell? I'm assuming that's obviously on Hugging Face as opposed to all of them. The milestone positions Qwen as the most popular Chinese open source AI model globally. I got to pause for a second here. DeepSeek is hot garbage. I was asking DeepSeek to tell me about the Maduro capture, and it was like, yo, you're hallucinating, bro. That didn't even happen. So it's like it can't even go onto the internet yet unless you hit the search feature on it. So if you're asking it naturally, tell me what happened with Maduro. I was trying to go to DeepSeek to see what the Chinese were possibly saying about the whole capture there, and it didn't do well. So I get that Qwen is better than it. Anyway, Alibaba's open source approach spans a wide range of model sizes. We're talking about from 600 million parameters down to about tens of billions, which allows the developer here to kind of tailor the performance and cost to their needs, so you don't have to take on the whole thing if you don't need it. The consumer AI push, though, this is what people are really loving. They love that Alibaba has embedded the Qwen model into multiple consumer-facing products. We're talking about the Qwen AI Assistant, the Quark AI app, and the AFU health application, all of which Qwen has been integrated into. And the move signals a strategic shift from monetizing AI, not just through cloud services, through Alibaba Cloud for B2B, but for B2C, business to consumer, which is also obviously very accretive. Alibaba shares are up over 87% in the past 12 months, and it's trying to reposition itself as a serious AI platform rather than just simply the e-commerce company we all knew it to be. And reports suggest out of China that because China's possibly allowing a large number of H200s to come in, this boosted up the optimism about Baba, which I'm sure you guys reported on last week, because I think Baba was up about 5% last week on this headline. There he is. There's Dr. Evil, bro.
There we go, man. Good stuff. Thank you for that, Ramin. Good job.
Good job, Ray, man.
As John Van Sores likes to say, he was saying, "Hey, Ramin, good job." He wasn't even at work. I'm like, "Yeah, she does a good job." Thank you very much for that. No, in all seriousness, guys, we're in some silver right now at the volume-weighted average price. APLD moving relatively strong. We got a nice pop up here, but if it breaks view up, we're gonna have to get out of dodge on SLV. Hopefully, the buyers step right in, but the momentum does seem like it's slightly to the downside. But as for Alibaba Group, let's pull this name up here and see what we got going on. LABA or BABA. Listen, I mean, it's been phenomenal as of late. It's been a solid performer. Head over to the daily. You're not too far off of those previous pivot highs. Again, like these guys are just building data centers everywhere. The investing and obviously the expenditure is there. Quen model. I've never personally used it. Shreve says that DeepSeek is absolutely garbage. You get a nice 76% bounce, or sorry, 17% bounce off of that $144 low, 15% to be exact. I think that they're going to continue to climb higher. You're just at risk of these obviously overnight gaps. But what we're seeing from Alibaba is just continuous improvement. You've now broken the downtrend line. We've seen this over here. Bang, 147 snaps, now trading 20 points higher from that specific zone. I like what Baba's doing.
What? What the hell?
What the hell?
I'm just looking at this because there was a super... Real Madrid parts ways with Alonso? Real Madrid said Monday that coach Xabi Alonso has left the Spanish Giants by mute. No way. Alonso out? That's crazy. He didn't even get an entire year. Why didn't anybody tell me anything, man? Xabi Alonso got fired. Well, a mutual consent, but that usually means, you know, he got the door because they lost to Barcelona in the Super Cup. I know, brother, I know. I saw it. They were doing it in Saudi. I saw the whole Super Cup there was in Saudi. Wow, that's Xabi Alonso out, eh? Dang, okay. Let's go on to the next story. Affirm was up earlier. Let's see where it's at right now. AFRM, where are you at? Nope, Affirm is down now, 5.5%. So part of the story won't be accurate anymore, but part of it will. Let's talk about it. U.S. financial stocks and lenders sold off after President Donald Trump called for a 10% cap on credit card interest rates, according to the report. Should start on the 20th of January, but the proposal raised immediate concerns around the profitability, the credit availability, as well as the regulatory overreach to do something like this. You had American Express, I don't know where AXP is right now, but it was down 4.3%, likewise with Visa and MasterCard, which all slid about 2% in the pre-market. The buy now, pay later outlets, at least initially, were doing well. Affirm was up about 5%. Block and Upstart as well had nice bids. But strategists here are concerned. They're suggesting a rate cap could benefit these buy now later providers if banks tighten credit access, which is going to push consumers towards these more alternative modes of financing rather than through regular unsecured credit. Speaking of unsecured credit, several analysts stress that imposing a national interest rate cap would likely require congressional approval and could exceed presidential authority. So what I was talking about with Brendo this morning was two things. One, all these points that we all accumulate on our credit cards, that's at the expense of somebody else. It's somebody carries a balance forward. They have to pay a high rate of interest. Those who pay off their balance and get the points, they kind of reap the rewards there. That's one. Two, think about like from the bank's profitability perspective, right? You're like credit cards are one of the more riskier unsecured forms of loans, right? So you have to account for that risk through these higher rates. So I'm not vouching or I'm not trying to defend these higher rates at all. What I'm saying is for their own business models though, can they actually be able to weather a storm where the rates are maximum of 10%? We're going to have to find out, but what do you make of this whole story?
This is what I kind of wanted to caveat your points thing.
Let's hear it.
Cool. Points are great. You get to travel with them. You get whatever it may be. But what would you rather have, higher debt levels or less points? You know what I mean? I think the points thing is right. Exactly. Yeah. So it's like, hey, we know the debt levels are climbing. People are buying things they can't necessarily afford.
Right.
I think you want to eliminate that, obviously, and it takes a long time. You mentioned it before. I have friends in that situation where it's like you will almost never pay that off if you're making the minimum down payment.
No.
You're just paying off the interest.
It'll take like 50 years or whatever.
Forever, right? So it's like, oh wow, I missed out on a couple flights to whatever it may be, South America or whatever it may be, right? No, I think that's essentially irrelevant. I like the 10%. It's not fair how the credit cards rinse people with the interest rates.
Okay, let me just put this question to you, though. If they've built their business model and they've done their accounting on being able to charge 25, 27%, then President Trump comes in. Let's just say, for the sake of example, he has the legal authority. I'm not saying he does. Let's just say he does have it, and he caps that. Don't these companies all of a sudden scramble? Like, how are they going to be able to balance their books with, maximum 10% interest rate?
No,
they get in some trouble too.
They're going to get into trouble too. But I think there's going to be more individuals who this is going to work out for than what it is going to for the corporation.
Okay, I respect that.
Right, and I think that's a little bit more important. 10%, and they'll be able to adjust. They'll get their money in other ways, maybe higher fees, maybe higher registration fees. But continuously charging individuals 20+% on their credit card, yes, I get it. You shouldn't be buying things that you necessarily can't afford without paying it off relatively quick. But people aren't that financially literate, and you're going to see people damaged, and people are going to be in credit card debt for the remainder of their life, and I think that needs to be taken.
And a lot of people do struggle with that. Let's just call a spade a spade,
So it's like, so what? I don't get the flight that I wanted to, or whatever it may be, or the car rental. I think just being more stable and not accumulating debt is more important.
That's more important of a societal interest.
Exactly.
I respect that. That's a fair point. All right, Adair, let's give us your take on this very controversial issue.
I have a couple different points, one from kind of the fundamental standpoint and the other from the market technical standpoint. I want to start here kind of off of what both of you were saying, but especially some of these comments from Joe. Anthony Noto, CEO of SoFi, said a lot of the same thing here in response to this issue on X. I'm just going to summarize the post. I can post it in the YouTube chat if anyone actually wants to read it in more detail. But basically, he's saying that if this is enacted, which he does think is a pretty big if, though he would like it to happen, he thinks there's going to be a resulting significant contraction in industry credit card lending, but consumers are going to still need to access credit, right, which creates a void that he believes SoFi's personal loans are best positioned to fill. He thinks it'll be easier to simplify marketing because then they're not going to have the same type of competition, of course, with these banks in terms of having to market it versus what the banks offer. He said that the SoFi personal loans at 9 to 13% offer a lower rate, basically saying TLDR, that less credit card lending could actually translate directly to more personal loan demand for SoFi. So that's, I think, an interesting look there from CEO Anthony Noto of SoFi on this issue. So you can hear it from one of these BNPL loan fintech type plays themselves. Now, in terms of the market reaction, it's kind of interesting because initially, as Sharif mentioned, we had a drop in these traditional banks and credit card companies, and then a gap up here for the likes of Affirm, SoFi, et cetera. But then we kind of did the opposite. We had these bank names go really well. Goldman Sachs here near intraday highs, whereas, of course, Affirm, as Neil mentioned earlier, taking a sharp pullback. So kind of the inverse. It makes me wonder what's going to happen if this actually does confirm or does get confirmed here come January 20th, a week from tomorrow. So I think this will be a really interesting conversation to look back on in terms of A, does it come through? B, is it exactly how Trump has proposed it? And C, how will the market end up reacting given today's mixed look?
Thank you very much. I want to read some of the comments here because some of them were actually quite good. Let's start with Ichiro's. Would this possibly reduce the number of defaults? I'm going to go and just venture a guess and say yes, because if the rate at which you're being charged is 10%, as opposed to almost triple that, some people have 30, I think that becomes a bit more manageable. Whether you avoid defaults or not, I think it would be on a case-by-case basis, really depending on your own income as well as the amount of debt that you're carried. So I think there is some truth to that, Ichiro, and good call about you. And then Chicago 1807 brings up a different point. He's like, Sharif, you're missing the point. The companies are banks who get bailouts. couldn't agree with you more. We've seen it in the past, but I've personally gotten the sort of feeling that this administration is not looking to bail out some of these financial institutions. That could be my perception, but I don't think that there's going to be bailouts for them as a result of this, maxing of the credit card rate at 10%. If some of them get into trouble, I think they're just going to be forced to default or be absorbed by other institutions who will take on their clients, like we've seen with SVB and some of the other banks that went belly up in March of 23. And then there were other good comments as well. I'm just trying to find them here. Lemon Family, great one. Sharif Joe, in Canada, do you have it in high school financial class? I personally didn't. I think they're doing it now. We'll check with the boys there in a second. They just started doing that here. Kids get money management before graduating. Most people never learn how to manage money. I can just speak for myself. They didn't teach us shit.
They didn't teach us anything.
Yeah. We didn't talk about credit cards. We didn't talk about, what's it called? Filing taxes, credit reports, credit scores, none of that. You had to kind of fend for yourself, or your parents taught you that at home, or whatever the situation was. So I'm just speaking for myself over here.
Look what bad credit does to you, Sharif.
Absolutely.
You're going to take out money. Say you probably won't. If you're in that situation, you're probably not getting a mortgage regardless, right? Like if you're in that,
it's going to be a minute,
right? You're not going to. If you need a vehicle to get to work to pay off your credit card, well, guess what? They're going to give you the highest interest rate. Same thing with your cell phone, bad credit. You can't get anything if you have that bad credit. If you need somewhere to live, well, guess what? Your credit's no good. We're not going to rent this place.
Exactly.
Because you've proven to.
And every landlord's going to run a credit check now. Every single one.
Every single one. So I think it's only, again, the poor financial companies that are charging you 20%, yeah, they're going to take a little bit of a hit. But as you mentioned before, I think it's better off for society to see these lower interest rates.
I respect that. I'm going to read a couple more comments, and then we're just going to go on to the next story. I want to give everybody an opportunity. Deleon, 12. Sharif, yeah, but the president should not be dictating this policy, specifically because of how the executive is trying to centralize power. I got to agree with you. I think that certain things need to go through the legislative branch. How much power he has through the executive order route. The courts will be the ultimate deciders of that. But I do see what your point there, and I respect that. Top VOIP, Sharif. But look how useful the physics you learned in school was. All right, I'm sure it's useful for a lot of people. Maybe not myself over here punching into positions. I'm sure I'm not using it, but your point well taken. Chuck of all trades, Sharif. As soon as I turned 18, all the credit cards started coming in the mail. That was the same thing with me here. I mean, I know I would get them from my bank. I'll never forget my first credit card. It was a GM Visa, even though I never owned a GM. And it was offered to me from my bank, and it was $500. And I was 18. Like, I was almost 18 in like 2 months at the time. So I do very much remember that. Let's go on to the next story. ExxonMobil, facing political pressure in Venezuela. Now, we've talked to you about President Donald Trump, who publicly threatened to sideline ExxonMobil from Venezuela's energy market. Trump suggested Exxon's stance was too cautious, implying other oil companies could take its place if it does not move faster. In fact, I think he said they're being too cute, something to that effect, maybe not exact wording. Comments came shortly after ExxonMobil CEO Darren Woods said Venezuela remains, quote, uninvestable under current conditions. Now, you have to understand why he's hesitant a little bit to go back in there. We'll get to that in a second. But Exxon and ConocoPhillips had assets seized by Venezuela in 2007. I think it was under the former president Hugo Chavez, of who Maduro, I think, was his deputy, if I'm not mistaken. Woods, the CEO of ExxonMobil, he emphasized Exxon would need major reforms before committing capital, including 1, the change of the hydrocarbon laws, 2, the commercial frameworks and the legal system within that country. Trump is urging U.S. oil companies to collectively invest about $100 billion in Venezuela's energy sector, and he pledged the U.S. government would offer security guarantees, but he did not offer specifics on that or the enforcement frameworks or the risk backstops. Chevron is currently the only major U.S. oil company still operating in Venezuela. And if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, I think ExxonMobil's had their stuff seized twice in Venezuela. So you can kind of understand a little bit of here if they are a little gun shy, whatever you want to call it.
I would be.
Yeah.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate that, Brian Vickers. Much appreciated, my friend. All right, we're long some SLV as well too. Yeah, I would be a little gun shy as well too. You don't really know what's going to happen. Wait until you get the green light from Mr. Donald Trump and himself, and then you can just go full steam ahead, I think, in my opinion.
Well, he is giving them the green light.
Oh, okay.
Whether
Yeah.
they just don't want to because they're like, yo, bro, what's going on? We can't do anything over there.
Well, I mean, you're going to be backed by the U.S. government at the end of the day.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah,
That's what he's saying. But they're still not.
All right.
They're still not about that life, Joey.
Not yet until they see the money, and then once the money
thing
starts
is, though,
flowing in.
Chevron and Exxon are like neck and neck competitors. And the fact that Chevron's the only one operating there and they're not putting up a fight about investing more.
They're probably happy.
You know that their oil is like ours, right? It's that like heavy molasses style oil.
You have to extract it. You have to break it.
It's not like the Saudi where it's just super easy to refine.
Frack and then.
But apparently all the refineries in Florida were all set up for that heavy oil because it was coming from Venezuela. So it's like they're ready to go there from the refining perspective in Florida. I'm not talking about from the extraction perspective in Venezuela. But Adara, let's hear your take and your opinion on the Exxon tie-up.
Yeah, this whole meeting was pretty wild. I did watch the whole meeting there. I did provide live coverage for you guys here, this Exxon Chevron COP deal. Now, there were other CEOs there, but they were quite literally an afterthought. At one point, in the middle of questions, President Trump just said, oh, do you guys want to talk and say your name and introduce yourself to people? Like, it was clearly the Exxon Chevron COP show. That being said, I think of the three, Chevron came off the best, but that's also kind of biased because they were really given the most opportunities to speak. In fact, even at one point, we did have Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, slip a note to Trump that was supposed to be secret that Trump ended up reading out loud saying, hey, we want to talk to Chevron more, give the floor back to Chevron. So it was very clearly the Chevron show with that in mind. Now, back to ExxonMobil CEO Darren Woods' comments here. It's interesting because I kind of wanted to look back at these with regards to the uninvestable quote. So they actually posted the entire statement here on the Exxon website. Kind of hard to read, but this is, like, again, the quote statement. So what he actually said here was that if you look at the legal and commercial constructs, frameworks in place today in Venezuela, today it's uninvestable. So not that it could never be investable, but at their current state, it would be difficult. He said that significant changes would need to be made to the frameworks and that he is actually confident the administration and President Trump could work hand in hand with the Venezuelan government to make those changes possible. He had mentioned, though, again, he was pretty hesitant. I'm not going to downplay the level of hesitance, but I think the context of that quote is important. Either way, I do want to clarify. Sharif said, yeah, I believe he said that Trump said they were playing it too cute. In fact, he did. That is a direct quote. Trump calling Exxon too cute in their approach. It's interesting, too, with what happened to COP is that I think they kind of stumbled because basically right out the gate, they ended up talking about $12 billion that they took in charges recently. Trump having some more questions about that, understandably, and the stock dropping after the fact. So I think of the three companies, CVX came off by far the best.
Yeah, sorry, guys, I just want to correct myself. I said the refining was in Florida. I misspoke. In the Gulf, so Louisiana and Texas are where the refining plants are for that heavy crude from Venezuela. Thank you guys for correcting me. Mike, I think in the chat as well as I can't even say this person's name. IGAUGEI. You know who you are. Thank you for the correction there. Let's go on to Taiwan Semi-Conductor. Where is this company at? Another 2 1/3 today. Is this all-time highs? I'm just going to have to quickly look here. Allow me a moment. No, we're like $1 off all-time highs or less than $1, something like that. Looks like all-time highs, 333.08 today, 331.13. It just printed new high day. And here's why. They are expected to post a 27% year-over-year jump in their Q4 net profit, driven by relentless freaking AI demand for their chips. They're supposed to, they're forecasting a net income of 475 trillion new Taiwanese dollars. Of course, we're talking about the equivalent of $15 billion US dollars, and that would mark their highest quarterly profit in the company's history, as well as the 8th consecutive quarter of profit growth. So talk about catching that tailwind, baby. Any result above 452.3 new trillion new Taiwanese dollars, which set a new all-time high record, reinforcing their dominant earnings trajectory that they've been on. Q4 revenue for TSMC, they're expecting growth to come in at about 20.5%. They already beat expectations, which has been helped by the full utilization of their 3-nanometer process. More on the more advanced one in a second. And demand, we know where the demand is coming from, man. It's AI accelerators. It's Apple's iPhone 17, which uses the A19 chip, which Taiwan Semi builds, of course. Taiwan Semi remains the critical supplier to both NVIDIA and Apple, anchoring its position as head honcho in that field. The IDC now expects TSMC's revenue growth of 25 to 30% in 2026, up from prior estimates that they had. And their AI server accelerator market is projected to grow 78% year over year in 26. And the upcoming, this is the big one here, the upcoming 2-nanometer node is expected to be a major contributor. Now, why is that such a big deal? Because they'll be the only company that can actually produce that en masse. Now, we've seen Intel catch up with the 3-nanometer node with their 18A process. Intel also has the 14A node, but that's by no means complete. There's also yield problems, if you know, you know about that. And they don't make it en masse. It's going to be Taiwan freaking Semi basically monopolizing the 2-nanometer node, and that obviously has its benefits there. Faster than expected ramp up of overseas fabs, though, is actually a bit of a headwind because they're spending up the nose here to build these U.S. fabs in Arizona, and they're investing $165 billion in that. So that is having some, downward pressure as CapEx costs increase. Taiwan Semi, Joey, can they do anything wrong?
No, not at this point, especially with all the CapEx from these hyperscalers. I think they're going to continue on this path. You're not too far off of that previous all-time high, Sharif, only a fraction of a percent. Yeah, like 0.75%. I think Taiwan's going to continue on this growth cycle. You're having the fabs built. Why? Because there's still an immense amount of demand for these chips, and I think it's going to continue on that trajectory for quite some time. Capital expenditure from Taiwan, well, they need to build these things. They're not running into any form of trouble like Oracle having to build and meet demand essentially, and it's going to cost them because the margins are just too low. I don't think that's the case here with Taiwan Semi. They're going to continue to grow at this pace, especially in the foreseeable future, until you see that CapEx slow down from whether it be NVIDIA, Apple, Microsoft, then they're going to continue to do the same.
For sure. Yeah. And they're not going to produce if they're not buying. No, yeah, exactly. Well said, Joe. All right, let's talk about UNH. Another day, another investigation. Okay, so the U.S. Senate committee has accused United Health Group of using what they're calling, quote, aggressive tactics within the Medicare Advantage kind of field to boost the risk-adjusted payments. More on what risk-adjusted payments means in a second. The investigation, though, centers on whether United Health systematically encouraged diagnosis that increased the government reimbursements without clear clinical justification. Let's pause for a second. You know my family is involved in pharmacies and medical clinics, and with our medical clinics, we have something called a billing agent. Those people are not doctors. They know how, I don't want to use the word game the system, but they know how to enter the codes that the government makes us use to build them for Medicare and practices. So those billing agents really know how to maneuver around the system. So there's all sorts of gamification that can happen in that. And the Senate reviewed about 50,000 patient records, and they submitted to lawmakers last year, which is kind of forming their findings. So what are we talking about here? The report is claiming that United Health effectively turned what was allowed as a risk adjustment into an actual profit center. So they were allowed to adjust some of the rates to adjust for inflation and increase costs, but they actually used that sort of allowance to actually make more money and not really adjusting for inflation or increased costs at all, rather than what they're calling a neutral reimbursement mechanism. Lawmakers allege some diagnoses were questionable, were inaccurate, or did not clearly tie the treatment to the conditions. These practices allegedly triggered billions of dollars in extra federal payments, which amplifies the regulatory investigation here. United Health already disclosed that it faces civil and criminal penalties, that it's being investigated by the Department of Justice. So this just adds to that because this investigation is by the Senate, not the DOJ. And they strongly disagree with the Senate's report conclusions, and it maintains it complied with all Medicare rules. The company framed the allegation as mischaracterizations rather than evidence of systemic abuse. What does the chart say, Joey, on UNH?
All right, I'm hella deep in SLV here, guys. We added some, we took it off the supply zone. Yeah, if you don't mind, you can send this one over. SLV working out pretty good for us right now. If it comes back to our break even, then we'll get out. But this is what I was talking about to Gorev. Watch out for the supply zone right at 77.40s. We were in long. I wanted to add right here because I knew we were going to get the bounce. It just never worked out how we wanted to. I couldn't catch that fill, and I wasn't going to get overly aggressive on that. But now we're starting to come back into that break even. We take a little bit, so now I have to get out of this position here right now as we come back into the break even.
All right, yeah. So UNH was negative on the day, a lot more negative. It's only down 1.25 now, so that's intraday. But let's look at the daily on this thing. Have we started recovering? Well, every time we seem to get in to the 200, whether the 200 EMA or the SMA, we seem to encounter resistance around there. So this is obviously the big dump that after the assassination of the CEO, and that was back, I believe, in April of last year. Now, from that high to the lows that we put in, I want to say in early August, we had lost 60%, more than 60% of the market cap or the value of the stock. Now, off the August lows to the current price action, we're up about 43%. The TA, though, it just feels like it's still in this holding pattern at around 325. It has the odd breakout into 375, but more recently, it looks like 350 has been a top. If 350 is not a top, it's certainly 375. Now, we haven't even gotten anywhere near this 425 area or this 450 area where we had support from February of last year. So I say we're still definitely in this kind of consolidative look here on UNH, but maybe a move above the 200 moving average or a decisive move changes the opinion of some traders.
One thing to note as well too, Shreve, I think is important. You see this gap down. This was just something on some bad news. I think it was, I forget what the catalyst was, but you touched that almost to the dollar, and then you sell back off aggressively. But yeah, you're right back into that consolidated form right there in UNH.
All right, let's go on to the next one. Uber faces a landmark trial over driver safety and liability. I didn't really read through this one because we're strapped on time, so we're going to do it together here. So Uber is heading to trial next week in Phoenix in a lawsuit brought by an Arizona woman who alleges she was sexually assaulted by an Uber driver back in 2023. This case is the first criminal-related trial tied to Uber's attempt to shield itself from liability for assaults committed by their drivers, who in most jurisdictions are not employees but independent contractors. We've seen that change in some jurisdictions. With thousands of similar cases apparently are still pending in U.S. federal courts. The verdict is being closely watched because it is considered a bellwether case that could influence settlement values or litigation outcomes across the broader Uber legal exposure, or Uber's broader legal exposure, I should say. Uber's position is as follows. It argues it should not be held liable for criminal acts committed by the drivers, citing their classification as independent contractors rather than employees. That's not true in every jurisdiction, but most of them, yes, they are. The company maintains that its background checks, in-app safety features, and disclosures are sufficient and that it cannot reasonably control drivers' actions outside the scope of their duties. The plaintiffs, they counter that. They say, look, Uber was aware of the widespread assault allegations and they failed to take the adequate steps to protect the rider safety. This is a big deal, Joey, because Uber is facing more than 3,000 lawsuits related to sexual assault claims consolidated in federal court, plus more than 500 additional cases in California state court alone. So this could be a big headwind.
I think it's going to continue to grow in that trajectory, in the bad way, to be honest with you. It's very tough, and as there's more drivers that come into Uber, it's hard to filter everything out, right? The more people coming in, you're not going to weed out all the bad individuals. I know a lot of people who've ran into this situation.
100%.
But what also I heard is that now that you have the option to choose whether it's a female or a male driver, which I think
Absolutely.
is going to be extremely important. And you have to take advantage of that. It's unfortunate that these cases are happening, but we also know what may be to come with the autonomous vehicles that can help wave things out as well, too.
Now you're talking my language.
Right.
Right. So not only, so if this gets out of control and Uber is held liable for the actions of its drivers, and who knows how much money that exposes them to that they're going to have to pay out. Now the drivers are not only costing them one of their biggest fixed costs by being drivers and definitely taking money
More of a
for driving.
liability.
Now they're even more because then there's the sexual assault or the vicarious liability that
But
they have to deal with
It
here.
leads to, okay, so you're doing background checks, but you should, I don't know how more extensive it can get, but you might have to take that additional step in order
You might have
to
to
take
do
this
more,
out, right?
You might have to do more, or you just might have to be
I don't know
liable.
what they're
You just might have to be openly liable.
Exactly.
Right? And
so
that's
I don't know
nothing you
what
can
else
do.
they can do if you're doing a criminal background check or anything along those lines, but they have to take as many measures as they possibly
This is going to be really interesting to see how it all ends up
can.
happening.
Could that lead to Uber being like, hey, we don't want as many drivers as we possibly had before?
I don't
We're
think
gonna
they
go-
want them, Joey,
No.
because it's a high fixed cost. I hate to say it like this because people will lose a source of income that they rely on.
Exactly.
But you'd think Uber gives a you-know-what about that? They're just
Well, no,
looking at
look
their
what they-
bottom
look what
line
they-
and
look what they
shareholder
did to-
value.
Look what
Okay?
what makes you think that Uber cares? Look what they did to
don't
the
care.
taxi industry.
Of course,
right?
of course.
Right. So
Well
they,
said.
like they'll just throw them to the side. I don't know. I think one of Uber's strengths was as well that they never really owned vehicles. They never owned anything, right?
a very good point.
And then they'll have to go to like, hey, we need to buy 100,000 car fleet from Elon Musk or
yeah.
or 1 million cars or something along
Yeah.
those lines, right? Now you're like, I get it. So like you're eliminating one liability, but now you're also taking on another.
That's another good point. You're
buying
picking
the
up.
vehicles, right?
Yeah. All right, let's talk about this acquisition. We've got a few minutes left on the show. Allegiant to acquire Sun Country in a $1.5 billion deal, so a buyout trade for those who like the buyouts. Allegiant Travel announced it will acquire all of Sun Country Airlines in a $1.5 billion cash and stock transaction. It's also going to include the debt of Sun Country Airlines. The deal values Sun Country at $18.89 per share, which is about a 20% premium to what the stock closed on Friday at. The transaction includes about $400 million in Sun Country's net debt and is expected to close in the second half of the year, of course, as always, pending regulatory approval. But what's the rationale for this whole tie-up here? Management says the merger creates the largest and most competitive, I should say, leisure-focused airline in the U.S. Both carriers cater to price-sensitive vacation travelers, especially the sun and leisure destinations with minimal, I should say, route overlap. Allegiant CEO Greg Anderson, he emphasized that the networks are highly complementary of one another, strengthening their pricing power without materially reducing consumer choice. But there are other angles to this. A key strategic asset is Sun Country's charter and cargo flying, which includes contracts with Amazon. Allegiant confirmed Amazon was consulted ahead of the deal, underscoring the importance of diversified revenue beyond passenger fares, because they do cargo as well. This provides downside protection in an environment of volatile leisure demand and rising airliner costs. So just tell you how this is all going to work. Allegiant shareholders, they're going to own about 67% of the combined company, with Sun Country shareholders owning about 33%. So very much a 2/3 to 1/3 split. And Greg Anderson would become the CEO of the merged airlines. And then the Sun Country CEO, Jude Bricker, who's a former Allegiant executive, by the way, he's expected to join the board, which smooths the integration. We're gonna pause for a second. We're gonna get Joey's take on this after, but we're gonna go up to Adaira, who has news.
Keep an eye here. It's a small cap news piece actually here, Sharif. Immunity Bio, IBRX, Dr. Pat Soon-Shiong, who is the executive chairman of Immunity Bio or IBRX, posting that there is so much data to disclose for the company over the next few days. They're going to be announcing certain types of results, again, over multiple press releases. So IBRX has the exec chairman teasing multiple press releases full of data and announcements for the company. Stock is pushing higher. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that.
I mean,
what do you make here,
I
Joey?
think it's interesting because this obviously isn't one of the more popular airlines that we talk about. Like,
I didn't even know they existed.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not gonna lie.
So
Yeah.
the amount of market share that these guys hold, you're not going to complain about what we got going on in the price action. So I don't know. I personally never heard of these guys. It's not too bad. 117% cash and stock deal. You'll take it. More cash preferred, I think, at the end of the day. But you're not going to complain about 117% with a massive gap up.
No, and that concludes a news segment, guys. Thank you for joining us. We always take the opportunity for the slower time of the day to really catch up on the news, do a little digging, get into some conversations, get different people's opinions. So join us every day for that. All right, guys, we're still holding one trade and one trade only. It's SLS. We're in at 404. We just got to the high of the day at 425. There's a huge seller here at 425 that we can't shake. It's once, twice. Oh, but he is a one thrice. 4, 5, 6. Now we're on the 7th rejection on the 1-minute chart here on SLS. It's up 22.5%, but it's got that 425 high day that it can't shake. So keep your eye on this one. It's not really, a rocket small cap gapper of sorts, but one that's moving up nicely nonetheless. Let's take a look at that one that Adara just brought to us. We're talking about IBRX with a fresh catalyst on the day. This is the daily on IBRX just to show you exactly where we're at, right? Let's not get too excited. We're still very much within the range, but let's flip to the 5 here and see what we're kind of doing. Decent volume on this one, 6.71 million. A lot of that just coming in now, and this 5-minute candle has 713,000 shares. It takes out Friday's high, which was 243. Let me just update this here because it's not updating, Joey. IBRX. It's up 5 1/3% into the high of the day at 246. So be on the lookout here. There it could be some support at 243 or 240, given the price action on Friday. But a nice few days here, man, of a whole bunch of higher lows here coming from $2 and now back into that $2.50 level here on IBRX, up 5.5.
Good stuff there, guys. So SLV seems to be the trader of the day. We took multiple attempts on this, and it's still continuously working for us. I'm posted up at 77.10s for a break of the supply zone at 77.40s, but with a strong ask right here, it looks like you're going to be able to break through that momentarily. If the volume really does start to pick up, then sure enough, I think you're going to go, and it might be now. Look at the ladder on the ask, guys. You can see those at 42, 43. So there's a bunch of supply, and this is what I was referring to, Gorev. If we have the ability to absorb this, off to the races we go here in SLV. 77.10s would be more ideal. I'm not going to raise my bid anymore up to 77.20s, even though that could be a good potential move. If it does decide to break down, which I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case, considering there's a lot of strong signals across the board. Be patient, don't chase it, and wait for that pullback to come into play here on SLV. Oh, wow. Okay, it's almost 2 o'clock now. Yeah. I mean, it's only an hour until we do our picks as well. Did you come up more of an idea? There it goes, Gorv. Oh, my God. There it is, absorbed. Oh, I knew I should have just punched on that one. Yeah, that's unfortunate that we missed it on SLV, but we're not going to complain. We had some nice trades. It's definitely been our best performer here on today.
Hey.
But did you come up with, do you have a good idea of what your picks are going to be? No, not at all. Eh?
I'm going to have to look through some of the military names. I was thinking about getting into maybe some nuclear energy, or not nuclear. Yeah, possibly nuclear, but data center energies. But yeah, I feel like they're played out, but there still could be more upside. I haven't get a chance to think about it like the boys had all weekend, but we've got an hour now, so we'll have a look at that. Guys, we took out 425 now on SLS, high day 426. This one continues to stair step up. I guess we'll wait for the Katina man to return before sending it back over to the boys, but we'll keep an eye out on, let's actually review the small cap gappers that we were looking at the day. OMH was great until it wasn't. This one has substantially lost the volume weighted average price at 152. EVTV as well, still above VWAP, but look at this. It's looking into like a flat bottom break candidate through 135, 133. It's a whole bunch of lower highs on this one. EVTV up though, continuing to trade, up. Despite the fact that we got bamboozled on this big aggressive downturn here during the midday, was trading above VWAP, spent almost no time below VWAP into 87 pennies, and now it just got back into that 110 high a day. But yeah, it hasn't really been the best day for these small cap gappers, but we'll see if we can do a little bit better tomorrow, guys. But for Joseph and myself, I'm going to send him off to the big boys now. I'll see everybody at the green screen, or at the green screen. I used to say that all the time. At the big desk momentarily. We'll be doing the afternoon rundown, and then we'll see collectively everybody at 3 as we all do our yearly picks, guys. Sending it to the big boys.
Thank you, gentlemen. And I just saw a question from MF Dangerous in the chat in the old stream. So hopefully matriculates over. He's asking if I won the poker at our buddy's trading floor, one of the guys that used to work here.
Yep.
Absolutely not. I got I got beat on the river 3 separate times. First time, I'm sitting there with it was literally the first hand.
Oh, no.
We're doing a tournament. First hand, I pick up ace queen in position. And anyways, I make a pretty standard raise.
Yeah.
End up getting 4 people in the pot, flop top pair. I'm like, this is pretty standard stuff. Rainbow board, it's pretty harmless.
Yeah.
So I make a small bet. I get 2 callers, so I get 1 person out. Turn comes another brick, completely nothing, no straights on the board. There was a potential flush, right? So a couple of spades had come up. Spade came on the turn. So I'm like, okay, I got to make a bigger bet. Let's get the flush.
Get the guy out of there.
Get the flush out of there. At this point, I was like, you know what? This is kind of nonsense. So I bet big.
Yeah,
Comes back at me, and I shove because I'm like, look, I know you're chasing a flush draw, so I'm just gonna price you out of it and get out of here. Dude calls to the flush draw, horrible pot odds in first hand, and of course he hits the flush. The second beat I got was the worst because we did a 6-7 bounty instead of a deuce 7 bounty. We did a 6-7 bounty.
Of course you did. Yeah.
So I get pocket queens, and let's just say the only reason a person played pre-flop with a garbage hand was because we had a 6-7 bounty. The flop comes like all duds. He picks up a 6, which doesn't really matter. So again, like pure bricks, I'm raising, he's calling, just calling me all the way down with he basically.
This is what, the second hand? No,
this is like a little later on, but it's not that much later on.
Yeah.
I got queens over, there's all undercards, complete rainbow board, and then he calls twice again. I was just like, this is absolute nonsense. He comes back at me on the turn, and I shove. I go, this is ridiculous, you have nothing. He calls the all-in and rivers the 2 pair with a 7. I'm like, it was a 3-outer. And like now I've been felted twice on the river. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me.
That's funny. That's a stressful thing about it.
But the 6-7 bounty was hilarious.
You never know with the random. Yeah, so 6-7 bounty, he just did that because of 6-7.
Yeah, so if you don't know what it is in poker terms, it just means if anybody completes the hand, meaning if you get to the end and you can turn 6-7 over as the winning, it doesn't really matter. Like everyone
at that point,
everyone could fold to you, whether or not someone calls you, as long as you got the 6-7 to be able to show down. Everyone owed you a couple of bucks. That was all, which was weird to do in a tournament, but we just felt like it was
something fun to do. Switch it up a little bit. Well, that's good, man. Glad you guys had.
But it's whatever, man. Like I'm one of those. I'm aggressive, like playing the odds. If I know you're in bad and chasing, then I'm gonna put it to you. And if you get there.
Yeah, you hit.
If you get there, you get there.
That's what it's okay.
Speaking of what's going to be a hit.
Yeah.
55 minutes.
Yes.
We
have our picks. We're all going to discuss.
Sharif said he didn't know. So what I think Sharif should do, because he's like, I didn't know, I'm not prepared.
I'm not prepared.
I'm like, go into ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Ask ChatGPT for a random stock out of the S&P 500. Ask Gemini for a random stock out of the S&P 500.
No. You're not getting away with randomness. This guy will be prepared.
I know.
And he's ready to go. I don't no excuses here, right? Like, because when you lose, you're going to say, ChatGPT gave it to me. No. If he needs a couple extra days, he can have them.
No. We're picking today.
Yeah. It was all in the chat last week. He was in the chat. Enough of this. Okay, so he's picking today. So at 3 o'clock, man, you'll have the only random. We got Fabian. Oh, there he is. I put him over there because he's sitting there. What's up, Fabian?
You've been lingering the whole time.
This microphone does not work. Is that correct, Fabian? Okay, so I was going to pass it to you, but it does not work. Have your picks ready? Okay, so Fabian will be there as well. So we'll go the 4 of us, Adara, Brendan, Fabian, and then have we figured out?
No, it's not a draft.
Have we figured out? Well, it has to be some kind of a draft. It has to be.
You can do them in order, but there's no issue if 2 people have the same pick.
Oh, 2 people have the same pick?
Yeah, we've never. Okay. It's not a draft.
It should.
They allow. So there was a discussion last week.
Yeah, you know what? Let's put
shorts have been allowed.
Let's put a poll up. Should it be a draft or no draft? It's no draft. Draft is not. That's not as fun. Okay, Joe. Okay, Joey. No fun. We won't have a draft over there, but we are getting ready for that. Yeah. Hey, I mean, snake draft or draft. We can leave it up to the people. I mean, that's generally what we do on the show.
And we didn't review last year's. One of the things I said we should do is like just a very quick. Hey, these were your picks last year. What would you do with it? Like, you know, like just say like I picked. The G Vernova. Like, would I hold it? Would I buy more? Would I sell it right now?
Yeah.
Like that's that kind of a thing would be fun to do. But
yeah, we could do that. We could do all of that kind of stuff.
Anyways,
3 o'clock.
Yeah, we'll do the rundown as normal. You can see Sharif getting locked and loaded with Fabian, who's got what I like to think is an interesting look because it's the short sleeves and the toque indoors. I don't know about
toque. Oh well, yeah, the toque
with the short sleeves.
He's not wearing the toque because he's cold, my guy. It's this is a style.
It's kids these days.
Yeah, exactly. So we're still on Google off the bottom, so that was good. We've been getting out a little bit. You can see when I came back and sat at my desk, and we just got out in this rough area. We did have. That fill was when we weren't here, of course, up right there at 330, and then we've got a bunch of other fills right around here, 340 or so. If this market does manage to bounce back, I mean, when we last left you, we were red on the day. So on the market. So now we're going to figure out what's going on with the ES and the NASDAQ because we turn slightly green and we hold on to our Google trade. And it's right here at the 50 period. So some of them are purple because I had offers up here just in case they were to get filled. So those purple ones will turn red once they are reclassified as sells rather than offers. So that's that as we continue to go upside here. Bitcoin's had quite a nice little day here up to 90, almost 92,000. I think we did breach that for a momentarily up there. We got to 52 and just bounced off view up there for Bitcoin. But yeah, it's been a pretty good day, man. NASDAQ up 0.12, ES now up 0.19. Bank stocks continue to sort of motor around here as we get ready. Now, I didn't realize this. We just had a nice little or I guess maybe an hour of a downside trend there on JP Morgan. So we're oh no, wait a second. My data is missing.
No,
that's from 1020. So yeah,
we probably get this out of the way.
We are having some charting issues right there. Now, okay. Well, I guess JP Morgan still is there actually. It's at 322.50, so it's actually right there right now. So we go all the way around just to end up there. But yeah, my chart not working here for JP Morgan. So. Yeah,
there'll be a few stocks that are like that this afternoon, but we are 295 subs away from 550,000. So we have a special edition of the show because we're doing our picks today, but also because we have a chance to get to that 550 number. And thank you everybody for getting us to this point. It's been a fun little journey. Speaking of round numbers, not for 550, but Tesla at 450. So it wicked 450 this morning 4 times, I think, before breaking out. Now it can't seem to break underneath $450. So this one bears watching. I don't know what symbols are going to be in the rundown. I feel like there's a decent chance Tesla's going to be there. Now I'm just going to cheat to look at the video. Yeah, it's usually up there for sure. I have a decent idea that maybe a couple of small cappers will get on the list as well. But yeah, there's a lot to cover this afternoon, certainly before we get to our picks. A lot of crazy movement. I'm only in SMR. I think we were short this when we left you guys. What time was this? Oh, no, I was, okay, yeah, this is different. Because I was long SMR when we left you guys, breaking through VWAP, but I reversed it short when it turned here. We were long off VWAP. We've been short, then long, then short, then short on SMR, as the nuclear names stunk after that Meta investment, but it wasn't an SMR. It was an Oklo and VST. They both got some deals there. Who knows? Maybe there'll be some nuclear picks on the plays for this year.
I would assume there's going to
there's a few sectors that I would be surprised if they got shut out, but we'll see. Like I have a pretty decent idea of one space that I think nobody's going to pick, but when we get there, we'll wait till wait to get to 3 o'clock to say some of that stuff. Let's get into the rundown now so we can have some fun.
Yeah.
Welcome to the afternoon rundown, everyone. The show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys are locked and they're loaded and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there, you got to join us in the chat. You got to vote in the chat. The only way to vote, though, you throw in that $sign followed by whatever ticker your heart so desires. So make sure to vote. Let's look at all 4 major averages, and very much unlike the start of the morning, they are all in positive territory. Leading the way here is the triple Q's up 0.1%. The SPY is up 0.16. The Dow, or the DIA, the ETF, is up 0.07, and the Russell 2000, I misspoke. The Russell 2000 is leading the way with the IWM up 0.4%. The first ticker, though, as decided by you guys, TSLA. Tesla positive on the day to the tune of 1.25%. Wells Fargo, despite that, reiterating their underweight rating on Tesla, but they did boost the price target marginally from $120, boys, to $130. Separately, there was a Wolf analyst research note saying Tesla does face a challenging landscape in terms of EV sales into this year. And then also, aside, not Tesla specific, there was this headline coming out midday that the European Union is setting guidance on prices for the Chinese EV imports. More on that, guys, but Tesla up 1.25.
Was that Wells Fargo you said with the 125 or 120 moving it? I don't know. 120 to 130. Now, I like Wells Fargo, the bank. I think they can have a good year. I don't think it's going to be because of that call. I'm just going to go out on a limb and strongly suggest that that price target is not going to be realistic for a very long time, or maybe ever, for Wells Fargo. This is a monthly chart of Tesla. That's actually the 2023 lows down here. So I don't know, maybe they've been shorting it for the last 3 years and looking to get it back down there. No, seriously, in all seriousness, like the only bad thing about Tesla was how weak it's been going into, I would say, the last couple of sessions. Like toward the end of last week, I think we had only like 1 or 2 strong days or green days in the last 10. And now you've got like back to back, like 3, I'd say 3 strong days. Because you had gap down to recover, go green. Then you had consolidation breakout. And then here you come in, gap down, and then we get back into the green. So these are 3 pretty strong days. You're above 450. You're above the 50-period moving average again. Knock on wood, it looks like we're going to close above the 50-period moving average again, which is always a good sign. You'd like to see it hold for a couple of days for Tesla. The robotics is going to be all the rage. You've seen that as part of the focus. And there was a discussion around Uber in the Midday show, sort of talking about the issues that they have with lawsuits with their drivers. And ultimately, I think we know where all of this is headed. That said, probably a little bit down the line for automated driving and robotics. So I understand why it pulled back 12, 15% from the highs. I thought it would pull back a little bit further, but it didn't. For now, you're at that 50 period. For this afternoon, it's the 450 level to work off of. I had one short, and it was basically it's like a lot of trend breaks for me today. I saw this trend line on the breakout, and then when it broke down here, I'm like, okay, let's short it. And then all the buyers just came in at 450, and they're still doing it. So as long as it holds 450, that's holding over the prior day high, and it stays strong. So if I tried to fade it, it would be losing VWAP. But I think this is maybe all systems go. As long as we close above the 50-period moving average, might change my bias in the short term on Tesla, at least for the next week or 2.
Yeah, I like Tesla a lot, and we've been buying it recently. We've talked about that, and hitting up to the all-time highs, I think, is inevitable this year. Will it last up there? I don't know. I mean, we're just a couple days away from being at all-time highs. So for me, will it be a play of somebody's this year? Probably should be. Tesla on the robotics trade, I think it works for the rest of the year. So I like Tesla there today. I didn't realize there was those kind of upgrades here today, or else I think we would have. We saw Palantir with an upgrade. We made some good money on that dip play, and Tesla really looks like this 448 is great area to dip by if it does get in there. And then just for right now, if you're looking to make a trade this afternoon, why not dance with the devil here at 448? I guess it's 450, but that bottom, I would almost use this, give yourself, trade less shares, give yourself maybe down to VWAP or something, but this 450 looks like a good spot to maybe start along as Tesla trying to hold out. I mean, we'd like to see the market take this 50 period, but yeah, I like Tesla. I think it's, you know, now that Elon's pay package, that's out of the way, we'll see if he can, you know, sort of live up to some of the promises of this year, right? The robo-taxis, and then eventually Optimus running around all over the place. So we'll see if that comes to fruition here in 2026. I'm pretty sure the robo-taxi thing will hit, and I think that's enough of a spark to send Tesla up the board this year. I like Tesla moving forward into the year. So 2026, I think, is going to be Tesla's year.
Autobots roll up.
Yeah, I mean, let's see where that all sits and where it lands. And
I loved Optimus.
I think it'll be a good one for Optimus and lovers of Transformer.
Yes, they should never have killed.
Or
killing Optimus Prime in the original cartoon.
Yeah.
Like, there was an episode. Like, well, they killed him in the movie, but like there was an episode in season 1 where they basically like had like Prime goes down. Like when you're like a 6 or 7 year old kid, and there's like a hero in like a cartoon that hasn't been around that long.
You're not looking for.
And like they have the literal cliffhanger in a 20-minute show was like him dying. It's like, what the heck are you doing?
Yeah, you like start to rethink the value.
They wouldn't do that.
Life.
They wouldn't do that now.
I don't know.
No, I mean, but then Optimus came back stronger than ever because that's how he rolls. Hopefully, that's what Tesla.
Did you watch The Studio yet? The Seth Rogen thing on Apple TV?
I haven't. Is that
he won all the awards, man?
Well, I saw. I read about the Golden Globe.
Yeah, because you know Canada.
That's how we roll.
Shout out to our Kevin O'Leary. You know, at least now we can say we've had somebody on the show that's been part of an Oscar-winning situation there. Shout out to Marty Supreme. I don't think the movie won, but Chalamet won.
Timothy Chalamet.
There, we'll see. I mean, and it's a Golden Globe, not Oscar. So
no, but he was for the Oscars.
They're still there.
He was favored 80%.
Oh yeah.
So it's like the gold. If you're not going to win the Golden Globe when you're.
But I guess the movie was that After Tomorrow Never, whatever that one was with the DiCaprio. Is that the one?
Do you know the name of that movie?
Yeah, everybody knows. Oh.
No, the one.
Yeah,
the one that's winning all the Oscars.
One battle after another.
There it is.
Thanks.
That was Fabian.
Thanks, Fabian. Fabian likes it. So yeah, that's the one winning all the awards. All right, back over to Sharif and see what stock number 2 is on the watch.
I want to mention, Sean, you were talking about the robo-taxi there. Just news coming out now that Tesla is now testing the Cybercab in Chicago. That's a new one for us. Never reported to you guys on that. Let's talk about the next ticker here, ONDS, Ondas Holdings. It was a beautiful price spike up to open up the trading right at 9:30, taking this one into 52-week highs at 15.28. It was a result of Stifel maintaining a buy on Ondas, raising the price target from 13 to 17, boys, but now it's down 5%.
Yeah, one of the most popular names on social media right now is ONDS, but this is a pretty hefty rejection of 15. I think, well, I'm pretty sure we said this on Friday, like hit it double topped and kind of rejected it already, but it seemed like you were on the way to a breakout. But if this isn't a reversal candle, I don't know what is, like for today. Because you had everything that looked like a consolidation break. So 3 times in a row, you're going to fail the top after already going parabolic. It's hard not to envision this reversal taking us minimum 12, and might end up being a gift if you get down to the $10 level. Because this stock is already, like, it was a triple up from the lows. Like the November, that's my mom's birthday. November 7th, 5 all the way to 15. So like the local bottom, it's almost exactly a triple up. So a pull back into at least 12, that prior high, seems to make sense for ONDS. Like, yikes. Like that is one of the most ridiculous turnarounds that we've seen recently, just in terms of, losing a strong bid. Because it probably went from the best in the first 10 minutes of any runner this morning to the most ridiculous reversal short. And this sort of the thing, when you see something like this, sure, it's a big breakout. Maybe you missed it and you're looking to buy the dip. But just because you want to buy the dip on a strong name, there was no point. This is a 3-minute chart. There is no point. You could be sitting there looking for a spot to buy the dip. There never was one. So when it does this, why even bother trying? It's just, it's almost like a waste of time. Like, you could have tried here. That makes some sense. But yeah, I'm glad I stayed away because I have the feeling like I would have been waiting for this to make some kind of a bounce off of VWAP or something. So ONDS could be a bit downside for the next couple of days, I think.
So manufactures, develops, sells, and supports drone software, radio technology, in Israel, United States, and India. So we like those countries for sure to operate there. But I don't know about this company, man. I mean, revenue growth year over year was actually down 54% last quarter. They only have revenue of $10 million. Their net income is minus $8 million. It's not good when you lose $8 million when your income is only 10 million. So that's definitely not great. But for some reason, they have a market cap of $5 billion. So I think it caught the wave, right? I mean, we are now trying to support this drone sort of government spending wave of new, military action and all that kind of stuff. Look, like the stock, we talk about these names all the time, and I just think it's well matured right now. And, it seems like it wants to do something around this sort of $7 to $9 mark. So for me, ONDS, I'm not sure when they report. I mean, I guess I can look for it right here, but it's by going up here to details and then going into the calendar spot, but I don't even see that right here. So I'm not even sure when they report next, but ONDS, just not a great level of interest for me. So we're gonna have to pass on owning this name, but it's a drone play, and it's just like normal with all of these plays, you just want to get into it early, and I think like you've just missed this a little bit. This was under $1 back in May. So to pay $13 now, the company, although margins getting better, still not profitable. I'd wait for it, but ONDS looking like a buy, between 7 and 9-ish in this area. So ONDS back to the 50 period. Yeah, I think we'd take a shot there for a swing trade. So
for
yeah.
earnings, I'd have to get, so there, went to NASDAQ.com, which usually has the date. They don't have a date either.
Okay.
But if you just, they reported last in November 13th, so, I mean, the easiest thing to do is go 3 months out.
Unconfirmed is March 11th.
Oh, okay. Well,
so I have March 11th on Benzing.
yeah, I would have guessed Feb just based on this pattern, but it doesn't. Either way, you've got time.
Yeah.
I think that's the most important thing. You've got time till you get to earnings. Just quickly before we go back to Sharif, EVTV, which is one of these small cappers, is halted to the upside. Oh, the tap just came. It was actually indicating a higher open. Now it's indicating slightly lower. So 149, now 148. The tap on ETVT, just a volatility halt, should be open up in minute and a half, a couple minutes or so, and that one will resume its crazy run to the upside. Let's see what is next on the list. Sharif.
Just a couple of things to update you on before we go to the next one over here. Apparently, the White House is considering talks with Iran rather than strikes to restart negotiations for the nuclear issue separately. Senator Warren, Elizabeth Warren, telling President Trump that Congress could pass the credit card rate cap that he's looking to do through an EO. So possibly more issues with that, or more developments on that one. CoreWeave is the next ticker, guys. Up 12 1/3%. A couple of headlines on this one. The main one, though, is that the CEO, Michael Intrator, he was rejecting these allegations of circular financing between CoreWeave and NVIDIA. He's saying, look, NVIDIA has invested $300 million into our company. That's pale in comparison to our total cap of $25 billion. He also defended their aggressive debt raising or debt use strategy, saying their business is very CapEx heavy, and they are almost fully booked, apparently, for their use of the Neo cloud computers. So that is one thing there. I want to also mention Barclays cutting the price target on CoreWeave from $120 down to $90. Despite that, shares are up 12 1/3.
Yeah, these guys are, they're a tricky one because obviously, if to the extent that there is ever a significant, call it bubble burst or pullback or correction in the AI space, if you had to pick, who are the main culprits that might get hit, and you'd probably put Oracle, and CoreWeave would be near the top of that list, one way or another. Whether you think it's justified or not, that sentiment's going to be true for that. All that said, this might be on the cusp of a bit of a break here. What's the short float? I thought it was decently. Yeah, it's about 19%.
Is it that high still? Okay.
Yeah, it's still 19% short float on this, which, given how far it's come back in, this was $180 and we bottomed out at 60 something. No, but if it breaks out about 91.5, which would be the December high, there is a chance for a little mini squeeze here. It's still in the bottom end of the range if it doesn't really run away from the $90 area. So there might be something here. Personally, I'm not really much of a and let's go ahead and invest in CoreWeave this year, because I do feel like any correction is going to really beat them up. And we have seen this type of a breakout IPO play head all the way back to some of the opening prices before, and it's still a hefty downward trend. We don't even have a 200 period on here yet, but that'll come soon. I think there might be a short-term breakout at 91.5. I wouldn't take that today. Maybe look for a little consolidation for a couple of days and see if it gets another leg in it. So yeah, congrats if you happen to catch this bottom. I'm not a gigantic fan. You can probably guess this will not be one of my picks this year.
CoreWeave, yeah, no, nor mine, or will it? We will very, very soon find out, man. We will all be throwing down some picks very, very soon, and it should be a great time. So join us at 3 o'clock. So in just a matter of 25 minutes, we'll be, good math, 35 minutes, we'll be discussing that. Yeah, I think Sharif and Neil told you the story, and I just think that when you get a stock like CoreWeave, it's kind of same thing with ARM or any of those newer sort of IPOs where we're just trying to get it all figured out. And not that it's that new, we're a couple years in. But this is a name that we know the market loves. So when you get a story, like did I say a couple years in? No, CoreWeave just their March. So, wow, time I guess does not fly. But right into their $90, it's looking like a great breaking spot for this. And I was just going to say, like, sometimes you hear these stories and you can't believe how far they're going to run, and then they just keep on running. And I think that was the story today with CoreWeave. It's just like it popped 79, 80. You could be right now, like $10 in the money on an $80 name. Like, it was there for you. This $80 break was right there. So it's just a matter of like trying to figure out why that story was important. It's an upgrade. It's a defending of the stock. And yeah, man, CoreWeave continues to work out. There's space for all of these names. And I mean, if we're not worried too much about CoreWeave, then I think, OpenAI, and if they're a legitimate business, like it looks like they can get that funding secured, so on and so forth. Oracle, probably a call as well. That could be a nice move. Right there for Oracle. So I would say Oracle is the sort of the secondary play here on strength shown by CoreWeave. It just sort of legitimizes that whole sort of data center space. Let's see if it continues to kick higher there. Oracle, that could be one of my plays this year.
Good call, Sean. All right, Envirotech Vehicles, EVTV, up 234%, 178 high, trading at $1.56. They announced this morning that they've received over $100 million. This article says $107 million in government revenue, and they have $200 million still in the pipeline. They make electric vehicles, but they look like this, boys. They're like these kind of delivery vans that we see, FedEx and UPS using. Apparently, they're all electric, nothing too fancy, but $100 million is $100 million. What's a look?
Those.
This is the
EVTV. Yeah, I mean, those look, I don't know if you're just saying for a joke, but we see those all the time.
Like all
these big white vans. Yeah, don't approach them with caution. But at the end of the day, I mean, this is what we're talking about. It's a huge opportunity for businesses like this because, I mean, it's the whole gig economy right now. We have the Amazon drivers. We have all these Uber Eats guys. Everybody's all about delivery, same day, this and that. These big vans, if you can cut costs with electricity and they're somewhat affordable, I like the space. So yeah, I'm all about that. I like Tesla for the same reason. I mean, these are more the long haul trucks, but once those get figured out, I like that. I think Walmart and Pepsi were two companies that signed up for the Tesla long haul, I don't know, whatever, 18 wheelers or whatever they are. I think that's going to be important. And I like this for that reason, as costs need to come down, man. And I was saying that to my kids. It's like, how much do you expect Amazon and all these guys to make? That's why they need to deliver like 500 parcels in a day or whatever to make that 50 cents per package or whatever it is to pay the driver and so on and so forth and make some kind of margin. They're not going to have to
pay drivers forever. I think we know that's coming, yep. But we're not there yet. That's the idea. Now, obviously, with a company like this, like you're going to be, look, their market cap was $2 million. 2.2 million coming in today. So obviously it's gone up significantly. So it's probably sitting at like 5 million, I guess that works out to. And we're talking about a $107 million contract here. So, revenue growth has been actually declining. I looked over, but if they can start getting actual growth, and that would be huge for them. That said, like it was a penny stock on Friday for a reason. So yes, this is actually good news, but you've got to get to the point whenever you hear these small caps that or companies like this that will get a deal or a contract that is like 50 times the size of the current company, you know, when you read through it, A, it's not guaranteed, and then B, like it'll be over a course of many years. So yes, there's probably a lot that it has to do to be able to fulfill this and get going. But the $1 level could be really interesting on the way back in. It's done. It might do no, it won't get to 1 billion shares today.
Oh no. How many is it?
It's 560. I was going to say the volume. I know the volume this morning. It seemed like this was going to be a billion, but it's above VWAP. So there's been a lot of buyers above the volume weighted average price, which is always a very good sign. I would be at least somewhat concerned about them doing a raise. That's what you have to think about. This is day one. There've been so many of these where they drop an offering within a couple of days of a move like this where it's been languishing for a while. So just be careful with that because I think that's your short-term downside.
I saw many quarterbacks, including my guy, Justin Herbert, take some headshots this weekend. And when the seconds count, you don't have time to wait for just treating these symptoms. You need to hit it ASAP. And with NYSE listed Oragenics, they are symbol OGEN. They are rewriting the rules of neurological care. And they're looking to develop the first FDA-approved treatment, of course, for concussion. So whether or not you've experienced one or someone you know has, whether it's sports or could be anything, make sure you do contact OGEN. Schedule an appointment today. Scan the QR code, click the link in the description to find out more about Oragenics and what they're doing for the concussion treatment market. We want to thank them for sponsoring one more time. All right, Sharif, I think we're on stock number 4. Five. Even better. Let's go.
Yeah, Sean, NVIDIA having a good day, up 1.11%. Multiple different headlines today on NVIDIA. They're tying up, or there was a collaboration here with Eli Lilly for a co-innovation lab. So good luck there. We've been talking a lot about how AI is going to help with drug discovery. There is the focus of that, as well as with Natera, a new tie-up between the companies to accelerate the development of Natera's multimodal AI foundation model, but moving back to the AI and biotech space. NVIDIA collaborates with Thermo Fisher to build autonomous lab infrastructure for scalable scientific discovery. So 3 new tie-ups for NVIDIA today.
I mean, this is the NVIDIA, okay. I was going to talk about Eli Lilly there right away. I hear the word Eli Lilly. This is why I wanted to draft. I have like a few names, and Eli Lilly's part of it, and it's just like, okay, if this name slips,
the idea
then I wanted to do it.
We could do a draft around the NFL draft, and we have something.
We can do it again.
Well, usually stock drafts are around the NFL draft because everyone's in like draft mode.
Yeah, we can add to our holdings.
Yeah, I think doing something, we want to have something in the middle of the
By the way,
instead of just leaving it like we did before.
Google, just quickly, we will go over to NVIDIA, that is for sure. But right here, Google, I'm waiting now at 88s. Eric Lindros. So we'll see or Nylander, I guess probably more appropriately, Willie Nylander. It went to 85 and missed us. So we're going to sit right there right now and see if we can grab this good win here on what was a nightmare for Google early, man. I mean, take out the highs. We punched 334, like just thinking that was actually ridiculous to do that. We lost $1 there on small shares, and we sort of averaged it. And at that point, we're like, okay, this is falling back in. We'll talk about Google in a minute. But yeah, what do you have on NVIDIA?
I love how you didn't say the playmaker for 88.
The what? Michael Irvin?
You still didn't go Irvin?
No, Michael Irvin.
No. We don't like the Cowboys running.
No, it's not that. I just, whatever. Everyone deserves a second chance with Michael Irvin. I don't really
second, third, fourth.
I don't really enjoy his character. But that's for somebody else.
No,
it's talent, not talent.
He's a Hall of Famer. But no.
No doubt.
Yeah, I'm not a Cowboys guy, but congratulations to the Cowboys for, let's see.
For what?
Exceeding expectations this year. Shout out to them.
Yeah.
Did they not? They exceed. So Sharif just did that.
They didn't exceed expectations. The Cowboys
I thought
always
they had a 6-win team.
No, but they always expect to make the playoffs.
Okay.
They have a huge cap and everything like that, and they just signed George Pickens.
And Dak was pretty good this year. I think
they felt like they got something from Micah Parsons, which they did.
Yeah. Well, you guys would have won if you had Parsons.
I don't know.
You don't think so?
Our defense.
You lost on kicks.
I know.
If Kraft is there, you're fine.
That's the other thing. We lost our tight end like in week 6.
I think Tucker Kraft is probably the most. There's a lot of young talented tight ends. To me, he's the most talented of that group. He is a freak of nature. The guy He's like Joey Bosa.
Yeah,
but he's
Green
playing
Bay,
tight end. So to NVIDIA, the number that matters is 187 for all of the right reasons, not the other stuff that is associated with that number. But yesterday, well, okay, sorry, not yesterday. Thursday and Friday, 187 was resistance. It looked like it was going to be another bad day. Then at the open, AMD and NVIDIA went absolutely ham with all of the other chip names. But you are cresting into this top. The only concern I would have is, we've gotten to 187. You broke, you fail broke. Now you're making a bit of a lower high. So the concern would be the market is breaking the top and continuing to go. Oh yeah, my NQ chart's one of the ones that has a bit of a gap there when we had quote issues. But we're breaking the highs, and NVIDIA is not going with the market right now. So this is a candidate for a potential trend break back down, as long as that 187 doesn't get broken out again. If it makes a fresh high, this is too big of a resistance level, I think, to be fighting it at all. And yeah, it's a great look for NVIDIA because that reversal, if it holds, is going to close right back above the 50-period moving average. Looked like we were going to lose that today. I was actually pretty certain we were going to. So yeah, it's key close over that 50-period. I might not trade it. I also just missed an opportunity to reload at 20 on SMR. So I'm going to do that. Sitting on the bid here at 85, and I'm going to get back on the offer. Shorting this one underneath the volume-weighted average price currently, and looking for some more opportunities. As someone in the chat, 1965 kid says Palantir boom. Well, that could help the market go, because this one, trying to get through VWAP. But I tried this one on a trend break, and then it just barcoded for an hour. Kind of weird. Sometimes you break a trend, you expect it to go right away. It really didn't. And now it's just gliding and gliding higher. This is another name battling with the 50-period moving average on the daily. NVIDIA's got it. Palantir's trying to take it in the next 30, 40 cents or so.
All right. Yeah, I'm just about to tweet it out, man. In 24 minutes, we do have our stock picks of 2026. So join us here. We'll all of your favorite hosts and me will be doing your picks in 2027. So get ready for all of that. We just had a blow up here for Google, up to the upside, which was real nice. I don't know, just extension. We missed that last one, man. I was waiting at 31.25. I was trying to go basically all the quarters. So there's 50, it was 75, but we got 88s there as it blasted up. And then I was like, you know what, I'm going to pass on O's at 31 and then wait for 31 quarters. But there it goes, pulling back in. So watch out for Google now as that one continues to get to the upside. But yeah, apparently someone said that Jim Cramer just mentioned Palantir and how much he likes it, but whatever. We like Palantir, and that was the pick that sent our picks last year to the moon. We actually hit Palantir. We had Coinbase as part of our plays last year. We'll see if anybody chooses that this year. As right now, not a great end of the year for Coinbase. It did make all-time highs again of 450, and so it was a great pick halfway through the year, and then it ended up pretty bad and basically about flat on the year. This is at the beginning of the year, so it goes from basically 250 up to 450, back down to 250, round trips there for Coinbase. And similarly for Bitcoin. I think didn't Bitcoin start the year around 70 or maybe even lower than that? I don't know. We talked about the year, the roller coaster that Bitcoin had, and didn't end on a positive note. No, Bitcoin started the year, higher. Oh no, sorry, this is IBIT. Yeah, so yeah, exactly. So right around here. So I think Bitcoin started the year right in and around a little higher than where we are now. So not 70, a little higher. So BTC down for 2025 around there.
Oh, you're looking at 2026 start of the year.
No, I was just saying this is 2025 over here.
I see.
So what I was was doing was
91.7?
Right, okay, and that's what I was saying, and then it closed.
No, 93. 93. It's more like
you can go to Neil's screen. So 90.
My screen.
So it's down slightly.
It's slightly down. I'd call that 93, 93.1, something like that. So it's basically, it's to call it flat when it's down 2 or 3%, I guess isn't technically correct, but it's right back to where it was.
Bitcoin being down 3% on the year is flat. That's about as flat as it gets. People
as flat as the Earth.
People exactly. There is, the Earth, of course, is flat. So you can, we could draft those theories, all day as well.
The greatest. What is the most ridiculous? Or actually, that's the wrong word.
I think the Earth is flat. I know what you're going to get. I think that's one of the most ridiculous theories
or the best
tinfoil hat thing.
Yeah?
Well, no, I don't know if it's the best one, but I think that it's been proven over and over again that the world is not flat.
Yeah, I think.
I mean, people that will say like, oh, you know, there's aliens walking amongst us. I mean, you know.
I was gonna say it's that or the aliens.
But that's hard to. I don't know. Like that's. I know we don't have any evidence of that. I don't think solid evidence.
That's true.
But you know, is there a Yeti somewhere in the hills of? Next time we have Brian Shannon on, we'll see in the deep hills of Colorado if there are some Yetis running around here. Of course, in Canada.
Well, I won't run into one. I'm not. You're not gonna see me up in no mountains.
No,
it's just
it's
definitely not. It's not my style.
Yeah, I don't want to be.
The only Yeti I need is the one that holds
I got
my
one
coffee.
right here, and it's
straight up.
Probably still is a little warm. There it is, shows the Yeti.
The one from the morning.
They're from one from the morning.
It probably is still warm. Just very quickly.
Illegal aliens. Yeah, well, that's not what we're
literally just looked up, and Andre Arnett, Neil, what do you think of all the Achilles injuries this year? Any thoughts? Triggered.
Is there more?
Were there more? All I will say is, I've never been somebody squeamish when you see an injury or anything. Like, you watch a lot of sports, it happens. But I cannot watch like the if I see like the replay of an Achilles tear, I cannot watch it. Like I saw what happened to Kittle, and I saw it in real time, and I'm like,
was that last night? I missed all of that.
Yeah, George.
Oh, God, no.
And you knew right away. And if you've ever torn your Achilles, it's one of those things like you just can't unsee it. Now you know every time I see a guy tear his Achilles, yep, that guy, he torn Achilles. I'm like, it's just so obvious when it happens, and I feel like it sucks. That being said,
to say the least, man.
You know what? It's now a pretty standard surgery, 20, 30 minutes if you, by a good doctor, and then if you have the I'm
by a bad doctor,
46.
like about 50 minutes.
Well, I'm just saying, yeah. I'm like 46 years old, man, and I was able to come back from it, so I know he'll come back stronger than ever. I've heard some theories about like the field and this and that. I don't know.
Man, the man's an elite athlete. These guys get all the training.
But I think how explosive guys are now too is the other thing. Like there's so much power generation as well. That you're probably that.
Well, you have linebackers that are running like 4.5 or something.
Yeah. Because they're so, and when you're that big, the force that you're generating off the ground, and it's usually a change of direction issue, specifically when you're planting in a back pedal to go forward. That's how I tore mine. It's pretty much how he got it as well. But injuries are part of sport.
Why they get paid the big bucks, man. These guys.
Sucks.
I don't feel bad for them. That's part of it. It's the risk of the business, right? I mean, put on a bad trade, I feel bad for myself too. But yeah, get well soon. That's for sure, man. It's part of the risk. And I fear myself with my daughter playing like elite level sports. I fear her getting hurt as well. But
proper warm up is the best thing you can do, man.
Yeah, I mean preparation.
Preparation and routine.
You never know. I mean, I'm sure
that's what gets most of the time. That's what gets
prepared.
People.
All right.
We're prepared.
Yeah, we're prepared. But we do have 15 minutes until stock pick. We're getting prepared for that. Shreef's getting prepared. And Adara, I assume, is prepared. But she has a story for us right now. What you got, Adara?
Let's take a look here at GILD, Gilead. We know some of these health companies have been on watch with this JP Morgan Healthcare Conference happening this week. I'm seeing reports that an executive at Gilead has said that their anito-cel has been filed here with FDA, so it looks like they're accepting an acceptance letter this quarter. They're going to be launching this anito-cel, as far as it looks here, for the second half of 2026. So again, some drug updates here for GILD. The stock did get a spike a couple candles ago here, right before 2:30, still up on the day, or at least looks like here relatively strong for GILD. Back to you.
Yeah, that's actually not
Gilead. Yeah, that's not a bad shout out to Handmaid's Tale there. I don't know if there's any. Hold on, I got a.
Oh no, chart. Come on, baby.
A whole bunch of people are always following me.
Always wanted to make sure. Yeah, there you go. Now it's actually finally coming up. Like I typed it after a while. And where is Gilead on the daily? Yeah, this is kind of it's a choppy mess, but it's still a good-looking chart. You probably, for things like this, you probably want to look at weekly charts because that'll do a much better job of it. So GILD on a weekly, boringly awesome would be the best way to describe something like this because it's been on, it's a double up. How many stocks doubled up and you're like, huh, that's a double? Absolutely it is. Like outpacing the market. Quality, boring.
How many picks are we doing?
I think we settled on 3.
3?
That's the fun of the draft later on in the year. We said 3 multiple times. That's all I'm saying. So people were told 3. It is what it is. When we first brought it up, I was like, but I got a couple of extra.
I have 11 of these picks. I thought we were doing draft. Like draft is more fun, but it's voted down, I guess. Fabian, you want draft or not? Doesn't matter. Okay.
Save the draft for.
We all have 10 grand. Okay.
Save the draft for the NFL draft.
Okay, that's not bad. We all have 10 grand. That's not bad. And then you. Joe,
Is your mic up?
Joe, mic up.
Mic up.
Joe.
Mic
We
up.
need to. I mean, we need to discuss the rules of
You got to
engagement.
do it
here.
like exactly like last year.
So you just put a third. You just go 3 picks, a third, a third, a
Picks.
third.
Yeah, exactly. Whatever the percentage.
We get a quad box here. Yeah, keep going.
No, but Katina, man, I would have liked to do the draft. Your draft idea is pretty good, but it's too late for that now. We should have set up the board. We should have got Fabian to have like a list of X amount on the S&P.
Obviously.
But now we got to go just 3 picks, and whatever the percentage return is on all 3 of them, then that's how it is. That's the narrative of it.
Like I was even thinking we could do like where you go 3 picks and then plus like a shot pick, you know, like a long shot pick.
Oh, what's your? Yeah, well, if you forced everyone to take something with a small market cap, like EVTV.
Oh yeah, we have Obi.
If your pick was EVTV,
Right,
then
then
you would already be up.
You probably would win the contest.
So it opened up at 155. It's now halted at 195. So there's your 25%. Well, it's not exactly a 25% move, but whatever, close enough. It's 25% gain there. Now up 320% to the upside. Oh, this is also a reverse. I didn't zoom out far enough last time on this. This is also a reverse split special. So it's breaking above prior resistance here at about 175, and then you got on the daily, maybe like a 2/4 level. Looks like it could be the next little spot here. 225, 230, if you look for the next gap to be filled on EVTV. But this is obviously going to be risk of halting more times, given how cheap it is. Liquidity is really good, but just because the stock is very liquid doesn't necessarily mean that it's not going to halt a bajillion times, because it's not much of a notional move for it to go 10, 20%. That's all.
Yeah, I remember last year the only one that violated our rules here, because I knew we weren't exactly following.
Violated
Of course,
rules.
it's Brendan right there with only 2 picks last year, Tesla and Bitcoin. But I guess this year, here's last year's picks. We'll all have 3 picks, and this was what it looked like last year. And then if you come over here, this is basically at the end of it all, 170. I mean, to be able to put up any of these numbers would be great, really, besides these 2 guys here. But 127, 170. 4% obviously underperforming the S&P, so is 9. 25 for Adair and 36 for Joe. So yeah, we'll see, man. All you really want to do is eventually try to beat the indexes at the end of the day. I mean, indexing is something that's a guaranteed, proven concept over time, but we're just going to have some fun here, give you our picks in 12 minutes or so for the year, and then you guys can see if you agree with sort of the logic that we have. And
throw your symbols out there.
Yeah, and you can put in your symbols again. I don't know. I just host here, but I don't know if we did something to figure out how to better calculate all of your picks or not. But
well, the simple thing to do is we could literally just use the visualizer and say, when we start at 3 o'clock, we're going to restart. So if you don't know, if you're just tuning in right now, this is the stock visualizer. And
it's just about limiting like how many times you could vote. That's all, because someone could put Tesla in like.
Well, unfortunately, there's not much we can do. Like if I type Tesla, there it goes. Oh, Fabian has something. So that's going to be how we keep track, I assume.
Yeah,
that works.
Yeah. Well, we're not doing all of those people, but yeah, that's okay. We're going to stop it at Fabian, I believe. There, we're not.
I don't know if Randy's going to be involved.
Yeah, Randy's not going to be involved.
Well, I mean, we know Randy. Randy is Rivian and XOM. What's the other stock he usually says?
I don't know. I mean, Randy's probably not here. We can easily get a hold of him, but
no.
Again, he's not. Yeah, he's not prepared or anything like that. We do have Obi. It'll be good, man. It'll be good. So join us in just a matter of 10 minutes. Okay, so just real quick, man. I mean, we have Google still on board here. My next offer is $331.50. So we just get $331 there. I was being a little bit, I don't know, maybe greedy. We didn't take it the first time. Let's see if it blows upside right there. As Google today announced with Apple, and I don't think it was any sort of surprise. It's part of the reason why I bought Apple not too long ago, was the fact that Apple is going to be improving their Siri. 549, we are now less than 300 away. So if you have not hit the subscribe button, it'd be awesome to get it today.
There we go.
As we do our picks today. If I keep saying it, it won't happen still, but if we do that, get that 300 more to go on that one there. So hit the subscribe if you can get that going right now. All right, SoFi, so 27 bucks. I am missing some data on the chart, but it just, I don't know, like I'm a little, oh man, I didn't do that today, did I? I did not get out of some JP Morgan, and maybe during this stock picking competition, I will. I've been long JP Morgan since 2:30. I am very nervous, not 2:30 time, 2:30 down here. I am nervous because it was a 200 period. It was like the first time I'd seen that in a while, so I wanted to get longer in the banks. Nervous about the reports over the next couple of days. So just, you know, nothing wrong with trimming a little bit. Look, if it blows up, you know, we can say, okay, we got out of our 25% or whatever we decide to do. But yeah, I'm a little nervous for bank tailwinds potentially ending. As the interest rate comments, JP Morgan put a 0 interest rate cut happening this year. They put that out on Friday. So their capital department, their investment banking, expected 0 rate cuts moving forward this year. And I don't like that talk, but JP Morgan right now hovering right around this 323 marker. So again, a bank name that I think is well, you know, well capitalized, needless to say, but might not be the right environments for banks moving forward if no rate cuts. And then Netflix, and then we're going to go to Neil, but Netflix still underneath that 90 bucks. So, oh man, here's another pick that I like this year as well, Netflix. But all right, very, very soon, 8 minutes away from from stock picking 2026. All right, Neil, your turn.
And I don't know if anyone's going to be able to pick this. That being said, if you're a savvy investor and you want to boost exposure to the indices, then Global X is offering Beta Pro, where you get NASDAQ 100, S&P 500, 3x daily leverage ETFs. You've got built-in FX hedging, so you don't have to worry about those pesky currency moves as well. So you can amplify short-term market moves and minimize the impact of those said currency swings. So if you're bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active traders ready to take on the markets. Make sure you read the risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Scan the QR code out in front of you. And of course, not necessarily when you look at these leveraged ETFs, they are trading vehicles, not necessarily investments. You wouldn't want to hold it for a year. That's not the way it works. Decay is going to eat you up. Maybe you would want to hold EVTV for a year. I probably wouldn't because it was a penny stock on Friday, but it did open back up. There is a seller. Well, there was a seller underneath $2 that caused a bit of a rejection. So it's back underneath that halt price, but trying to get going again. So EVTV, again, getting a rather large contract, significant, obviously significant relative to its market cap, up 300% today, and continuing to go and go and go. Still, that's not going to get that billion. It hasn't even crossed the 600 million mark. So the volume, I guess you guys can see the volume starting to taper off a little bit here. So it's breaking higher, but the volume is much lower than what we saw. Even at 10 o'clock, it was doing 2x of this kind of volume. So a bit disappointing now. Britt Barton, I'm surprised not many people have said this. Literally no one is going to pick this stock, I bet you that. I feel there's certainty and then there's certainty.
Don't tip our picks.
No, I mean, whatever. That being said, AMC, for the first time in ever, actually is doing something. The last couple of sessions have not been bad. It's double digits from its local lows. Now, I know literally no one is going to pick this stock, but there is some kind of a turn happening on the two largest like if you look at this, it's had maybe, 1, 2, 3, so 2 times, and then 1, 2, 3 days in the last half year have had as much volume as we're getting on the average the last couple. So this is a volume event here on AMC. Maybe there's a bit of a bottom coming in. It seems like there could be something for a trade maybe back into the 50-period moving average. I wouldn't pick this one. Definitely not. And I think we decided with shorts, like it should be some kind of, it should be in an index or at least be some kind of a name where it would be realistic for you to short it and hold it for a long period of time.
We were thinking S&P 500.
S&P 500 was...
That was it. Like, but that way it's like you can't say, oh, it's in IWM or something. So I think it's in the S&P 500. If you want to go short. None of my picks will be short.
Ozan just says pick AMC for the people. AMC is not even the meme stock anymore. So it's not. I don't even think you're picking for the people if you pick AMC.
No, I haven't heard that.
Nobody holds. Like, nobody holds this anymore.
Here, pick it for the apes. There we go.
Well, how about this? No, I mean, and I'm being dead serious about this. If you own AMC or GME, type 1 in the chat. And if you do not own either one, or any of the old meme stocks from 2020, then type a 2. I think it's like a dead one. I don't think people say, oh, maybe we're wrong. People are saying, well, I get a couple of ones in there. It's mostly 2s. See, the people that came in early, they're like, but I do. And now it's like, I'm going to just ballpark it and eyeball it, saying 80% of you do not own either one. And there's probably some people that are typing 1 multiple times. No, like I think for the meme stocks, like that turned into playing the quantum names and turned into playing the nuclear names and turned into playing Carvana, and it hasn't been GameStop for a while. And there's nothing, it is what it is. Like Carvana's had a fantastic run. Like Carvana went from, what was it, a low $2, I want to say? Not that it really matters, but I mean, it's a $470 stock. It was less than $5. I don't remember the exact bottom on Carvana. It was under $5. And now it's a $470 stock. And that's during the time that people have been trying to get GameStop and AMC to go again. So where's the real squeeze? This is back to all-time highs. They get the inclusion of the S&P 500, does the dip, bounces right off prior highs at $400, and this is another one right back up at the top. I mean, I don't get it, but
we just took another
coffee to me.
All right, with only it being 3 picks, honestly, like I really like this name here, but I don't know if I can use it as my 3. But Google right now, we just took another piece right here. I was going to go the quarters, so I get 25s. The next one's going to be 50s, and then we go to the upside. We are now moments away. Thank everybody for joining right here. Tell your friends, everybody, that we're about to do our stock picks. There's going to be a whole bunch of us right here, right now. Brendan's going to be getting set up behind us with Adara. Sharif's back right here. Joe's going to have his picks, Neil, myself, and then Fabian is going to have his picks today, and that's about it. And I don't know if Obi comes around, we can do him as well, but we can get Obi's picks anytime, really. So, Rich Tech Robotics, a name that could be on somebody's list, that is for sure. As there goes Rich Tech Robotic, cooking to the upside right now. Good. Google just cooked, man. We just got a nice fill on Google as well, so that's really motoring now. But there goes Rich Tech Robotic, up 7% here, and it's. If you like the robotic story, this name has really pulled back. I mean, we saw iRobot go to the pink sheet. See you later. I don't think Rich Tech Robotic has that formulation behind it, but there it goes, bouncing so smoothly, man. This reminds me of the biggest of the bears, the Big Bear AI, as that's bounced so nicely here off of the 200 period moving average. Rich Tech Robotics, that goes all the way back to below $1 there in November. Yeah, sure, Audrey. What's the super chat all about right now? There it is. Use these picks to launch the TTV ETF. I don't think that's a horrible idea. Neil and Sean, long and shorts, small caps. Yeah, Joey's options. Yeah, we could do all of that. So there's lots of stuff going on. Thank you. That's a lot of fun there. And then here's on the rail as well.
Apple historically has bounced nicely within a week after RSI was under 28, worth a swing. I kind of felt like I've been looking at Apple for like the support level at 245. More than anything else, but this does look like a nice little reversal right here as we're speaking. I just kind of felt maybe you consolidate and break a little bit lower, but we've seen this whole pass the baton. I don't want to call it nonsense, but it's like the theme of what's been happening in the Mag 7, where you get what was strong for a while, and then, Google takes over as a relative strong one, and Amazon starts bouncing, and then all of a sudden Apple falls out because the money's sort of going into new things by them selling off others, and I think Apple will be just fine. So I was kind of hoping for a little bit lower on Apple, but I can't really argue with you. It looks like a bit of a breakout here. Now we've got the 4 months going. So we have Brennan at the desk.
Here we go.
Adara's there locked and loaded, so we are ready to go. It looks like. Make sure everybody is mic'd up.
We are now moments away.
So you can hear everybody's picks. That will always be key.
You can hear Sharif singing. We're ready. Okay, there it is, man. It is the power hour. Sharif, how you doing?
I'm good, Katina, man. I'm feeling a little crispy with this tan, but you know.
Yeah, I noticed.
Crispy.
Right there. I was wondering if I had like an egg, if I could cook it.
Is that a hint at one of your picks?
No.
Is CRISPR Therapeutics?
CRISPR Therapeutics.
Wow. I like that, Neil.
Picks.
I see
No,
that.
but I do have a biotech one in there, so you're kind of in the right area. But I should have chose that one, but I didn't. I've got a different one, though.
Okay.
Kind of different.
What are we doing here? Are we going to go one at a time and go through the order, or are we going all 3 picks at once?
No, we just yell it all at once.
All at once.
Everyone just and whoever says their pick the fastest, that's who gets it. Just everybody just yells out their picks for once. No,
I think we can handle one at a time.
I'll give it back to our executive producer when we are ready, and Brendan there at the desk will guide us through all of this. So
we got a much bigger talent pool this time with a lot of individuals stepping in here. We got Fabian, who's hopping in this. Did you guys say Ramin was as well?
Ram's choosing stuff?
No.
Okay, Ram
Crazy.
not involved.
the only non-trader will be Fabian. I think Fabian will do that. And then Obi, if he's around, will come and give his picks. And if we don't get Obi's picks today,
I think you're a trader if you're buying call options, which Fabian is doing. So
We found.
No,
that
I
out
mean,
today.
I don't mean
I know-
trader
I
like
know
that.
what you-
Oh, do you know what
I
I
mean,
mean?
like on
Okay.
like on the.
yeah, I get yeah.
Of course, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, Joe's always giving everybody a hard time over there, Mr. Worldwide. I feel like he might be taking Carnival Cruise Lines over there.
Yeah, why
this guy. So 3-0.
What's wrong with Carnival?
I've seen jokes.
Nothing. I think Pitbull's like a sponsor of them or something like that. I don't
Me
know.
and Mr. Worldwide.
But Fabian handed me his pick, so I feel like I'm the commissioner here, and I have the ability to read. Like, with the first overall pick, Fabian chooses this. But I think Fabian, I messaged him, just come read them yourself. Like, you get a mic and use one of ours. People want to see Fabian, that is for sure. So I don't know, Brendan, how do we? Okay, I guess they're setting up all the mics. So is there a format we prefer here, Brendo, or what do we want to do?
I don't even know if anyone can hear me. Yeah,
we can.
There's an awkward camera in the shot now, but I think what we do is we'll go one at a time. I'll start because why the hell not? And
Hold on a second.
Miss Adair can
There we go.
jump in second, and we'll just go around the horn. I think, guys, that's fair enough, right? We'll just go around the horn.
We're doing all 3 at once, or
No, we'll do one at
a time. Cool.
and
one at a
then
time.
the next
Okay.
person, the next person,
Here
the next
we
person,
go.
and then we'll do
Build
round
something.
We'll do round
What's
one.
am I
We'll
gonna
do
use
round
first?
3 or round 2, and then round 3.
Okay, nice.
Yes.
I don't think I've ever logged into this computer, so talk amongst yourselves for 2 seconds while I get technology on our side.
So on that note, we will wait, and Brendan will get ready to go, and that's exciting. So we'll each go, and we can all pick. So I can just use the same pick as somebody else's.
If someone, you can have multiple picks the same. It's very unlikely that there'll be that much crossover. There is the one stipulation that's different from last year, in that we've allowed shorts,
That's fine.
but it has to be an S&P 500 name.
Which,
again, no saying.
Which-
My pick is to short EVTV, which is up 300% today.
Oh.
And like a previous penny stock. So we're not going to be doing anything like that for sure. And again, we'll have a little bit of fun with it. You keep your symbols in there, the ones that you guys are interested in. I'll probably restart the visualizer just so we can give that one a fresh start, and then we'll see.
Fabian had an idea where we could add up all the visualizer stocks over like the last couple weeks. Oh, sorry, he's already done it. Okay. We'll get that all figured out. You guys can put your picks and give your comments on the picks as well in the chat, like what you guys think of the different picks as well. So we're just setting up the cameras, and then we'll get ready to rock and roll. So thank you so much for joining us. Put your picks right now in the chat for maybe what you guys would think about. And again, it's not a draft order. We are going to be hopefully updating these. We thought about, and Neil made a good point during NFL draft. Maybe we'll, figure out if we want to trade some in or
draft
figure that all. And we've got a
can't rest my
spreadsheet ready to go that's going to calculate all of this, and we can update that. And it's going to take less time to update it so we don't have to wait for Adara, and we could update this weekly, monthly, so on and so forth. So, are we ready, ladies and gentlemen? Brendan, are you ready?
Yeah, I did last time too.
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
we're ready to go.
Let's get right into this because we got a lot to get through, I think.
Yeah, let's
and
go.
It's so weird sitting on this side. I think I've never been on the other side of the desk, but anyway, I'll go first. Here is my first one. There's I mentioned this morning during the pre-market, but there's going to be a little bit of a theme to mine this year, and overall, this theme is energy from a broad standpoint. A couple of different ways of attacking this. The first one I am going to choose is a bit of a wild card, I think, but given the world that we're in, given the semiconductor demand that is going to come and these data centers that continue to be built out, hydro in general is just going to be more and more in demand and more right across the board. more of an opportunity, I think, going forward. So this camera is just ridiculous in this shot. Anyway, IREN is my flyer. Iris Energy, guys, my number one. Miss Adara, go for it.
Yeah, I'm going to actually start here with a name that I also selected last year, but I think is still valid and maybe even more valid, and its name is Boeing. BA. I like this technically. I like the 239 breakout. Obviously, as you can see here on this infographic, like this company has definitely seen better days, but I think compared to where we are at the start of last year versus where we are at the start of this year, I think we're in a much better place. I think, we know the market loves CEO Kelly Ortberg. He's doing quite well. Again, the only Boeing CEO so far to not either resign in disgrace, be an interim CEO, or be called the worst CEO in America. So he's got a lot going for him. Furthermore, really quickly here, we know there's been a lot of emphasis here in defense, on these defense names by the new administration, lots of orders for BA. And Donald Trump himself called himself the best Boeing salesperson ever. So he likes Boeing. He's using them in the trade deals. I think BA has a lot more upside, and I liked them last year, so that says a lot.
Did you had Boeing last year? Yeah.
I did have Boeing last year as well. Yeah.
Okay. Just real quick, I wanted to mention there's a couple of people in the chat asking if you go out to a daily chart on IREN, it gives you better perspective. But Iris Energy is the name of mine. Miss Adara has Boeing for her number one. Neil, you're up.
Oh, I get to be next? Well, there's no surprise here because I said this at the end of last year that this was going to be one of my picks, and it's AVAV. And I'm not gonna dissuade. I recently bought it myself, so I got to put my money where my mouth is. The fact that it's already up $90 is what it is. Don't care. Why? Because the eye in the sky matters. We know defense spending. I've said defense spending is going absolutely nowhere but up. I said this last year many times, and it's not just the U.S., it's across the board, whether it's happening in Europe, and there's plenty of good names out there, but they are one of the bigger drone names. And as I said, eye in the sky. I think we are not done with potential turmoil, and as long as defense spending is going higher, and this is the name I want to have on the board. So AVAV.
Yeah, I think definitely like that pick. My pick will be something that we've talked about many, many times here, and I'm in this name, and it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. It's not Captain Marvel, but I'm telling you, it will act like that this year. It is Marvell. So we'll fire off the hot dog cannon here. For my first overall pick will be Marvell hitting this year. Look, you cannot have, it's similar to what Brendan said, you cannot have this data center build out without Marvell's stack. These guys have the photonics. I've heard Sharif talk about this before. In the 1.6 terabyte upgrade, everybody's gonna have to throw copper in the garbage. Marvell's sitting there. They have a Celestial moat with Celestial AI. I really think that this custom ASIC business that they have with the silicon continues to win. Marvell, with a PE of, guess what, 23 right now, Marvell is the name that you need to put into your portfolio ASAP. I'm going with Marvell here to start my draft.
Me?
Valid. Sharif, let's go, yeah.
Okay, so I'm building, well, Sean said Marvell. I'm going Broadcom for exactly the same reasons. You guys know I've been yelling about ASICs, application-specific integrated circuits. It's a way to get your data centers built out without having to pay NVIDIA's 70-some-odd% gross margins. Broadcom offers that as they offer custom silicon, so the hyperscalers, even medium-sized companies, they can all benefit from ASICs using Broadcom. So Broadcom is my first pick for that specific reason. I did go back and forth, Sean, with Marvell and Broadcom.
What?
I think Marvell actually probably has more potential upside, but it also offers a bit more risk because it's diversified in other areas. So I'm just gonna go with the OG. I'm gonna stick with AVGO.
Yeah, I was going to say, interesting play there. They obviously battle back and forth. So I do think that if you're going a little more conservative, I like Broadcom. So
I almost picked that, Sharif. I almost, so close. I almost picked that. Good, though. I like that. Joe, you're up next, and then we'll go backwards the other way.
Absolutely. Well, all that stuff is cute. All the chip names and everything like that. Yeah, hey, hold on now. But none of this works without any form of cybersecurity.
Tell him, Joey.
I'm going to go with CrowdStrike. We've got everything, artificial intelligence, SaaS, software as a service, cloud computing, all this data center build out. You're going to need to have somewhat of a security, and that's exactly why I'm going to pick CrowdStrike. I think this name's going to either go one way or the other for me. It's either going to give me a monster return or I'm going to get caught in a dangerous drawdown. That is exactly why I'm going with CrowdStrike, guys. CrowdStrike. See,
Why that over other names? Was there like a choice?
well, I mean, you want to talk about best in breed. I think you have to go with that, and that's going to to be CrowdStrike.
Good one. Okay, I like that. I like
The best
that.
part about this is there's so many different ways you can go with this types of.
It's only 3
ideas.
picks. Yeah.
So we're going to do round 2, but I see Obi in the background. Lingering here. I don't think we have a microphone for Obi, but you can just send them to me. And okay, sounds good. He's going to write them down, and then
No, you didn't. What do you mean you're right? You haven't.
He needs a visual.
We'll
He needs
throw out
audio.
Obi's. That's fine.
He's doing it
Don't
now.
worry.
He's doing it live.
Sean, you have Fabian's?
He's doing it all that.
Yes. Okay. So I can announce Fabian's pick. He's over there working. Fabian will choose. He is a very young gentleman. He will choose, and I'm just going to announce this right now because no one's chosen it yet. He's going to choose the cryptocurrency that we all love. It's going to be Bitcoin. So there it is. So he goes with his own asset class there.
Get it,
He's
Fabian.
choosing Bitcoin long right now. Mark him down. Fabian, you are now long Bitcoin at 91.9, my friend. So there it is. We can, unfortunately, he's over there working, but we'll hear some of his use case for that Bitcoin play. But thank you, Fabian. Fabian, right there on the board, not with Coinbase, not with Marathon, not with iBit. He's going with the pure play.
Not with MSTR.
We,
Someone's documenting all of this stuff?
Oh, yeah.
No. We're just going to forget about all these, Joe. Don't worry about it, Joe. You
Just
can
assume I'm
change
not
I mean,
your-
it's only on YouTube forever.
Don't worry, Joe. You can change
I
your pick
literally
tomorrow,
have
my
a
guy.
running
You can change your pick
Hey,
tomorrow.
man, watch out,
Baby
brother.
and I are going to coordinate
For
on
what?
I'm coming
visual
for
and
you.
my thing
Yeah,
that we have.
Joe. Right now you're 140% behind. Right now. I mean, we put up
no,
170. We put up
Joey,
170 last year.
No.
We
that's
put up
not it.
170.
I'm going to accept that. But what are the chances that your Marvel is going to yield another 150% return?
Bro,
Marvell
Marvell's down
won't.
on the year last year. It's
That's-
going to have a run now.
It's going to have a run. That's totally fine. But
Thank you,
CrowdStrike,
Sharif.
you need to back this.
I'm not talking smack.
Why are you coming at my picks there, Joe? You literally asked, is anybody
All
documenting this?
year. Okay, we have all year. So it's a
Like
lot.
when my kids ask those questions, I wonder what's wrong with them. You know, Joe's asking it here live on air. Okay. All right, back over. We went this.
Joe.
So now it's back to Joe, I guess.
No, I'll go first, and then we'll go back around
Okay.
counterclockwise again. So, all right, let's go on to number 2. This was actually one of mine last year. And I'm going to double down again on Elon Musk and Tesla.
That's a good
For
play.
the autonomous play this year, specifically the AI play and robotics in general. I think he's on the right path, taking this from purely a car company to an AI robotics autonomous company. So I just think we see more and more in that direction as this year goes on. As I said last year, I may be early with this. I don't care. I own the stock. I'm still going to own the stock at the end of this year. So it might not be this year. It might not be next year. But Tesla is my number 2. Back to you, Joe.
Yeah, Joe.
All right, well, I mean, here we go. I guess considering the theme of cryptocurrencies, my next pick may not be directly exposed to it, but if we do have a lot of the financial sector shifting over to the blockchain, that's going to only make these things more efficient. And what is that? Going to increase margins, and I like that. So my next pick, being number 2, is going to be JP Morgan and Chase. JPM is the stock number 2 for me.
I actually like that, Joe. That's going to be good. I think financials are going to have a good tailwind. I got to agree with you. I went back and forth, by the way, on adding a financial, but since we were only restricted to 3, I kind of chose against it. Should I go next since I'm talking?
Yeah, this way around, and we'll go back.
Thermo Fisher, guys, TMO. I'm throwing this one in there, not just because it had a headline today with NVIDIA, but I feel it's one of the more, underdeveloped areas of AI that we're going to get to. We've been talking a lot about how AI is going to help scientific discovery, and Thermo Fisher definitely one that would actually benefit from that. They provide chemicals, they provide the equipment, and today we heard they're tying the sort of a new deal with NVIDIA to kind of do just that. Help AI kind of move the needle with respect to drug discovery. Now think about how accretive this is going to be to your top line, right? If you're not having to start these drug trials that fail most of the time, spend all the exorbitant amount of money in R&D that ends up being bupkis, you end up getting 0 out of that. If you can kind of scale that out, I think Thermo Fisher is one of the areas what I would play. So TMO.
Okay, I definitely like.
I'm feeling
Yeah, I mean, a name that we don't talk about enough and probably doesn't get enough coverage there. Like that one, and great explanation there by Sharif. I'm going to go a little off the grail and take the holy grail right now, and that's going to be Eli Lilly. And I just think that they have now solved all of their supply issues there. They're going to have the oral drug for their GLP, and they also have, and I just looked this up right here, Kisunla, which is their Alzheimer drug, starting to ramp up right here. And we actually just got really important information from Eli Lilly, their partnership with NVIDIA to build the AI lab. So I just think that if you're going to partner with anybody, let's choose NVIDIA, let's choose Eli Lilly to get these drugs out faster, more efficiently. And unfortunately, it's still a lot of money. Like, I don't absolutely love the space, but I think Eli Lilly, in a year of more growth for them, the first $1 trillion bio club member, I think Eli Lilly continues to work. And this oral pill that Novo Nordisk has released, Eli Lilly will get that through. It'll be cheaper. It'll be I think well taken. I like Eli Lilly. And just to give a little bit of a different feel, as Joe was saying there, we a lot of picks surrounding AI stack and data center build out, which is nothing wrong with that, but I'm going to go a little different with Eli Lilly and see if it can grow from here. So a little bit of maybe a conservative pick, but hey, Eli Lilly is not that conservative. So we'll pick Eli Lilly.
Their oral pill, they produce it in a cheaper way than the way that Novo does theirs. So I'm going to stray as well. I'm going to stray as well from some of these tech names, and I'm going to go with a name that has been boring. I'll give one word, and then I'll say it. The word is copper. The company is FCX. It's Freeport. And this is a 3-month chart. I get it. You're doing it at the top of the rally, but I still think materials is going to be a theme. I don't care what anyone says. And this is the kind of thing that if it breaks out, you're talking about a double top from 2011 and 2008. So some of this is just where it is if it can break this high. So if this theme continues, I think there's just a tremendous amount of upside on the chart based on what the history of the stock. So yeah, it's had a fantastic run. Spoiler alert, I'm pretty sure I even said this at some point as well. So if you were really paying attention, I feel like you already heard this one. But I'm going with Freeport, copper, copper, copper.
Oh, hi.
Oh, Obi in the house.
There's three of us now.
Obi has joined us. He has no mic, but he's going to give me his ballot. and I will hold on to this with safekeepings. But you can read them out. Okay. We'll go Adara first, and then we'll get some of yours. Okay.
I have a slightly shocking one because I have publicly maligned this company and its new CEO so many times on the show, but I'm actually saying long Starbucks here. Now, I want to say massive, massive, massive caveat. I actually already regret this pick because I was kind of thinking we could compare this to what happened here with Chipotle, but then I looked it up and A, the Chipotle turnover when they hired Brian Niccol, the new CEO of Starbucks, was almost immediate, and B, the stock was at different places, and C, his hiring at Chipotle was a lot more controversial, whereas at Starbucks it was like lauded and everyone really liked it. So yeah, this could be really dicey, but the reason I actually like it is because when I look back at Chipotle's chart, Chipotle kind of didn't do anything for like half a year. Now he's been at Starbucks for well over half a year, and this chart has done also a whole lot of nothing, but I think he does have some kind of plan. I don't necessarily agree with the plan, but I think he does have some kind of idea. More specifically, I do like the technicals here on SBUX, and I think if he solves the mobile order issues, if he solves the crises with, again, these mobile orders and these baristas being all over the place. I think they cut these stores. Brendan and I were talking about this as well. There's one locally that they've already shut down, so you're kind of starting to see these changes. And again, now he has all of these little Sharpies that he wanted. He doesn't have to worry about Sharpies anymore. Focus on fixing mobile orders. I think he's got a shot, and I think the technicals support it, especially.
We were, okay, so that's your second, right? Starbucks.
Yep.
That's my second.
Okay, so we were discussing
Chipotle,
last
isn't
week. Obi was on the show if anyone was watching throughout the week last week, filling in. And we were discussing whether or not we were going to go short and long or just long only. And my argument to this is specifically, you can just do this with options if there was no short position. But Obi has chosen, surprise, surprise, not one, but two on the short side of the spectrum here, which I think is fine if everyone else is okay with it.
Yeah.
It's only going to make Adara's life harder because she's the one that has to keep track of it. So do you care which ones I go with first? Doesn't matter. Okay. So seeing as how we're all on round 2, let's do 2 here. On the short side for OB, number 1 is CRCL.
I like the chart.
Keep it short and sweet. He likes the chart. Okay, so short side for circle. Okay, I'll do the long then. And I just brought this up because I wasn't even familiar with the stock, but Babcock and Wilcox Enterprises, BW. That is a long for OB.
I remember this one.
So the first one, CRCL short. The second one, Babcock and Wilcox Enterprises,
Yeah, he was talking about the last one.
long. BW, because oh boy, OB is here. All right, I'll do my third, and then we'll come back around and get OB's third as well. You can hang out if you want, or you can take totally up to you. All right, my third. Where's my third? There's my third. Going back to the energy theme I was talking a little bit about before. My third is actually going to be Constellation. CEG, which is a little bit of a flyer. It's been in a consolidation for better part of 4 or 5 months now, just pretty much going sideways. But again, leaning on the infrastructure build-out theme, leaning on the demand theme for the power side, I think Constellation Energy could have a really good year. Honorary mention though to Neil, because I almost just picked copper itself. I thought a lot about Southern copper, but I mean, just to narrow it down, I went with Constellation. But I think you can also just buy copper here, the metal. So my number 3 is going to be CEG. All right, I'll just get it over with so you don't have to stand here awkwardly. Also on the short side, SIDU.
Sidu.
No,
For our pal Obi.
no, not allowed. Because it has to be an S&P 500 name.
No, it doesn't. Why?
Why?
US
Because
equity.
that could literally be 1,000%, and then it's game over. Oh, he wins. So
So pick the same thing, Katina, man.
You're a little intimidated?
no. I thought we were playing by the rules that we had made up, but if
Also,
we're
isn't
not,
this a short?
I had no idea that was a rule. So
That was the rule.
that was the rule. Obi knows that was the
It can go
rule.
up 1,000%. It's a short, so you're totally fine.
Yeah, but it can drop.
The rule was S&P, but we can go against
The
it.
reason for that was like because you could just pick a small capper, which has a possible.
All right, then I'm just going to pick.
That is impossible for a long to really.
What's possible?
LVOU.
That was
Top
it.
gainer
It is what it is.
LVOU.
If everyone's cool with it,
fine.
it is what it is. I'm not. You can't take yourself that seriously that it's that big of a deal. But I think that's really difficult to beat if he hits. It's almost impossible.
Well, it's just I think the idea behind these picks were picks that people would actually, if you had 10 grand,
Yeah. Would you take a shot?
would you put $3,300 into City as short?
would you put $10,000 short on SIDU?
No, but he would put a third of it. I don't know. I guess he would.
He probably would.
But
Miss Adara.
Guys, I have a short pick too, and this one should not be shocking at all for anybody. I'm going short Oracle, and I'm going to confidently short Oracle because here's the thing, I could totally be wrong. I could absolutely be wrong, but I've done the research, and the fact there's no short report yet on this is appalling to me. So I'm waiting for that short report because I'm sorry, I've done the math. The math on this makes no sense. They are literally already poised to miss their fiscal 2026 cloud infrastructure guidance based on the math I've done here for Q1 and Q2. They've already missed their revenue here for Q1 and Q2, but they've tried to prop it up with cute little guidance. No, I don't buy it. Michael Burry's already called this one out. Not that I want to be compared to Burry, but the point I'm trying to make is there are people already noticing cracks, and I think once we get our first short seller pointing out those cracks, bye-bye. These new CEOs are not it, and I don't think the stock is either.
So short.
Short Oracle. Confidently.
From Adara. Neil, you're up.
So I said I was not going to do this, which was care if somebody else doubled up my pick. But I had
You're
backups
winning at
just in
100.
case. I actually have written down, I've had for a while FCX on my iPad and AVAV and Boeing as the 3. That being said, that's not fun. So I'm going to go down my list. And we hinted when I was like, oh, so you're getting crispy. Is that what you're going to pick? And so I'm actually going to take a shot at CRISPR Therapeutics. And part of the reason for this is I think the home run potential. Now, I get it. Genomics been an abject failure for a very, very long time. They ain't making any money. And it's not like they got revenue growth or any of that nonsense, but there is certainly something going on. Like the bottom has been in the same bottom channel for a while, and last year, it grabbed the low and has been trending up. So on a weekly chart, this has gained the 50 and now held the 200, and it's a flattening 200 period. So I kind of like just the technicals of it and the explosive upside. You're talking about one breakthrough away from 3, 4, 5x. So I'm going to take a bit of a swing here. This is why you have backup picks, and we'll end up with a bit of a swing with CRISPR, keeping it crispy, like you should like your fried chicken.
Yeah. If you eat fried chicken at all,
who doesn't eat fried? Whoa, huh? Oh, that's right. Yeah.
I didn't say anything. I ate it. I said it was oily. I mean, the only observation I made about the fried chicken. I'm never going to be able to live this down.
It was
The fact that
I
I
was
didn't
literally
like fried
licking my
chicken that
fingers
day.
that day. I'm just saying.
All right, you know what? I propose something.
Man.
I can let Joe
Go back the old picks up one more time. Give everybody a refresher, just so we could just talk about a little something right here, because I think the short plays are really important that we need to touch on. You can get squeezed out. Now, OP can only have a max return of 100%.
It wasn't about the short. Remember, it's about the S&P 500.
Hold on. Let me finish. But if he squeezes out, he can go negative like 300%. So he can short it all you want by any means. And the same thing with Oracle. I'm not critiquing your pick, but just remember, you're capping your upside.
Right.
Yeah, it's up to them.
And I mean, I wonder at what point too, like if you go short a name like Citi, at what point does your margin get called if you're wrong, right?
Well, that's
we
very
have to-
true. In
that's another
reality,
thing.
yeah.
And we don't have to keep track of this anyways. Derek doesn't have to do any work. We have a spreadsheet that is fully automated. There's
I'll be
absolutely.
doing both. I'll be doing both. That'll be happening as well. We'll still get the leaderboard.
Oh yeah, the leaderboard will be there. But what I'm saying is, it's not going to take Derek too much work there to do the.
Don't leave us
It will
in
still be
suspense,
once a month.
Katina, man. The people want to know what Katina
one.
pick number 3 is,
I
baby.
have so many picks, but we're going to go with the one that everybody knows about already. It's not a big brain idea, but it's a big bear idea right now. And this is going to be a pick where I've
that's not
called this
S&P
name
500
Baby
name.
Palantir. Adara, the S&P 500 names were for shorting.
Okay, I know. I was just confused. I know that was before he even said if he was short, this came out. So I was just like, I had to point out the disparity. That's what I do.
Yep. Okay. Well, next time we had rules, which is the whole point of this, but we don't anymore.
And
okay.
whoever finishes last place has to eat everybody's, the first time
There
we
we
get
go.
tilapia of the year,
Yes.
you have to eat everybody's
Yes.
tilapia.
That
So,
I
it's
will
everyone gets
gladly
to eat out,
lose.
but you have to eat 5 or 6 dishes of tilapia and throw it.
I like the tilapia, bro. I don't have a problem with the tilapia. I know it's much maligned on this desk, but trust me, the protein, as long as it's not dripping with oil, we're good to go.
Fried tilapia.
The tilapia was sashimi quality last time. It wasn't even cooked. But okay, so that's for another thing. All right, look, Big Bear AI. They just acquired Ask Sage, and Ask Sage is the ChatGPT. It is officially registered and allowed in the U.S. government. So this is something where it's information, it's a ChatGPT for the U.S. government that is now huge. It's growing at 6x. It is an absolutely monstrous, what? Oh my God, Ramin just passed me something. Okay, they also have a new deal there with Heathrow Airport. They are the body sensors, all of that. Look, they're installed in airports. We like Big Bear AI with FIFA this year, with the Olympics this year. These guys are ready. Hey, if you like the New England Patriots, the Kraft Group just invested all in equipment, Big Bear AI equipment for their stadium, for security and all that. Once this world gets turned upside down, then security is going to become even more important than it is right now. Big Bear AI wins this draft for your boy for 2 years in a row. It's Big Bear AI.
Someone should have just picked EVTV as a short. If you're
I might.
Hold it to the upside at 212. Just to go back, I know there's people that are probably trading this, or maybe they are, maybe they aren't, but just halted at a new high of the day. Now 357% is EVTV. And this is sort of the thing. Just so you know, this is an obvious potential, just a crazy runner, but let's just say it has a history of bamboozling people. So I'll leave it at that. And on top of that, remember, we've seen a host of these offerings where, you know, you get for a couple of days and then you get a bit of an offering. So volatility halts here should be open up in about 4 minutes or so. That's that EV TV. I think, did we get them all? Like, we got OBs all three?
You have one more?
Joe has one more?
I didn't get to go through
yet.
yet.
You didn't get
So
to go through his
number
third.
3. So
Okay.
I want to go into my third pick here, guys, and it's a military pick. As I kind of prefaced this morning,
I like these ones.
all I've got to say to everybody is 3 worlds, multipolar world. The belligerencies are not going to stop. They're going to, in fact, I think, expand in 2026. Maybe not full-out war, but you're going to see a whole bunch of rearmament. So I kind of went back and forth. I'm like, do I want to take, like, you know, one of these main defense contractors long? And if so, which? Or do I want to take one of the more obscure names, like the one Neil took, where they kind of make drones or kind of nascent? I kind of chose Northrop Grumman, so I chose the latter as opposed to, or the former as opposed to the latter. So Northrop Grumman, 2 reasons for that. One, they are the main contractor for the new B-21, which is the Raider, the new stealth bomber that's going to replace the B-2. Secondly, they're also replacing the land-based nuclear systems that the United States have with their Sentinel missile system. So those are the 2 main reasons. And then the overarching reason was what we heard President Trump say, I think it was like a week ago, maybe a little bit more, where he's putting pressure on these defense contractors to start hurrying the hell up and start building. So much so, as you guys probably reported last week while I was away, he's looking at preventing stock buybacks and dividends, et cetera, so that they can actually take that cash on hand and build in the United States. So I do see a good tailwind for the defense sector.
Love it.
Yeah, all right, good stuff. Yeah, good stuff. All right, guys, for my final pick, this company signed a deal with Google's Gemini today. It's an American staple. I think people here in Canada love it as well, too. You have the advertising segment. The e-commerce is slowly grabbing market share from Amazon, and that is going to be Walmart, WMT. Walmart being my defensive play here. I think this name could yield a solid 10-15% return. By no means is it going to be the largest if it is, but I like it as my backbone, as my foundation, and that is going to be Walmart, guys.
I like it.
All right, I have been handed
The official Ram picks?
Ramin's napkin of picks. So Ramin is officially joining the party here this afternoon. You'll have to add
Here's the winner.
one more category.
This is the winner.
Tina, man.
No, hers.
All right, I'll just give all 3 in a row here. Pick number 1, ASTS.
That's not bad.
Not bad.
That's not bad at all.
For Miss Ramin. Ramin, I'm going to choose the one that I just told you for number 2. Number 2 is RKLB, Rocket Lab.
All in
A lot concentration in one sector there, but okay.
Number 3, because they're going to win the WB battle, she is picking Netflix.
We have we didn't go over Fabian's place this last
go.
2.
Yeah. Go.
So because there are no rules, he is choosing Dollarama in Toronto. So he chooses Dollarama, and then he goes with a good name, First Majestic, which is symbol AG, so a silver
AG?
play.
Okay.
First Majestic AG, a silver play. So he goes with Dollarama, which is DOL in Toronto, and he goes with First Majestic there
I don't know
as
we can
well.
use Toronto, but I like that.
Neil, as of yesterday,
all,
you could not have chose Toronto.
No, I
but
do.
As of today,
I do like
you
that
can.
pick. It's a good pick. And I saw someone in the chat say this. So when I suggested that tilapia thing, they were like, "Yo, Neil, if you finish dead last, you have to eat some pineapple pizza on the show." Honey pea.
Obviously.
Honey pea. You know, I'm down with that. Like, I'm confident enough that I don't think it'll happen. But like, I'm not scared to put some consequences on it. And I genuinely don't like
the odds of
pineapple
coming
pizza.
in last, there's 10 of us.
It is what it is.
Yeah, like 10%.
You throw it in the chat, then I'm going to say I'm going to do it. It is what it is.
Should we,
I'm a
should we
fan
do
of
it?
that.
All right, guys, let's do it. Let's do a quick recap here, and then we'll wrap this up.
crap.
Sadara, let's hear everybody top to bottom here.
Let's do it. So we'll start here with Brendan. IREN, IREN, Tesla, TSLA, and Constellation Energy, CEG.
All long.
Adara, Boeing, Starbucks, and Oracle, short. For the record, just assume it's a long unless I say it's a short. So far, one short, myself with Oracle. Then we have Neil with AeroVironment, AVAV, FCX, Freeport McMoran, and CRSP, CRISPR, Sean, Marvell, MRVL, Eli Lilly, LLY, and Big Bear AI, BBAI. Then we've got Sharif here with Broadcom, AVGO, Thermo Fisher, TMO, and Northrop Grumman, NOC. Then we have here Joe with CrowdStrike, CRWD, JP Morgan, JPM, and Walmart, WMT. Fabian here with Bitcoin, BTC, USD. We have Dollarama on the TSX, so DOL. And then we have AG, which is going to be First Majestic. Then we've got Obi here with Circle, short. Then Babcock, Wilson, I believe, BW, long. Then we have Sidhu, short. And last but not least, Ramin, ASTS, AST Space Mobile, Rocket Lab, RKLB, and Netflix, NFLX. Of all of these picks, there are 0 overlaps, unlike last year where we had 2 overlaps. And there are also 3 short plays, 1 for myself and 2 for Obi.
That's those are the picks for 2026, guys. Best of luck to everyone.
Yeah, we're
Yeah, I mean, I had an honorary mention. I was gonna go with Rich Tech Robotics. No, hold on. Hold on.
No, because you know what the thing about it, Joe, is Joe, this is the whole thing. No, Joe, no, because you know what's gonna happen? Rich Tech's gonna blow up. I see what's happening.
No,
It's the same shit all the time.
listen. No, hold on, Katina.
Like, oh, I didn't do well, but I had a backup.
Guys, remember I had Rich Tech.
Let me finish what I was about to say. Now, Katina Man has BBAI, and I had to fight fire with fire. So if I was going to pick something that could return something and yield like BBAI potentially could, it was going to be Rich Tech Robotics. But we're not picking it, so that's the end of the day.
Okay.
I said copper too, so I mean, I have a.
Yeah, it's like me saying, well, to counteract copper, I'm going to choose silver, right?
I'm not counteracting anything. I'm just telling you.
I just said to match BBAI, you would choose Rich Tech.
You should just pick what you think is going to be good. You don't have to worry about
I did.
Man, you don't have to match anything.
All right, good luck, everyone.
Come at the king. Right here, yeah, don't we all?
There was like a headline with Meta. It was, if you saw Meta, big spike in volume. It was just dropping. I think it was Reality Labs. Correct me if I'm wrong, there Reality Labs.
Yeah, so Reality Labs here, according to the New York Times, so not confirmed by the company, Meta planning to cut roughly 10% of the employees in the Reality Labs division. That's roughly 15,000 employees. So guys, that could be a 1,500 person cut. I think the size of it is really important to note here. Apparently it's mostly going to be impacting people working on the VR headsets and the metaverse. And it could be announced as early as tomorrow. Back to you.
Yeah, like that doesn't seem like it would be a bad thing, but I mean, ultimately is what it is. It actually heading lower as we speak. So Meta, big volume spike, biggest of the day, but it ends up breaking or at least testing said low of the day, unfortunately, there for Meta. So we got a little bit of fun in there. Just so you know, I actually, the whole time, right when we started, halted the visualizer. I'm just gonna do this for myself because I'm gonna screen cap this. Because we started the visualizer when we started doing our picks, and the number 1 name that got mentioned while we were talking was IREN, and which oddly enough was one of the picks. And then SoFi, which I actually thought somebody was going to pick SoFi. It was on my, like, if we.
I'm going to do my best Joe impression in a second.
No, but dead seriously, like, I really suspected SoFi was going to be on somebody's list because it's number 3 at Kalshi for S&P inclusion this year. If you look at the betting markets, I think they have them at number 3. Sienna's number 2, and why can't I remember? Can't remember number 1. It was. The
number 1 pick is Marvell.
And then we also have BE made the list. You've got Amazon, Meta, Tesla, MSTR. So there's certainly some interesting ones out there. But I'm willing to hear the guarantee is that anybody that just picked that, if anybody had picked this EVTV, which would have been utter nonsense, that's probably going to be the win. By the way, it's making fresh highs. So now 388%. It's opened again. There doesn't seem to have any slowdown in the stock. It's been going ham all afternoon and is the big time runner for sure. So we'll see. But yeah, I'm surprised about SoFi because, I mean, it probably does get into the S&P. It might take all year, but
it will.
Yeah, look.
So if we had 5 picks,
once you make that short list, usually you're in within a year, typically, and it's on the short list.
My first overall pick was, and we only picked 3, so I was like, was going to be Google, and then I was going to also include SoFi. But I mean, what are you going to do there? I do like JP Morgan. JP Morgan's a big holding, so I do like that pick for Joe there. It was one of your picks, wasn't it, JP? Yeah, so I really like JP Morgan, so I think that's going to be a good one, and equally liking SoFi. So, like both of those names into this year. I think for the purpose of the picks, probably SoFi gives you a little bit more risk to return on that ratio. So great job there, Joe. And I was just told everybody in the chat that was probably the best thing we've ever done. So thank you to everybody for joining us. And next time we'll just utilize the board a little bit more. Maybe when we do our draft update there. And when is the NFL draft? April?
April.
Yeah. So
I just think it's like something to do in the middle of the year.
Yeah. No, we can do we can use the board. We could put all of our faces on there and then reveal our picks. And I think that would be
trade picks. No.
That would be awesome if we can do that.
Bovin said nobody picked a nuclear name. Well, I thought
that's what I mean. There's so many different things.
Brendan picked a nuclear name, didn't he?
We picked Iris.
Constellation.
Oh, Constellation.
But it's more AI than nuclear.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's
not a pure play like an Oklo.
Right. Nobody picked an Oklo. No one picked an SMR, but it was in the space.
No quantum other than Google, what I just mentioned.
I considered everything that I picked last year. I did consider whether I like GE Vernova better. I just wasn't sure about the upside.
Another big name, Vistra.
Vistra just got that deal with Meta.
There's
last
so many.
On Friday, I think it was announced.
There's so many. Yeah, we
names and people, but that would have been like.
I'm not doing anything weed.
Well, see, this is the other problem. Like, you could have just been like Beyond Meat short.
Or you could have said like Sidhu short or something crazy like that. I mean, no one would ever do that.
Isn't Beyond Meat? Don't we know they're going bankrupt? I mean, more or less, it's high probability at this point.
Oh, but you can't short Beyond Meat because it's not in the S&P, remember? So.
Oh, word.
Yeah.
No, but I did like the Dollarama. That's a good.
But anyways, there we go. So Sidhu, good position there for. And let's have a look at this. So Sidhu's space here, the short, and you know what? It is risky to do it because obviously if you're calling short on something, then you got to watch out for it. And he's shorting, and we're shorting the prices like. As soon as that spreadsheet is done.
It's a close today.
Oh, close today. Okay.
It's a universal price.
Yep.
The most fair thing is whatever today's close price is, so that you can't really dispute that. It's not some random moment in time.
That way we don't, like Joe doesn't get hit. If JP Morgan is good or bad, you take away that risk, right? So, all right. So yeah, good. Yeah, I like that.
Look at the Dollarama chart. And keep in mind, like here in Canada, like, dude, Dollarama it's been good for a while. I know that hasn't necessarily been the case for some of the discount names in the U.S., but this has been on a heck of a. Like, also, I'm trying to zoom out further so you can see how.
We're also having relegation, by the way.
Has been.
If you're in last, you're relegated to no picks next time. That's how it's going to work, and then we'll throw somebody else in. So
it would be really
relegated.
interesting if they did relegation in North American sports.
I know. Well, we're doing it on our picks.
Like, imagine like Miami got relegated, but the problem is they don't have a minor league. Like, minor leagues are affiliates, so there'd be no team to bring up.
Yeah.
In North American sports, they don't actually have.
Well, it's too much money. They're not going to.
Oh, it's so much.
All these guys aren't going to go anywhere.
So much money.
Right now, well, the NBA people purposely lose, so that would not definitely not work out in that division.
It eliminates tanking, but.
Yeah, but Sidhu's space there today down 15%. So we'll wait to see where that winds up going. And and to Joe's point, like basically. If this thing goes to zero, then he's going to make 100%, right? And so that's fine, but it's, longs do have the bigger upside in a play like today. But thank you so much. What a fun day. Adair's going to work on that. I think we can even make the spreadsheet public, so because it's no problem. We can even tweet out.
You can actually put it on.
We can tweet out the link.
We can put the link in.
Because we have the spreadsheet made.
We do it through YouTube.
We just have to put it.
You can put notes on YouTube.
Yeah.
We got a super chat in here. Danny's boy 12345. Your prediction for 2026 is. I thought it'd be stock. Joe eating 19 pounds of tilapia and people then confusing him for Batista with the haircut and fishy weight gain.
Hey, don't forget your boy was in dead last year, came in third. So, I mean, one of only 2 traders with all 3 positive names. So you can keep doubting. Go short Joe, my friend. See how that works out.
Who was the other?
No, he's saying all 3 of his picks.
Oh, I know.
Oh, okay.
But it's like, you could have a million strategies. Like, if you have a strategy that was, like, I would tell you this, like, at the end of the day, it only matters what your return is. Like, but how far did you draw down in a year?
That's it, right?
Like
That's what I'm saying.
Like, I actually, like, the way I look at investing in long term is, like, it matters to me how much it draws down. So last year, I was like, I didn't want things that were going to draw down against me. This year, I actually think it's going to be more difficult for the S&P. So therefore, I thought the gains would have to come in things that are a little bit more explosive.
Exactly.
You just have to take a little more risk. Like last year, I wasn't taking any CRISPR because I felt like there were easier picks to be had. Like I honestly felt like Vernova couldn't lose last year, but I don't feel that way about, the nuclear space this year. MDR and Game Dev. Make a fake paper trade account for each person, but that's essentially what this is. What we didn't do last year was have the ability to trim, which I don't think will get that complicated this year either. I think we'll just keep it as you have to hold it for the year, just to make it simple. Because I think once you start adding to the whole, you'll take some off and that kind of stuff, it's just.
I'm a stickler for rules, and we may not have any, so you guys do whatever you want. Our 3 picks will be posted. Check it out. We'll talk about it throughout the whole year, so don't worry about that. And as we said, it's easy to update. We've got the system. Adara will put some graphics and all that, so it should be fun. Adara works on graphics, in case anybody was unaware of that. It's 5 minutes until imbalances, and the imbalances should be good today. Yeah, this is what it looks like so far, Black. Open Door we haven't talked too much about. We do like that $6 mark. We're still $3.50 in the money, by the way, on Google, but it's not like we've now underneath. We were going to use $3.30 as our stop. Just not hitting yet for that name. OCG, I don't know, the boys on the Midday talked about their day. I'm going to be having a green day, which is good, finally. It's a nice green day here. But Soxel, and that's what it looks like there in 350. So far here today, this is what we did. Short the futures. Let's go. That's a money trade. Short Palantir. No, it was long Palantir. Boom, boom. Short would have worked, but long there again, and then out. That's a winning stock. So that's 2 for 2. Intel's the biggest and baddest trade of the day. That is the short. This one is basically carrying my whole day. All those other names are pretty good too. The loser that we have on the day will be Google. So that's 3 and 1 there, and that's it. I've only traded 4 symbols there with a good day underneath. So that's it for me today, and we'll just wait to see what happens near the end. The other thing that I wrote down today would have been Intel, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, Palantir. So we traded everything that was listed right here. If you're looking for some trade ideas that I'm going to follow every single day, these are the only names I traded today. TQs, Palantir, Intel, and then I did put on a trade for Fannie and Freddie, but nothing really happening. Unfortunately, there was some sort of a data problem with our charts in the middle of the day there on random names. We tried to go long early on Palantir. We caught that 1070. We got out some at 1080. Then when it broke back down below, we basically flattened out our position right there. And Fannie Mae's been really quiet today. So I just thought with all the talk there, Pulte in the pre-market, and then Trump with Davos and talking about some of the, not Davos yet, but talking about the homes and that last year, I thought Fannie Mae could have had some sort of fire lit under it today, but it has not. So that's Fannie Mae, the forgotten one. And then Alibaba was very, very close to making the watch list. And I probably would have put a 160 break. That was a little choppy, so Alibaba, I did not think it was going to be up 10%, but wow, there goes Alibaba. What's up, Adara?
This part of the show, guys, is brought to you by PDS Biotechnology, trading on the NASDAQ as PDSB, which is transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer with initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancers in the U.S. in a few years. Learn more at https://www.pdsbiotech.com/. Back to you.
Thank you there, Darren. 90 seconds until the balances come out. So just going to move target on SMR. Basically have a trailing stop, very, very local here to said lows. So SMR was really good. Look, I mean, we were talking about, someone was saying, oh, you didn't pick any nuclear names on this stuff. Well, on Friday, this was along with Vistra and Oklo just looking like it was going to be a big-time breakout. They dumped it more or less all day, except for about 10 minutes or so there was a breakout. I feel like that was the same thing today. It was a downtrend, slight upside, then short top and short VWAP. So if it gets to the low of the day, great. Just going to have the bids out there, but we're going to trail this one out. Obviously, This is another name where I kind of figured like, if you're taking shot plays, this would seem like a place where somebody would have taken a shot. Maybe not necessarily SMR, but I kind of felt like Oklo or SMR were going to get a little bit of love. And then nobody took any quantum names, which was interesting if you're looking for the big returns. Like they've been very, very sleepy recently, which sometimes if you're looking for that explosive upside, come on, chart. That can be what you're looking for. Like it's basically like a little, look at Rigetti. Just sitting here doing absolutely nothing. Like that's one where if it, like Joe said, it's either going to be a ridiculously bad drawdown or it's going to be an explosive breakout trade. So imbalances in about 5 seconds, nothing on the early look, but we will see if anything comes out interesting.
There it
now.
is. Move down.
And
So we still have $4 in the money right here on Google. It just went all the way. We almost got our 31.50s that we're waiting for. So we're going to sit there and see if we can get a 31.50 as we look to clean out right now out of our position on Google. Thank you so much for that person in the chat there. Icky M. Chow, the best show of the year. Thank you so much for that. We really like all of that. Ramin's pick, I like. I've been buying Netflix down here. So Netflix is a play on the sort of settling down of Warner Brothers. So we'll see if they can acquire that big piece of the pie for them. Right now, Netflix, oh, yeah, no, mine balances data. Let me see if it worked. Right there, Neil just indicating that maybe it has not. Hold on a second, let's go to size over here. No, I don't think,
okay.
I don't think our imbalance data came through today. So yeah, no, we don't. So we did have some data issues earlier, so there must be a hiccup in the imbalance locator. So we don't have the active ingredients necessary there to give those to you. So yeah, that's that. So thanks for pointing that one out, Neil, as we don't have it. I didn't look at it today anyways. There was very few things of interest for me.
We can have a look. I mean, you can always just look.
But we don't know what was on there actually.
No. But there was a tick down. Like the only reason I say that is like if you look at NVIDIA, like when I see it drop like this at 350, typically it's because it has a couple mil to the sell side. And you did see it drop like 50, 60 cents in one candle. Right at 350, it dropped to the downside. Tesla also made a move to the downside. I would guess that maybe there were some small sell imbalances.
I mean, Derek gave us, it was 40 million to sell on the overall market. The NASDAQ is 800 to sell, so there is some sell side there. And then the Dow, so I guess when she says market, that's S&P, of course. NASDAQ, yep, perfect, 800, Dow 500. Mag 7 alone is a big sell, so that's part of it. I just did take some out there. Google went to 331.35. I'm still at 50, but we may or may not get that. Hopefully at 355, we'll get that flip around. As Adair just said, most of the sell action right now coming on the Mag 7. So we'll include, look at that. There's a move down there. Tesla bounces off 350. Someone's pick was Tesla, wasn't it? Or no, maybe not. Oh, Brendan had Tesla. Okay, yeah. So Tesla, I love that play as well. Downside. Well, I like all the plays, really. I mean, most of the names that we had talked about very, very well traded throughout the year and big-time names. So, no plays.
I actually think the most bold move was doubling down on space, going into the SpaceX.
With Rocket Lab and
with Rocket Lab and ASTS. Those are two very similar names. And if we get that explosion, and again, I think the timing of SpaceX's IPO could be the differentiating factor. If SpaceX comes to, because I think the hype going into the SpaceX IPO was going to be the real runway, but if it happens in like too early, then does that cause a top in some of those names? And if it happens late in the year, it's like, oh man, you've probably been running all year. Yeah. So it can be really fun to track because those are really interesting.
I tried to build my plays like a realistic portfolio.
Well, I always do that.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like if I actually had 10 grand.
Yeah.
And I hope everybody on our panel did that, right? And
I always have one that'll have, give you some kind of like a more stable, maybe even like a dividend kind of thing. And I want something to be explosive. I really like that Boeing chart.
Yeah.
And no, John.
I recently bought Boeing at $200. Flat. So.
All three of the only one I didn't buy.
Was it 200 or what was
the only one I didn't
200.
buy was CRISPR because I pivoted to that because I didn't want to copy the Boeing pick. So I actually might consider buying it in my TFSA, which we just put money into. But John Tantum, I do know this. Neo GV has 3 years of backlogs. I still think it's a hit. I still like GV Renova. I'm on the bit of it in my personal account. I just haven't been filled this year. I also just didn't want to roll back on
But if it was your pick for the year, you should own it, though. No, like if you don't like it.
Oh, I just haven't bought CRISPR.
You haven't bought it yet.
CRISPR I haven't because I pivoted to that. AVAV I bought literally on the first of the year, and you guys, I said that at the time that I was doing it, and Freeport as well. I said that was the name I wanted to buy.
No, I think Grant Ratcliffe. I don't mind the Sidhu play. I don't mind it at all. We had Obi came right here 10 minutes before the game started and said, could he do Sidhu? Neil and I both told him no. So, and we told him why, and he knew exactly why. It was the S&P 500, and then he did it anyways, which is fine. It's, to each their own. I'm not going to be mad at it. I don't care what picks people make. Mine's going to be Big Bear AI. These are all picks that I own.
I can't pick Mullen.
Eli Lilly, Big Bear AI, and I just tell you guys, hand to God, and I'm not going to sell any of those plays. And when I do, I'll tell you guys, I'm long real capital, more than 3,300 in each of these names. So I'm in this for real. I'm in Big Bear AI, I'm in Eli Lilly, and I'm in Marvell. I'm in all three of those names more than what this pool has. So that's all. So just saying that I do really believe in them. So if you guys are over that, that's me. Okay, there it is, man. 332. Just hold on a second. I'm gonna get out of these because we're almost done. There's Google, man. 331.90 right now for Google. $4.50 now in the money as we go to the upside on Google, and then that's it, man. And then we just wait to get this all out. I was waiting higher, but it looks like Google will close near or close to the highs of the day. I'm just upset that we had these couple ticks. These ones are okay in here. It was these ones where we chased, and then that put us down like $100 or whatever, which gave us the bad prices all the way down. But eventually we found the 200 period, thankfully, as Google rips up to the top side right there. 3-1 today on our day trading.
Yeah, another good green day trading day today. I think if we don't have the imbalance data, I apologize about that. We had data issues this morning. But my guess is some of the sells, because Apple fell at 350. Well, at 355, it actually fell some more. So I would probably speculate that if it was a sell before, it's probably still a sell right now. The same thing happening with NVIDIA. It dropped at 350, at 355. It also made a small drop. So my guess is you had small imbalances on some of these names that took that move to the downside. They did not reverse, which is usually a bit of a thing. Who picked silver? No, it wasn't.
Fabian.
Fabian. We didn't really talk too much about John Tantrum. The Bills are not going to choke. But silver, another all-time high test today. So this has been an absolute rocket ship. Another good day, up 7% for them. GLD. Nobody picked gold either, which I thought that would have been like an interesting sort of, hey, it's we got the midterms this year. You think some turmoil with the midterms. I think government doesn't stop spending money. That maybe gold would be a pick.
Yep.
We were talking about the whole draft thing. Gold was actually on my, if we had to go 12 deep kind of deal.
I have 11 picks. I have more picks.
Well,
I thought we were doing the draft. I thought we were doing.
Well, I think the idea of having some in the back pocket so we can go back to when the NFL draft rolls around. Maybe we do it during March Madness. Who knows? Because everyone's in that mood when you get to March Madness in the NFL draft. At least I am.
Yeah.
You want to just start making some picks. Michigan State's going to make it to the Final Four. That's one, right there. We got a team this year. They legit.
I mean, you could legit bet that.
Michigan State is going to be good this year in the tournament.
We will.
The best dunker in the league is Colin Carr.
At 4 o'clock, we will throw it to Adara, and she will review all the picks. So we'll go. I don't want to pressure her, but there's probably it would be awesome if we had if we had the graphic. But I know that's why Adara.
Well, I have 2 minutes. There will be something posted tonight after the bell.
Okay.
Whether it will be done at 4 is debatable, but I'll show you guys what I have.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Adara. And that's what I was going to say, because some people are asking for the picks. So instead of us rolling them through right now, stay tuned. And look, if you don't get, if you check the graphics, it's at TTV Research. We'll all try to retweet it when we see it. So you'll have those picks up there. And then trust me, man, this will be a point of interest moving forward. As if you're not competitive, then you're probably not a trader. I'm just competitive with myself, and I want to win this thing. We have raised the trophy last year and plan on doing it again this year. We have, I know Joe's coming for me over there, which I like. That's why I call him Baby, well, not Baby Sean, but now Mini-Me. Call him Mini-Me over there.
A couple times when I was making my picks.
There we go. See, we like that. So, yeah, I like this. I think we should do more of this kind of stuff. We could do other kind of drafts. I actually spoke to Brendan about this when we were doing podcasting. He and I thought it would be cool if we did draft-like things. We could draft favorite movies. We could bring it all back to the stock market, but we could do things like that.
Well, we could do an Oscar pool.
There's lots of stuff, man. I mean, there's lots.
The annoying thing about Oscar pools now is the betting markets have just absolutely ruined all of it.
Yeah, it's too obvious now.
They're too right. Like they don't get it wrong, and anybody can just go look at what the betting markets are, and then there's almost no fun. Like you'd have to go so obscure that it's like you'd be betting on. I don't even know half the stuff that you'd have to try to bet on before.
We're just gonna get out now.
But the Olympics are coming around. That's an option as well. But it is the last 10 seconds, so this didn't work. Oh, it is working. Okay, great. This didn't work in the morning, but the closing bell brought to you by Origenics OGEN, listed on the NYSE. Wrapping up our 2026 stock picks afternoon. Shout out to them. The markets are now closed. Actually, a very flat day. The Nasdaq's only up 0.06. The ES 0.15.
Yeah.
So not much of a move in the overall market, but still green.
All right. Again, like I said, I'm glad that everyone joined us today. Wayfair partners with Google. So there you go, man. Wayfair, letter W, partnering now with Google. So you get a little bit of a bump up there. We've seen bump up similar to this in the NASDAQ with Walmart. They got a deal. Target got something with OpenAI. So here we go, Walmart, Wayfair right there with Google. So we'll find out what that all means. But okay, Adara, did you want to run them over quickly or do you just want to do it tomorrow morning? We could.
Yeah, let's do it now.
Throw it over. This is our picks 2026, man. All of us, if you're joining us for the first time, we all had 3 picks. We kind of went a little bit snake drafty there. And people could choose the same names if they wanted to. They could, there was apparently no rules. So you could do whatever you wanted to. So here are the top picks. Let's go, Adara.
Sorry, my thing just got all messed up, so I don't think I can show you guys anything. I know Fabian has his board set up. I'm trying to find a way to show that because, we don't really have any data yet. We haven't started. But, yeah, either way here, I'll just go through what everybody picked. Give me a second. Again, my thing, unfortunately, kind of crashed on me. We're all good here. So here are the picks that we went with for the new year, and it is still on the fritz. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I sent them over here, so we'll just do this. So Brendan here with IREN, TSLA, CEG. Adara with Boeing, Starbucks, and Oracle short. But the other two were long. Oracle's the only short here. Neil with AeroVironment, FCX, and CRISPR, so CRSP. AeroVironment is AVAV. Sean here with MRVL, LLY, and BBAI. Then we have Sharif with AVGO, Broadcom, TMO, Thermo Fisher, and NOC, Northrop Grumman. Then we have Joe with CrowdStrike, JP Morgan, and Walmart. Fabian with Bitcoin, Dollarama on the TSX, and AG, that would be Majestic. Something here, so AG there. Then we've got Joe with CrowdStrike, CRWD, JP Morgan, and Walmart. I think I might have already said that one. Obi, short Circle, long BW, and short SIDU. So SIDA Space, SIDU. Then Ramin here, ASTS, RKLB, and NFLX. There is a visual. It will be posted tonight after the bell. So stay tuned. That will be scheduled very soon. Infographics like half done, and I was having a tech issue, which is why I can't show it now. But back to you.
Adara, this is already done, so check out this, man. We've already built this. Thank you to Fabian for this. Here's everybody's 10,000, right? And here's what everybody is picking. So we're just going to input all. I don't know if these prices are right. We're going to figure this all out. But here it is, man. Joe, everybody's here. Fabian. These are the chat. Yeah, it's okay. All these will be a little bit funky, but it's pretty easy, man. It's going to have our total there and then what it's been. These are the top 3 names from the chat: Tesla, NVIDIA, Big Bear. We could use those or not. We probably will use those. And then we have all of them going through right here. He has BTC Grayscale in here, so we'll get that all figured out.
What were the top for the chat?
Right here, just these 3, right here in the middle. Tesla, NVIDIA, Big Bear AI. So they jumped on your boy's bandwagon there. And then like for here, example, here's Adara. So it says even short here. So we could actually make this is a Google sheet. We can make this all public. It's all written down here. It's going to be real good to follow. So thanks, Fabian. Thanks, Adara, for all the work on the stock tracker portfolio. That's going to make it so easy. that
so much easier than
portfolio
last
tracker.
year. Yeah,
like,
yeah, it's way easier.
it's Adara will handle the graphics. We'll center these numbers, and boom.
Because we were doing updates like once a month.
Yeah, well, not we, she.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I speak in terms of we for the team. But
Yes,
like
yes.
literally, when you could have been updating it real time.
Manually,
Just makes
yeah.
it so easy. Just one. So
Let's
we
use AI to our advantage around here.
AI to the advantage. Just the last thing, the only thing that moved in the aftermarket, you had Wayfair there popping.
By the way, that
deal.
spreadsheet brought to you by Big Bear AI. Just let everybody know.
Is it Big Bear?
That's Big Bear Technology.
Well, it's definitely not by ChatGPT because we favor Gemini. Right?
Yes, we do Gemini, but no, that's just a Google sheet. I was just promoting my own stock pick.
Alphabet.
So anyways, all right, 404. All right,
Right.
decent picks. We will see everybody tomorrow. Thank you to Brendan, everybody. Thank you to everybody today. OB as well. He created some fun stuff there. That was great. Joe and I, everybody going back and forth. It's why we do the show, man. If I just sit here and am too vanilla, it might get boring. So thank you to everybody around here. Joe, thank you so much, man. Love the haircut. Looks actually sharp as hell. Shout out to Ramin. Great to see her again. Adrian, thank you. Andre, Fabian.
You do what I did.
Thank you so much. Yeah, your friend Adrian. Shout out to Adara. Great work as always, man. Adara, thank you so much for everything. If I forgot anybody, it would be you guys. And we can't thank the audience enough, right? Thank you for everything. All right, I'm off to the hockey rink. Plans tonight?
Oh, tonight we're free. The rest of the week we have stuff all week.
Like that.
Guides is starting back up, swimming starting back up, ninja parkour.
Yes.
But we have I don't think it makes sense. I don't like the idea of
What is
playoff
it
games
tonight?
on Monday Night
Yeah, it's
Football,
weird,
but
eh?
we do have Houston versus the Steelers.
Okay, so give me a pick.
No, someone already asked me. I said the Texans.
Yeah, me too. I've actually bet the Texans. I bet the money line.
I'm just not a believer. I've seen what that defense can do. They're unbelievable.
I mean, old man Rodgers should have a little bit of a problem
He's running
today.
for his life, and he can't run.
I mean, I just
And
think
he
that
can't run. So
yeah. It's just like those guys. What is it? Will Anderson and I forget the other guy's name. They combined for 27 sacks this year. Those two dudes. So
Scary defense.
shout out to the Texans. Hopefully, I'll be home in time to watch that. Bye, y'all. We'll check you tomorrow, Tuesday. Have a great night.